and your drone sees it. You've got your forward observer sitting next to the drone operator. He sees what's on the screen of the drone operator, and he can call in that artillery fire mission. He can say, hey, look, I've got this and this and this at this coordinate. And then obviously someone above him says, okay, take it out. And, within minutes, there are shells, whatever it is. If it's a building, HIMARS, whatever is blasting it into, non-existence. So that's a huge, huge factor when you're moving forward.
Raver, do you want to come back on that?
Yeah, so according to Constantine, and he'd be the one to know, at least back in 1415, Russian artillery was fairly agile and quick to respond. He was saying within like 45 seconds, if it was already like a pre-registered site or a counter battery mission. I think what we've seen with their attrition here is they've just lost that institutional memory and that skill set, and it has slowed their ability down to provide agile fires, when and where everything's needed. They might be able to get the when, but they missed the where. They might be able to get the where, but they missed the when.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking for my buttons.
I really wish CJ was here to talk about the role of counter battery in the offense.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's not. He will be joining us soon. He is still away, and he has messaged to say that he would love to come and talk to us soon. Chris, go ahead. You've been waiting patiently.
I don't know if you saw my DM, Miss, but I think I know the answer to this one. The Ukrainian artillery system is called the GIS-ARTA system, GIS-ARTA system, otherwise known as the Uber of artillery. I think that's the one that you're referring to, guys.
Guys, does anybody know?
I think that is right, and it is. I mean, it is set up pretty seamlessly, and again, for the fighting that they've been doing, it's worked out very well for that defensive type fight. The ability for anybody to kind of quickly call in coordinates on simply an app, and then it go to a tactical operations center where they get to choose which fire missions to take on, and being able to get that done very quickly. Ukraine's really showed a lot of people how to do it. We had to do fire missions. It took much longer because you had to do a few different layers of authorization, etc. But nowhere near like this, which I think is incredible. But to Raver's point about counter battery is incredibly important, and we've got to remember that there's kind of I was listening to another podcast the other day, and there's something that I've been kind of interested about and listening to, is that there's kind of like an internal battle going on in the Ukrainian armed forces. There's kind of like these two armies per se, the ones that are led and kind of are like these legacy units that haven't really been integrated into the NATO style, versus all the units that have been either trained beforehand or are going through the training right now. So these two different types of tactics are being played out. You see a lot of the folks, I think, that haven't rotated out yet are still some of those kind of like more old school Soviet era thinking. But you're starting to see all the NATO tactics starting to creep in little by little. So I think that's a good thing to say. But with these new tactics, especially with the training that we know is going on in Grafenbeer with the U.S. and NATO allies, there is the idea of combined arms battalions that make up brigades and make up divisions, and those battalions have integrated self-propelled artillery pieces, and that's critical. And it's a little different than the older tactics where you kind of had area support. I still think that there'll be area support with some of the with kind of the our existing artillery pieces and brigades and divisions out there. But when it comes to these mobile units, you'll see those artillery pieces being allocated down to that battalion level, so that you can have, for any given area, you have fire suppression, very quickly with very accurate fires, which is going to be really interesting to see it in use in the upcoming months, hopefully.
Welcome back, David. Do you have a mic now?
Can you hear me, Mockers?
We can.
Oh, wonderful. And thank you very much for welcoming me back.
Alexander, you've popped up. Did you want to ask a question to our tank guys? Yes, no, maybe? The mic's in the bottom corner if you need to turn it on. Okie dokie then. Guys, if you have any more, I was going to say, any more stuff to add, Raver, go ahead.
So I'm going to throw this one at 122 because he led a platoon, maybe a company of tanks. I forget your rank, and if I demoted you, I'm sorry, and if I promoted you, I'm sorry. But can you talk to the crowd about what it's like to keep somebody like me, who is just a tank crewman, fit and able to fight, and how long we can go in assault operations before we just start to break down from sheer exhaustion? What your role as an officer in like crew care and taking care of your men is.
Yeah, so just mic check. I don't have any headsets, so I'm just checking if it's all good.
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay. Yeah, so it's a challenge that you need to be aware of what your status of your crew, which is it's a challenge. It's not just a what's called a it's not just a skill that you can learn. You have to have a certain sense of reading off people as well. But in general, it's like you need to keep your crew stimulated. You have different tactics and to do that. So it's really hard to just say a thing on how you keep a crew happy, crew ready. But generally, you respect your crew. You treat them with respect for their proficiency. You try to give them tasks that are meaningful and somewhat challenging for them. That's at least how I was looking at it. So I could send, maybe the gunner, I can send him to do some errands that maybe I could do, but just to challenge him to take more responsibility for and a lot of other things. I'm not really sure what you wanted out of as an answer, but it's really hard to just say do this and do this to keep them fit and happy. But you always have the ordinary discipline that you need to keep, being clean, having a clean tank, having a tank that's in fit and in order, those basic things, those basic discipline things. So if one crewman didn't do his job to perform his task of, for example, the gunner had certain tasks of cleaning certain things, if I deemed something unfit, I would let him know and I would call him out on that. And well, sometimes maybe over exaggerate that something would, maybe this would get us killed, so you better think about that. Unless that's your point of doing it, that you want to kill the rest of your crew. But yeah, it's a really hard question to answer. So
Yeah, things like sleep management. I know. I don't think I've ever seen an officer eat before me. Stuff like that. I know. We'd stop if there was a chance for a dismount. As a driver, I'd be out checking track tension and checking the BPACs and making sure that the tank was up and running and going right, so that it was there when we needed it. But then when we would stop for a night, you'd have to parcel out watches and everything like that. Just leadership stuff that the Ukrainians are going to have to master if they really want to have a successful assault this summer.
Oh yeah, definitely. I was that was one of the things that everyone got out after a day. They went and and I said, "Go, you guys go eat. I'll join you later." I would let maybe check the tank status, and see, if I saw something particular that would, stand out, that was lacking in it, and I would, and I would see what they did after maybe they had eaten their dinner. Would they go back and try to fix it, or would they slack on it? For example, the driver one time, he left. He had a lot of grease because he was doing a lot of things. He had a lot of grease on him when he was, sitting at the controls. So all his controls were really messy, and it was, a pure mess at his station. And for example, if there would have been a spark in the tank, that wouldn't have been good. So after he was done eating, he didn't return to the tank to clean it. He, was taking his time, was doing this. And we had an exercise the following day, so it's really important that everything was in order. So I waited a bit, and then I called him out on it, and he was like, "Oh, I'm really, really sorry. That's bad of me." And that, after that, he always stayed with me before he went, and he said, "Are we all good?" So that's just one of the things, and those things build, mutual respect within the crew, which is really important when you're sitting in a confined space, where you trust each other with your lives, because those 4 guys in one Leopard, they're fighting for each other. That's their primary thing. They're not fighting for Ukraine specifically in that moment. They're fighting for the other guys in the tank, and then of course they're fighting for Ukraine. So it's really important, to, as a commander, that you put your crew first. You don't do anything. You don't ask them to do anything that you wouldn't do yourself. It's really, really important, because if you implement the other way, you sort of like just unmotivated punishment and all that. It's a really outdated way of thinking, and a lot of research and evidence has shown that is very less effective than leading by example.
Thank you, 122. I'm about to lose everybody, so thank you all. I'm gonna check out.
Thank you very much, Raver. Angry Ants, go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to say that, this is, a really critical part of the conversation. And again, I think it's much different than what we see with the Russian troops, is that you only have so much time in actual combat. A lot of time is preparing for combat, moving to areas to get into combat. And as a leader, it's so important to make sure you keep people active and engaged, keep your weapons and your equipment all up in shape. But one of the really big things that gets that done in say, NATO is the idea of creating responsibility. And one of your jobs as a leader is to create new leaders in your ranks. That's just something that we do. We're trying to always do that. Very different than Ukraine. You're always trying to make that new sergeant, or you're always trying to make that new corporal. So one of the big things that you as the leader is doing is finding ways to empower your soldiers to take more responsibility on and gain, better and new skills, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, really, you're just talking about leadership skills. I would say leadership skills are a necessity within squads, platoons, companies, battalions, everywhere. And the lower down you get, or the more you are at the section level, then everything you do has a huge impact, right? You call someone out. I was interesting to 122 and going, oh yeah, now that's not how it would have happened in the 70s and 80s. Someone would have been, you would have had a very angry person, right? But you're right. How do you motivate people? Motivating people just by shouting at them, as you said, just doesn't work out very well.
I mean, it's a mix of everything. Sometimes it's motivated that they get a proper, hair dryer. What do you? I don't know what you're gonna call it in English, but one of those where
a bollocking.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes that's motivated, but if you're doing that, you need to have something to back it up. Because if you're just gonna do that, and it's maybe just because he done a minor thing, it's sort of like you need to keep the punishment in line with the severity of the thing that you're yelling at him for. So if you can back that up, then it's justified sometimes. So you need to switch it up a bit. But that's one of the things you need to learn about when you're a commander or a leader. That's something you grow into. The feeling of when to do certain things. But you can't just go around, yelling at people just because for the sake of it. At least that's not how we did it in the Swedish army. And not to be like that, but we are quite a professional army, and we always get a lot of credit from a lot of other nations when we're exercising with them. So I would hope that we're doing something right.
Yeah, look, I mean, as I said, the 1970s, 80s were a different time, and people did lead by shouting. But you could tell the difference between people who got it right and and people who didn't. Some people just lead by bullying, right? And we've seen examples of that as well in Twitter, in leadership, and people who do that. Beating up your troops is not the way forward, right? It's not how you're going to motivate anyone to do the best for you. And yeah, look, right, there's always a mixture. Sometimes you have to have to really give someone a beating to remind them, right? But that's because they've swayed from the path by a very long way, isn't it?
George, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that one of the key elements when you're in a leadership role is never ask of your soldiers to do something you're not willing yourself to do. Obviously, and of course, lead by example. That's key. If the people that are ranked below you see and you're in charge of them, whether you're an NCO, as a squad leader, a platoon leader, or as an officer, if they see that you're willing to do what you're asking them to do themselves, then that's where you gain the respect. I've always found that I had friends of mine that were what we call butter bars, second lieutenants coming right out of ROTC programs. I actually had a friend of mine that came out of West Point, and that was one of the key things I gave them as someone when I already had like 4 or 5 years in. I said to them, you have to lead by example. If your soldiers see that you're willing to do what you're asking them to do, they'll do it without you telling them. It'll become second nature to them. If they see that your weapon is clean and you're taking the proper maintenance in your own vehicle, then they won't point a finger. Hey, you're asking me to do this, but look at your shit. And that's probably the biggest takeaway that I ever learned.
Yeah, always, right. I'd be interesting. Gunny's listening in, right? Gunny, you're going to come up and tell us how it happened in the Navy, are you?
One thing Gunny has said today is, please remember that it's April Fool's Day, and the Admiral Grigorovich, I believe, is sailing around the Med. So anybody who's seen that, save me repeating myself. It's not even in the Black Sea, so let's not be too excited, hey?
Oh, isn't that not true?
In the Navy, don't they do that thing, where they put you on a rope and they drag you under the keel of the ship?
Keel hauling. Yeah, good question. Gunny, did that happen your day? Nelson still had 2 eyes then, though, didn't he? Right.
Beth, go ahead.
Anyway, Beth, you got your hand
Hi
up.
there.
You got it just milliseconds before Prince.
Yep,
There you
mic
are.
check. We good?
We are.
All right. So in this conversation about health and welfare of our tankies, I have a question that's very specific, so your experience will enlighten me. What about the culture of smoking? So what if you're in a tank and you want to smoke, but the other guys don't? Is smoking allowed in a tank? Is Nicorette gum or something like that used? I know at nighttime cigarettes can be seen. What do we do with cigarettes? Curious. Thanks.
Well, I'll give you my point from the days when people used to smoke. So I joined at the age of 16, and I was a non-smoker. About 3 months later, I was a smoker because at the cigarette breaks were only for people who smoked. Right? If you didn't smoke, you went off and did everything, all the work for everyone. So the culture wasn't great in the old days. Look. Right, within everything there's safety, and safety is paramount. So if someone's smoking next to, let's just say, a jerry can of fuel, then back in the day he might have got a beating. Nowadays it might be a swift talking to or something along those lines. Smoking at night time on exercise, that's and you're spotted, that's also another a big no-no. And back in the day, there would have been some swift justice might have been delivered, because these things cost lives, right? And that's the thing you always have to understand, right? So the more serious something is, that your transgression in terms of it could cost lives, then often the justice that is dealt out is a little bit more severe. But I'm interested to know what 122's got to say about this.
No smoking in compartments with things that can kill you and the crew. basically that. But in Sweden we have something that's called snus, which is basically tobacco but in a compact form that you put under your lip. If you don't know what it is, Google it. The European Union does not like us exporting it. That's all I know. So that's that we allowed in the tank. Nicotine-free gum is also allowed, but not smoking and not using anything that can ignite the anything in the tank. You know, there might be oil residue or something else in the tank, so you might ignite something quite easily. So no smoking in the tank, at least for when I was a tanker. I don't know how the Ukrainians do it. However, I think more of Ukrainians smoke in general than what people in Sweden do. But nicotine-free gum and snus people used in our tank, and they weren't allowed to smoke.
Yeah, things were quite I mean, I say quite a while ago. So the 80s, 70s, 80s, 90s. I mean, in those days, so in work right up until 2000, wherever it was, at 2002 in the UK, you would have people smoking in offices, and so in the back of an APC, it was you would often see people smoking as well, if they're trying to hide, right, especially at night time. Something along those lines, they're going to have a cigarette. And I have so to answer the question, though, Beth, so I have seen fights as a result of people smoking and non-smokers, right? Sometimes in the army things come to fisticuffs.
Of course. Thank you all so much. I appreciate the show always. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Prince.
I fear I've become the victim of another April Fool's joke. I haven't been able to confirm whether this is true or not. I put it in line 99. If anybody wants to take a quick peek of it before I go further, because I'm somewhere between laughing and jumping up and down with joy. So if Mockers and David would take a peek at line 99 to see if I have been duped once again, like I was with the Admiral Gorovich.
I think it's why don't you just tell it and then we can have a little laugh? That'll be so much easier.
Yes, this is absolutely hilarious. According to reports from Hungarian sources, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban said their government plans to transfer, sitting down for this one, 12 Saab Gripen fighters to Ukraine to increase the country's defense capabilities. There are so many things in that make me laugh hysterically, but part of me like wishes it would be true. So I think this is something that has been put out to try to fool us from a very reliable source, and it's sort of kind of funny.
It is very funny at the end, and obviously so very untrue, isn't it? Right, Viktor Orban helping someone, right, other than himself. Oh dear. Yeah, it is quite funny.
I think that's where we draw the line, isn't it? Alexander, you've popped back up. Did you have a question for our tank guys?
Yes, thank you for taking my question. And while I'm hearing that, it's kind of like I'm laughing, and at the same time, I have my right hand in my pocket and balled into a fist, and it's kitchen board wire when I hear that name Orban. But that's not why I'm here. I would like to ask the panel. I'm civilian, and I'm finally got 2 weeks off of work. I have the ability to run down to or drive down to Ukraine. Excuse my English, please. I'm not a native speaker. So I would like to drive down to Ukraine to run down or bring some supplies to Ukraine. And there's a cook or cook on Twitter, on MriyaReport, and every once in a while you see him popping up, and I figure I would like to get in touch with this guy or with his organization, and I'm asking the panel, do you know who I'm talking about? Because I would like to touch base with them tonight, and it will take me 2 days to drive down to Ukraine and 3 days to spend time and 3 days to head back to Germany. So I'm kind of pressed for time.
I think you'll talk about Chef Zenya.
Chef Zenya, yes, Chef Zenya, man. Who are you? Who am I talking to right now?
No, Chef. Yeah, you were talking to David Brookfield. Listen,
David.
send me a DM. I'll send you his profile, and you can try and contact him that way.
Yeah, that's awesome. You are Mr. David. David
I
Brookfield?
am. Yeah, that's the one.
Awesome. Okay. Well, I won't keep you. Slava Ukraini. I'll be on the way. Take care. Bye bye.
Excellent stuff. Prince, I've got Prince coming back up because everybody has Twitter pox tonight. I need to ask, how long has this space been running? Because I think we're coming up to some sort of record.
Are we? Has it been running that long?
Well, I just looked at the MriyaReport pinned tweets for the current space, and it was pinned 5 days ago. 5 days. I'm beginning to think we might have set a record.
I think. Listen, right. Always the way forward is just to claim the record, right, and then let someone tell us that we were wrong, right? Because it's the important thing is always about being first. We're first, mockers. It's us. Gold medal.
Yeah, absolutely. We claim the crown. We claim the crown. Prince, please go ahead.
Thank you. And I don't have Twitter pox. I actually went down intentionally and came back up. And David, if you're going to communicate with that gentleman, and I just want to say it for the space in general, Chef Zenya actually requires quite a long commitment to go and volunteer for him. If somebody has a short period of time and wants to go and help in a cooking kind of situation, Frontline Kitchen is the place to go. Frontline Kitchen will take you for a few days. If that's all you have, it might not be the exact experience that you're looking for, But I know Chef Xenia looks for volunteers who can volunteer for months, not weeks or days. So I just wanted to put that out there as a clarifying thing. And I've always been one to say, based on what I've learned from Ryan, that you really should so just
Yeah, especially somebody who can fetch and carry for them. I would imagine that that's something which comes in very handy. Bearded Brit, you have come up. Did you want to say something?
Hello and good morning.
Good morning to you.
Interesting conversations going on about tanks and stuff, and picking up on some of the things that have been said before. I just wanted to say that I know from my experience the relationship between you as a commander and your tank crew is very unique, and everything comes from you as the commander as to how that crew will perform or how your troop or squadron will perform. So some of the things that have been explained, I'd call that basic professional personal discipline. So making sure your kit's squared away, your crew tasks are done. And as a leader, I shouldn't be picking you up for not doing it. That's about professional pride, really, in your job. And the other thing I wanted to say was train hard, fight easy. I know from my background, we used to go into high intensity exercising with enforced sleep deprivation to try to continue on with your tasks. But the underlying principle was you begin to understand your fatigue points. Generally, after 48 hours, your efficiency drops off. I recall one particular exercise, 96 hours, 8 hours sleep over those 96, and still maintain, function, operate, command, lead within that intense fatigue period. And that's something which I envisage these new Ukrainian units, as they're integrating these equipments, are going to be building up to that, to give you 3 or 4 days of high intensity, lack of sleep experience to take forward into combat. Comment is welcome.
David, that's all you.
Well, I mean, look, I was a sapper, so the being inside a tank is something I didn't do. I mean, we were inside APCs. Look, as I go, everything comes down to your ability to lead, right? And there are different ways of doing that, and most things in the British Army, especially, come down to your personal discipline to do something, right? And you soon very quickly get an idea about people who don't have that ability, and then really as a section commander, you try and move them on, and everyone else will be resisting them coming in. But sometimes it's just characters. Some characters don't get on, some people do, but yeah, it's just about making sure you keep your personal discipline. I mean, in anything where the sports or they're very similar, sports and fighting, it's you have to do it the way it's going to actually happen. Otherwise, you have no idea about how to experience it. And this goes down to everything, right? Sleep deprivation being one of them. Although I have to say, I don't think we didn't have to try as a sapper. We used to look at the tankies and go, they're always sleeping, right? We spent our whole time running around trying to wasn't the have to try sleep deprivation, it was just sleep deprivation.
Oh crikey! When the battle group engineering liaison officer used to turn up at tactical headquarters, we say, "Brilliant, ground brief, go and do it, go and prepare it." as well as the actual engineering troop being on the ground, digging ditches and doing the like. But yeah, an engineering officer coming into a battle group headquarters, a sight for sore eyes in J2, G2, that's for certain. Keep them busy. That's what they're there for.
Always, right? Keep them busy, right? Yeah, so look, to go back to a different time, Cold War, obviously, so in the 80s, well, 70s, 80s, 90s, early 90s, it was all about Cold War, Russia's coming here and blowing bridges up, putting in minefields, etc., etc. And that was pretty much everything we did. I was at 2-1 at First Armoured for quite a while, and that was just, yeah, how many bridges can you blow up? Right, it was literally, yeah, under starters orders, off you go. Here's this bridge, here's this bridge, here's this bridge. Come back, find supplies, see if you can dam up another bridge, and just see how far you could go. There's a lot of bridges in Germany.
Oh, also in Germany, I recall the pin cushion on the map, northern Germany to the east of Hanover, pin cushion map, as in every kilometre or so, there was a small village. Each one of those became anti-tank strong points, which just became a matrix for somebody rolling west to have to plough through. Those sort of limited anti-tank defences and hasty defensive positions forward of a main defensive area worked for us. Work it in reverse on the offense. How do the Ukrainians drive through any small hamlets and whatever and not get decisively engaged, therefore losing momentum? It's going to be interesting times ahead.
I mean, very, very interesting times. I mean, here's the thing nowadays. I mean, look, in my day, we used to dream up sort of ideas about how you might be able to get someone into the trees so you could see ahead of you. But now, you know, drones, what you're seeing is the information that they get. I mean, there must be sometimes a bit of an information overload for people because they're getting so much information from everywhere. So sometimes it might be harder to make a decision because guess what? Right, this information says this information says that. It is going to be incredibly interesting, isn't it? How they move and how well they move, because we've seen tanks. Sometimes we do see those as I think it's Angry Ants calls it the Thunder Run or something like that. Occasionally we've seen quite a few of those solo heroic tank movements by the Ukrainians, and a lot of us are desperately going, I hope they don't do that. Let's hope they move in a proper team and keep themselves safe. I don't know. Did you watch that? Did you see the video that came out yesterday, Biddy?
Of the two T-72s and the BMP
That's
going
it,
into
yeah.
the Stolt tree line. Yeah, very interesting. A couple of things. As you look at the video, the right-hand T-72 that was initially leading failed to get crest clearance, and hence his rounds piling to the deck about 50 meters in front of him. That's where there's a gun sight offset, which only attracts coincidence at a particular range. So if you might be able to see over a little mound, but it doesn't mean to say the access of the barrel, the bore, is actually clearing it. And also lack of machine gun fire from the MBTs into the objective. A lot of main armament rounds going in. But hey, do what works, right? And the second T-72 moving away to the left-hand side, providing mutual support 200, 300 meters away, being able to stop any potential move in from their left-hand side. Yeah, it was impressive. I was just surprised. No dismounted infantry going to the fight through, and not a lot of use of machine gun fire.
Yeah, I was very surprised that there was nothing there. And you said, I mean, here's the thing, right? So what happened to those? What happened to that suppressing machine gun fire that you'd hope would have been coming in? Yeah. Angry, you waved your hand a bit, but you haven't put your hand up. No. Okay.
I was going to say that he's disconnected. Yeah, he's disconnected.
I didn't see who was, whether it was Kerry or Prince first. So
It was Prince.
Prince.
And I'm real quick. I just noticed that I put something in the nest there. It is a website in order to look for ways to volunteer in Ukraine. I had somebody send that to me a few days ago, and I bookmarked it, and I think it's a good source for connecting people who want to go and volunteer in Ukraine. And that's a website actually that Frontline Kitchen recommended to us. So just wanted to give a notice that was up there in the nest, and now I'm going to go get some stuff done. Thank you.
Well, Kerry.
Hello, everyone. I was interested in what the guy was saying about sleep deprivation trials. I cannot think of anything. I mean, I know it has to happen. I know they have to do it, but I can't think of anything worse. Just because of my own limited experience. I was in labour for 4.5 days trying to have a home birth, and I've not forgotten that. It was pretty bloody horrendous. Yeah, and nobody was trying to kill me.
Yeah, I mean, look, the exercises they are exercises in sleep deprivation. They were for me, right? That you will go a very, very long time without sleep, especially at the start. Hopefully, the people, you know, as I say, you get used to it. You get used to the symptoms. You always know. In the army, the people who are new is because when you go on exercise, and when they're all excited and they stay up late and they're talking a lot, and everyone who's been in for several years, as soon as they get into the back of a wagon, there it's called the maggot, by the way, your sleeping bag. You're in your sleeping bag and you're getting sleep. You're making as if you can be like a battery and you can store sleep. That's how I used to describe it.
Oh, totally agree with you. We used to have a thing of why stand when you can sit? Why sit when you can lay? And if you're laying down, why aren't you asleep? You can see your mates and whatever later. One of the biggest takeaways I used to take from these endurance things, I used to have pens tied with paracord onto my uniform because I'd be holding them with my map in the turret and would be maneuvering or whatever. And I'd have a micro nap, and it might be half a second, it could be 30 seconds. But having the pen in my hand, relaxing the grip on the pen would drop normally into the bottom of the turret, trying to get another pen. But actually having on a paracord, it would drop, hit my thigh or something, and I'd wake up, and then I'd go on again. And understanding that just vibration and movement, as well as all the other discomforts and distastes that are going on, such as wound infection. You scrape your knuckles, tightening something up during servicing, lack of a poor appetite. Again, your body takes time to recover. You wear contact gloves all the time. And it is surprising how people's mental state changes. And you've got to make certain allowances. I always used to count to 10. It was the easiest way to prevent things from escalating when they didn't have to be.
Yeah, always take a break before you start shouting and screaming when tired, because obviously someone else's response is mutually, it will be increased as well, right? There's nothing, I can tell you, there is nothing like at the back of an APC with eight guys in it who've just been eating bacon burgers and baked beans. There's just nothing that you can compare. Yeah, we call it. Sorry,
Less
go on, George.
famous mended on that one, I think.
David, really quick, do you know what the M1 tank, the Abrams tank, what position the driver's in?
No, I have no idea. Go on, tell me.
It's a reclining position. So you're pretty much in almost like sitting it like in a bloody lounge chair. The problem is that when you've been driving for the goddamn thing for 20 hours straight and have only popped out of the thing maybe twice, as rackety as that thing can be, as much noise as it can be, do you know how hard it is to stay awake when you're in that position?
Oh, that would be awful, right? Because you're already in the reclining situation instead of just sitting upright, right? Oh gosh.
I went through hell. I went through hell 20 hours straight.
My tank loader used to have a radio antenna, 1 meter whip antenna, and when I couldn't get the driver to respond to me saying advance or something like that, he'd actually reach down and give him a good poke into his cab, because he would be in the recline position closed down to create a lower silhouette, to actually move him or get him to respond to actually move forward. Falling asleep in that driver's cab is so easy. It's terrible.
Yeah, and disastrous, right? If someone's driving, you don't want to be doing that in a very big vehicle.
Yeah, it was 20 hours, man. Like, doesn't, you know, the adrenaline kicked in for the first 18, David, but after those last 4 were literally brutal. Just trying to stay awake, as noisy and as, you know, uncomfortable, and just the whole thing of it. It was just, those last 4 hours were torture.
So you're just reminding me of just the times when you're just chin strapped. I mean, Billy, as you were discussing, we used to call it nodding dogs, right? You know, the nodding dog in the back of the car, your head would drop, and
you're just like your head just bobbing. Like, yeah. So later on, when I was assigned that, when I was stationed in Fort Bragg, in 18th Airborne Corps, we'd go on these exercises, and being a driver was okay, because especially when it was on the colder days, you had some warmth in the cab, but sometimes I'd envy the guys in the back, because as soon as they load up, like, and just like you said, David, the green guys were all like, "Oh yeah, we're going on exercise, blah blah blah," and all piss and vinegar, and the guys that had been in for a while, as soon as they sit down on those benches on the back of that 5-ton cargo or whatever you had, or APC or whatever, they would just doze off, and it wouldn't wake up till the damn thing stopped and the gate or the door dropped. Just snoring away. Over the bumpiest roads, didn't matter. They'd just be snoring away, heads just bobbing up and down. Devil may care.
Driver, take your time.
Yeah, that's a rite of passage, I think, falling asleep in the back of a truck to and from a range period.
Yeah, no, exactly right. The memories. Right, Kerry, then Chris.
I was going to ask you, again, it's about sleep deprivation and dynamics. Dynamics between troops. So, as a lot of you know, I'm a teacher and have CPTSD. So, sleep deprivation is quite a big thing for me. But I do manage to get sleep, but it's just not an enormous amount. And so, I can manage it for quite a long time, and manage the kids I teach. They're teenagers, and I find I manage to keep going, because when I'm teaching, the kids really motivate me to focus my attention and to get them engaged. And a big part of what helps is that I really drill them in routines, which I'm imagining is very, obviously it's utterly different, but there's a routine in terms of, who your in inverted commas colleagues your team are, and my team is my class, and I drill them about all the different things I want them to do that are going to happen every single lesson. So, for example, Friday, yesterday, it was the last day of term, and I was on my knees, like literally on my knees. And I just put my heart and soul into teaching them. But I just got to the point where I just could not do it anymore. And I literally felt that moment where I stopped projecting control over them. I don't do it forcefully. It's just you know you're in control. You project that utter control. And I just gave up on that. Anyone from the outside, you wouldn't know what's changed, but I know it's changed. They feel it's changed, and it was just like, fuck it, for the last 10 minutes. I couldn't hold it anymore. And then my period 5, I let them carry me because they're just used to routine. So I just let them carry me and allowed that to happen. So I'm interested in terms of like sleep deprivation, dynamics, routines, how that works in your scenario.
I'll have a go at that.
Please do.
I think you've got to look at it as a bit of a layer cake. And let's start at the bottom. You've got your individual personal discipline, how you react to fatigue, sleep deprivation, things getting on your nerves. You will have your own triggers. You've got to work together with your immediate next level up, which is the crew and the crew commander, to be effective, to go and do your job collectively. You're not the individual now, you're the crew, you're the vehicle, you're the fighting system. So that's going to add a level of complexity that 3 or 4 different people, different personalities gelling together to become this effective tool for the next level up to use, be it at troop, section, troop or platoon level, 3 or 4 tanks together. An even more effective tool. Now you've got 16 people having to interact together with sleep deprivation. Now you take it up to company squadron level, 14 tank crews plus associated vehicles, up to 100 people, all suffering from fatigue in their own way. Those layers, and as you go up to battalion and higher, there's an increase in staff to share the load, but they're still being fatigued in their own way. The only way you get to gel all that together, from the driver in the troop corporal's tank up to a battalion commander, is the training and the knowledge and practical experience, both on operations and integrating that previous experience into what is the most efficient way we can achieve effect. Hope that helps.
Definitely. Yeah, really interesting.
I would add a little bit to that. So look, I completely get the point about routine. Routine is how you remove errors, right? And that's the whole point of training, right? So when you do your training in whatever it is, right, the more you do it, and it's not practice makes perfect. It's perfect practice makes perfect, isn't it? So the more you train something, the more you train those neural pathways, the more you train your memory in that this is how you do something, right? And this is how you do something, and when you get that in, that's when you're really tired, everything takes over and you still do it right without making a mistake.
I recall being a tank operator, and sometimes loading the gun was that fluid. I'd have to look at my commander at that time and say, did I actually load the shell? Because it's all muscle memory. You just go through the motions again and again and again. And it helps, especially to counter the fatigue.
It does, and it helps you from making mistakes as well. And there's the thing, isn't it, right? Because when you become fatigued, that's when mistakes amplify, and they amplify exponentially. And this is the point. This is why people train, and why you should do lots of it. I don't know how it works now, but we spent the whole time doing it. Angry, I see you put your hand up. Chris, we'll go to you afterwards and then back to Kerry.
Yeah, I was just going to kind of follow up. I had a little bit of reception issues driving today, but no, I sleep deprivation, again, there's some things that being in the military, you really learn about yourself as a human being that you may never expect. May never expect. You don't have the opportunity most of the time to learn these things. And the way you train in the military is through routine and fundamentals being drilled over and over again. So a good leader makes sure that their soldiers always have routine throughout their day, no matter if they're staying up for 48 hours on a maneuvering and staying up in a overwatch position. But you're constantly doing some sort of routine. You constantly have something to work towards, whether it's getting off a guard shift or, shifting from one guard position to another guard position, so you're not just stagnant for too long. But when you're well trained, I always used to feel sharper on my second day for some reason. When you'd wake up or not really wake up and the light starts to pick up and you're having to maneuver again, after being out, for a day. I always felt the sharpest then because I think that you overly thought about what you were doing because you knew you were a little bit off. But again, that training just comes into play because everything you do is always built into routine.
Yeah, no, exactly right, and that's how as I said, being in the military and being an athlete or a sports person, they are pretty much the same thing. It's just that the consequences of getting things wrong can be different, right? And routine, getting it right, doing it the right way, which is why it's important that such commanders in general make sure that people are doing it the way they're supposed to do something, right? And that's when you get good habits. Good habits save lives, right? Chris, Kerry, then Hopsy. Chris?
Oh, David, I was only going to launch into some like Monty Python sketch and say, all you army guys were lucky, because in the Navy we, da.
Well, see, you've got to remember. So I was in at the same time as you, Chris, and so I remember the shocked look of the Navy guys when they found that they might be going down to the Falklands because you'd had it all very sunny and easy up until then.
Oh, David, yeah. Well, unfortunately, I have to admit that I was in university then when my mates were going to the Falklands and that. So, yeah. But yeah, I guess it probably would have been a bit shocking.
Yeah, because they just hadn't been doing anything, right? And then suddenly it was, I remember at the time, right? So quite a few of my friends went out there in 9 Squadron. But yeah, some of the Navy guys going, never thought this would be happening. No. Yes.
I do, for what it's worth, David, I do remember. Let me just check my thinking. Yeah, Hermes. We're all on our way out to the Bahamas or Barbados or something like that, and we get part way there, and the Russians invade Afghanistan, and over the tannoy, the captain basically says, "Oh, just want to let you know, chaps, we are turning around." Heading for Gibraltar to pick up the Royal Marines, and then we'll be heading to the Eastern Mediterranean, as the Russians have invaded Afghanistan, and we're going to be on standby in the Eastern Mediterranean. You can imagine how that went down.
Yeah, it isn't going to go down. Now, all that nice jolly you were going to get was savagely taken away from you, right?
Exactly.
Kerry, back to you.
Hello again. I share my ridiculous stories with you. So here's my sleep deprivation story. So yeah, I think one of the things I find worst about CPTSD is sleep deprivation. And in the earlier days when I was trying to get used to it, I was given permission as part of my reasonable adjustments to go and have like you say, like micro sleep. So if I had like a lunch break and a free period, I'd come home and like have a power nap so I could keep on going. And this one particular day, I was so exhausted. I slept through my alarm. And the first thing I knew about it was the school phoning me up saying, "Where are you? You're meant to be teaching right now." And it's like, oh shit. So I'd gone to sleep like with all my clothes on and everything, and I just like fell out of bed, fell into my car, drove like the clappers into work, legged it into my classroom. And it was like my second lesson with this really difficult group of kids that didn't really know me, and they were little shits anyway. So I sort of stumbled into the classroom, apologised to the cover teacher who'd had to stand in for me for a few minutes. And then the minute she was out the door, I tripped over my own bag, the handle of my own bag, and went flying across the floor, like literally flying across the floor, and just ended up flat out on the floor in front of this class. It was like the worst thing you can possibly imagine, because it's not even like they didn't even know me very well, and I could see them like whispering, saying, "Is she drunk?" So yeah, it took quite a bit of effort to claw back from that one.
I'm just amazed that you went home to have a sleep, right? Isn't it that schools have got gymnasiums, and gymnasiums have got these big, comfy, foam things, right? Is that not where you would just go? I mean, I have to say,
No way. I don't
all
want
right,
I wouldn't want the kids to see me. That would just
Mhm.
be like the worst. Otherwise I would crawl under my desk.
Well, that's another place to go to sleep. I know Beardy might recognise this, because, of course, a lot of the sleep deprivation training by the British Army of the Rhine at the time was because everyone would go out to the club till 4 a.m., right? And then you were back on parade at 8 a.m., and then you would get your little bit of sleep by going, I'm servicing the vehicle, and you would I had a little bit of rope around the axle, and I have my hands attached to it, so it looked like I was doing some servicing.
I've got a lot to learn from you guys. I need to learn these things from you guys and train myself better.
I couldn't possibly comment about falling asleep on the camouflage nets at the back of the tank hangars. Wasn't me. No, not at all. Gunnery range periods up in Hona in northern Germany, which is only about 45 minutes drive away from the delights of Hamburg. Suffice to say, Hamburg closes about 4 a.m., gives you enough time to get back to the billet, put on your uniform, and then go and have 8 to 12 hours on the tank ranges. Stamina and endurance training, character building stuff.
It is. Hopsy, are you going to tell us about some of your techniques when you were in a plane and taking a little kip?
Well, occasionally we've been known to study the circuit breakers overhead, which is a euphemism for the proverbial micro nap. I still work in an industry where fatigue mitigation is a big part of what we talk about for safety. And I have multiple people have mentioned that proverbial 45-minute, 1 hour nap. And studies have shown that if you can go through one REM cycle, fall into that deep sleep, have a little REM cycle, and then wake up after 45 minutes, it's actually better. And it comes in 45-minute multiples. 45-minute nap is maybe better than a 1 hour nap. A 90-minute nap is better than than some odd number, because of you can go through the REM cycles. And that's the difference between waking up refreshed, and if you wake up mid REM cycle, it can be a lot harder to get back to a place of sentience, I guess, would be the one thing. And then they talk about the cumulative sleep deprivation. When we would have heavy pump months, maybe during high tempo ops in the med and places like that, they would try, and you had to go see the flight surgeon if you went over 100 flight hours for the month, because they knew that that's when people started making the proverbial mistakes. Checklist discipline would break down, just general stuff like that. So yeah, it's a big deal in aviation. A lot of money is spent studying this every year, and having these fatigue mitigation techniques, they call them. So it's funny, they we're this many years into it, and they still always seem to find something new and exciting, or or a different way of doing it. I don't think they'll ever fully have the answer.
No, I don't. And you're right. The thing is not to get into deep sleep, isn't it? Right, as you say, just come out of it just at the end of that REM cycle, 45 minutes, not more, right? Because then you end up with all the, you said, just the feeling really, really tired. Have that little bit of I call it a micro nap. Yeah. The angry.
Yeah, I was I was a king of like a 25-minute nap as much as possible. But many times we'd find ourselves on like guard duty, and we'd always switch off on. I'd always switch off on make it hour switch off for if you had two people in a guard tower, you might be able to drop that down to each one taking a 45 minutes off and 15 minutes of being up together. The next guy takes 45 minutes, and that way you always kind of stay pretty refreshed while you're in your guard cycle. But I was gonna say one of the most glorious things is if you've been out in either in a really hard training environment or out in combat for a few days and you've been really, really sucking it, lack of sleep, and you get that opportunity to get in the back of a courtyard like in Afghanistan or Iraq where you got some sun and you can open up your vest and maybe take a 30-minute, 40-minute nap, and the sun's coming down. It's glorious. And I saw a picture of some Ukrainian soldiers all decked out in this, wooded area, just in all kinds of horrible sleeping conditions, in different directions. But they were just, the sun's coming through the trees, and you can just see they're just knocked out. They've been in some pretty heavy combat the days beforehand, and you can just see how much that stuff really meant to them. And it's amazing what an hour or two sleep can do to recharge a battery when you're in the middle of it.
Yeah, exactly right. Manage, and it's part of the thing, as we were saying. Manage your troops. Make sure that they're not tired, and make sure you're aware of who is suffering. Right, because sometimes someone's got the bad end of several guard shifts, right, and then it's very easy to forget. And then you go, oh, gosh, they've done the 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. shift for a couple of days, right? And you're going, and they did something else, and they did something else. So it's how do you manage that and make sure you don't forget that? It's very important. I will. This is a peacetime exercise story. I think it was. This is way before Lionheart, which was I think in '85. I think there was a thing called Crusader or something in about '81, and we'd been out for a week, and just incredibly tired to the point where our driver was incapable of driving. We nearly went into a ditch several times, so we pulled over. We knew what our tasks were. We went and we went dark. Right. The section commander said at the time, because I was only very young, he says, "Right, no, we just can't carry on. We're going to end up killing ourselves or killing someone. So let's get a couple of hours." So we all kipped, right? Because we got dark. The radio had been turned off. I woke up, and I don't believe I've ever felt so refreshed. I looked at my watch and went, 2 hours? 2 hours? No. I'd been asleep for 26 hours straight. That's how tired we were. The whole section, and I was the first person up. 26 hours straight. I had never felt so refreshed. Going, gosh, and I spent the first half hour, because obviously the first thing you do when you get up is make a brew, right? I was going, how can I be so refreshed after 2 hours? There we are. And we weren't in much trouble at all. Right. Oh, we seem to have lost it. No more hands here. Right. Surely we got some more sleep stories. Mr. M, surely you've got a sleep deprivation story.
I've got a fun sleep story.
Oh, go for it.
Yeah. So I obviously had a medical event. I had a brain hemorrhage, and one of the things that your brain and body wants to do when it's repairing the damage from a brain hemorrhage is have a nap every few hours. Basically just shut down. Your body just shuts down and you have a nap wherever you are. And there was, I'd got sort of used to the whole situation. I've been off work for 6 months. And there was a time that I started going back to work like for half days, and that was fine because I could come home and nap after a couple of hours at work, no problem. And then they put me back on full days. And the amount of times that they found me either asleep in the kitchen or asleep at my desk, well, let's just say it got to be a regular event. And I snore. So, yeah, not embarrassing in the slightest that my work colleagues now know that I snore and drool while I'm asleep. Also, I woke up one day with a keyboard pattern on my face, which was very nice.
That's it's not brilliant that you had a brain hemorrhage, but the story is very, very, very funny. Yes.
Well, there's been plenty of times I've just sort of sat down and gone, oh, I'm asleep. It just happens, unfortunately.
I've got a friend who's got cataplexy and narcolepsy, and it's one of those conditions where you literally can be in the middle of something, not unlike you were saying, Mockers, and literally she just conks out. She'll literally be halfway through a sentence or halfway through doing something, and she just conks out.
I once met a lady like that. Middle of a sentence, yeah, absolutely. Mid-sentence, she just like went oomph down on the table. And I was like, okay, she's dead. It's surprising when I didn't know to begin with.
Yes. Right. Anyway, I'm going to change the subject slightly. If everyone would check the nest, you should see a tweet that I shared, which is I'm going to go back to. This is going to be a theme for a while. I'm pretty certain of the things. A thing from me, which is me tweeting to Wimbledon. You need to take. I'll read you the tweet so you can see it. So you need to take note. Money is not everything, whereas your reputation is. Take the moral high ground. It will take longer to rebuild your reputation than your bank balance. Ban all Russians and Belarusian players now. If I could get you, or as many of you as possible, to retweet and like that, that would be wonderful. Try and get that message out. Because it's a bit of an important message, really. I mean, it really is. Don't be someone who I must be tired. I've forgotten my words now. Who's condoning genocide? Condoning isn't the right word, but it's the only one I can think of at the moment.
That's those who are supporting genocide, David. And it's a shame because it's all about money. They only want to make money. They don't look in morals sense or something. They only want money. So that's why they want to continue the Wimbledon.
No, exactly, yeah.
Making money is probably important for them, more important than some humanity.
Thing is, it shouldn't be more important, should it, than actual morals and human life.
Yeah. No, it shouldn't, should it at all? Sorry, I interrupted you, Mr. M. You go for it.
No. I totally agree with what Marcus said. It's a bloody shame.
And when I sort of I re-watched the video conference, the thing that really annoys me, the LTA is not a poor organization. They are not about to go bankrupt, right? They are the preeminent tennis competition of the year. Any damage that might come as them of not allowing Russian or Belarusian athletes to compete is just temporary, right? And guess what? At the end of that, they could say to everyone, we did not support genocide. All of you had no moral background or backbone. You did, right? We are the preeminent. And the other bit that was stunning to me is that the person who made this, and they had it because it was a press conference, didn't even understand the arguments. You could see it. He was genuinely worried about the question by the idiotic reporter who said, so you're help me out with the word there, Mockers.
Condoning?
Discriminating. You're
Oh,
discriminating.
that's right.
You were discriminating instead of. So I mean, this guy's supposed to be in charge of the LTA, and he didn't even understand the arguments, or in actual fact, what it was. So this is the problem. You're going, yeah, they're worried about their money. That's it. They're not even poor, right? They're not about to go bankrupt, and there we are, right? He was just going, no, if you're going to force us to do it, we'll just cancel it this year. Thank you very much. Just cancel it. We won't have Wimbledon now. If you're going to try and force us to do this, we'll cancel it, or we'll just hold a different competition. Here you are for a time. We'll invite someone else. There you are. If you want to do this, let's keep at it. But what interests me is that it's the WTA, it's the players associations that putting a lot of this pressure on here, and that is very, very worrying. That was a little segue. Chris, I see your hand up.
Yeah, David, as you know, I've been retweeting your stuff and that, and I think they've made a massive mistake here, because it's just about to start this, you know. I mean, Tim's obviously started off a petition, and that'll have no doubt millions of signatures and that. And I think the social media stuff is just getting going, you know. So obviously we've got the hashtag Wimble ban, which seems to be doing very well. NAFO are on it. How many people are there in NAFO now? Any idea?
Thousands.
Yeah, exactly.
Millions.
Millions?
Maybe millions.
Okay, well, anyway, you know, I think all of NAFO will be on it, won't they? Right? MriyaReport will be on it, and that big mistake, big mistake, as they say, you know. And I think I can see people turning out in, you know, white clothes with blood all over it, and that's going to be not a pretty sight at Wimbledon. Not a pretty sight. So yeah, big mistake. I think it'll get reversed.
I mean, look, here's the thing, right? So the problem is, because they took a moral stance, correctly took a moral stance initially, and now they've changed their position. So the worst bit is, it highlights them, or their lack of moral fiber even more, because basically it's saying, yeah, you have caved as a result of money, right? Whereas all the others who by the way allowed Russian and Belarusian tennis players to compete. I mean, and there's the problem. I think it demonstrates just how things have become. The balance of power within tennis is wrong, right? At the point, in the same way as the balance of power in the Olympics is wrong, when you have people like this making these decisions and trying to justify these decisions based on utter nonsense, or as my father would have said, utter tripe, right? That would have been his words.
Yeah,
Shaggy.
well, sorry.
No. I was trying to get back to my mic. Chris, yeah, finish what you were saying, and then Shaggy.
No, I was just going to say, David, you know, to be honest with you, I'd sort of forgotten about that, you know. But, you know, like the great thing about this space and you and other people and that is that you bring up these points and that, and you go, oh, yeah, True. That's right, isn't it? Yeah, you did do it you did ban them last year, and why aren't you banning them this year? But anyway, this is like, it's a practice for the Olympics as well, isn't this? In it, because there's just no way, I don't actually even want to differentiate, right? But there's just no way that, like, particularly these military sportsmen and women and that should be attending these events, but none of them, but particularly them.
No, they shouldn't. And what they've tried to do is they've tried to go, let's be neutral in the same way as the IOC is pretending to be neutral, right? But as we know, there is no such thing as sitting on the fence where genocide is concerned, right? You're either against it, and if you're not against it, then you're for it, because inaction is the same as action in that respect, right? And that's part of the problem, the demonstration of their complete and lack of moral fiber where this is concerned. Shaggy.
Yeah, hi David, hi everyone. Yeah, regarding how many are in NAFO, it's supposed to be coming up to about 100,000. However, I reckon it's between 70 and 110,000. That's my range. Just my finger in the air. Anyway, that's it.
And then you've got the grey area of NAFO, right? So people who don't have their little NAFO-y dogs, but consider themselves to be sort of a NAFO light, such as myself.
Yeah, I call them fellows to be. Yeah, either they're waiting for their fellows, or they kind of like one. They may actually have one tucked away somewhere, but they don't use it as their profile picture.
Yeah, so, exactly. Yes.
Yeah, so kind of probably 100,000. And it's about, I think 93,000 was the last number I heard, and that was a week or so ago. So NAFO expansion is non-negotiable. So and plus all those ones you just mentioned as well. So yeah, about 100,000, nice round number.
It's a powerful force, right? So when you've got 100,000, you can get people onto it. So you get 10,000 tweeting something. Suddenly, you go. I mean, this is the good side of social media. How to engineer things correctly, right? And,
yeah, exactly. There's no different groups and divisions, cat division, and all this kind of stuff, and beaver division now. So yeah, we have fun doing it. But yeah, we're all working towards the same goal, which is helping Ukraine defeat Russia in the information space, raising funds, bonking. Like bonking reminds me of.
Well, see, bonking was such a different word, right? It means something else completely.
I know. And one thing that really amuses me is still when I hear kind of an older lady in the 70s or 80s talk about bonking, it tickles me. It really does. Basically was my youth as well. So it's funny. Anyway, I'll shut up now.
Mr. M.
Yes, I wanted to react on the Olympic Games. If I am correct, keeping Russia going to the Olympic Games stands against all what Olympic Games is. Just think about it.
Mr. M, could you repeat that, please? Because I actually didn't hear it. Whilst my ears were working, I was concentrating on something else, so I missed it completely. Say it again, please.
I said, letting the Russians compete on the Olympic Games is against all what the Olympic Games are about. Just think about it.
Exactly. And so I could give you a little bit of history. Baron Pierre de Coubertin, he's the father of the modern Olympics, right? He had he spent a lot of time trying to get the idea of the Olympics going. In actual fact, in the UK, there were several areas. Much Wenlock had their own Olympics for which they still have. And I used to run for Much Wenlock many years ago. But yeah, he was in this days, this is the Victorian age. He was Pierre de Coubertin was very interested in the moral and social strength, right? Moral and social strength, which is the antithesis of what the modern IOC is about, because it's just about money, isn't it? They may try and profess that it's something else, but that it isn't. It's just about money. How much money can someone give them? And we know this. And this is we go to football as well, FIFA and UEFA, the bungs, the and the rest of it. I mean, how Qatar ever got the World Cup, there's another thing, right? And that's a demonstration of just how when people without moral fiber, I keep saying that word, moral fiber. Maybe I should try and find something else to call it. But people without moral fiber are in charge, right? And when their only thing is how much money we've got, it's dreadful. Fiona, you've had your hand up.
Yes, hi David and everybody. I don't know if you've discussed this recently, but the Admiral Grigorovich, was it hit or not?
No, so you are right, busy a different time zone for you, isn't it? All right. So today was the April Fool's Day. So
no, damn it! I was really hoping for a hit, but anyway.
Yeah, no, April Fool's Day. That's what it was. There'll be tons of them around on the internet about it. So yeah. I mean, you could avoid our April Fool's Day by avoiding retweeting anything.
Okay, thanks, David. Anyway, carry on.
Okay, thank you very much, Beardy.
Yeah, thank you. While I've been painting my ceiling here, I've been thinking about Wimbledon. And let's just turn things on its head. We're part of the Wimbledon Lawn Tennis Committee. We have a mission, we have a goal, which is to provide the championship and whatever. Okay. We're pretty much well into our preparation for that. And not wishing to
Can I stop you there a moment? When you say we, what you mean is you personally are involved, right? As opposed to we, MriyaReport or something like that.
Oh, sorry. Right.
You started mid-sentence, didn't you?
I want to have a look at this Wimbledon problem as if I was a member of the Wimbledon Lawn Tennis Association. Okay.
Wonderful. Yep.
Right. So I have a mission, and it's to provide the nation the Grand Slam tournament for 2023. Okay, that's a general direction of travel, and they're pretty well on the way. Okay, when you think about when we're doing mission analysis and figuring out what we're going to do a problem in the UK in the past, we've used the 7 questions technique, which enables you to define what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. Question 3 and question 4 of those 7 questions is, in light of new information, what does this mean to my plan? So, for example, the Russian-Ukrainian war. This is new information, but actually it's not that new. It's 12 months old. What is this going to impact upon what I want to do? So from there, they'll do some deductions and then figure out what needs to be done to continue on the way we're going. So there's impact and outcome for you to remain on track. I think they've done their analysis and they've gone, we'll do the bare minimum and try and get away with it, because for them, the mission is about the income and the like, not necessarily the moral component, which is what we're all about. It's food for thought, that's all.
No, I completely agree with you. And this is happening in the IOC as well, right? And obviously, there we have to remember, and this I think would be important, that because not everyone is on the same hymn sheet. We have people who are incentivized to make money, and they'll be interested in just making more money, and that's exactly what's happened, right? Wimbledon, as far as I'm concerned, has gone, no, we stand to lose some money. There's been the threat. We have to remember they've all, in their planning, they've had the threat. The WTA, ITP, and wherever the other one is, they've Wimbledon has been told they will be stripped of their Grand Slam status. And there's the problem, right? So, but here's the thing: is when you have any problem, there's a couple of ways you could do it. You can allow yourself to be bullied, which is what they've done, right? Or what you can do is go, well, how do I counter this threat, right? And part of the problem I would suggest is they've completely lost sight of. They are the preeminent tennis event. Tennis is Olympics. Is Wimbledon, despite it is in the Olympics, right? Tennis players don't go, oh, I hope I become an Olympic gold medalist. They go, I want to win Wimbledon, right? And here's the other point: how do you, as an organisation, and we can see this with Amnesty, who destroyed their reputation, and we see other similar organizations that have done the same thing, because guess what? They've just followed the money instead of seeing integrity and morality as being very high up in what they should be doing. Maintaining your integrity and being moral means that you retain your reputation, and reputation is everything, right? Reputation is everything. Money, you can rebuild that up, because after this goes through, Wimbledon would always be this, but we didn't fall for what you fell for. We maintained our integrity, and it's vital that organizations get an understanding of this, I would say.
Absolutely, but look at the number of international companies that are still working in Russia, either in the grey area or just flagrantly putting their morals to one side for the corporate dollar. It's their choice. At the end of the day, people have choices, and in this instance, Wimbledon, Lawn Tennis Association, and World Tennis, they've made decisions which goes against the norm. We're always going to get that. Haters are going to hate.
I mean, yeah, look, they are, but I think the point is that it's our job to remind people of how, in actual fact, they're going off the chosen path, and they're going in a direction that it would be potentially bad for them. And this is the problem. They've taken a temporary look at what's going to happen, right? But and yeah, I mean, look, I think it's safe to say that we have. Sports is going through a bit of a tough place. We've been very, very bad at being able to stop the drug cheats, etc. We've only got to look at what the IOC did with the drug cheats with the Russians, and when you look at what they were doing, SFB were drilling holes in a wall, right, and collecting samples. It was all very, very James Bond stuff. They didn't get an all-out ban, and this is part of the problem. So we have our countries and us, by definition, if we carry on supporting things like the Wimbledon and the IOC and watching the Olympics, we're basically allowing them to carry on behaving like this, isn't it? Society normally, we have societal norms for which we have rules that you don't go against, which is why we have rules about killing people, etc. And we have ways of maintaining that. But with us at the moment, not a lot we can do, but there is something we can do, because we can boycott them and we can remind them of the error that they've made, right?
Absolutely. We all can make a conscious decision to show our displeasure and the like. If we look what happened a couple of days ago in Israel, I mean, that's people power. Trying to mobilize that number of people spontaneously to do something. I wish we could see it in other countries of the world where things are not the norm.
Yeah, amen to that. Wouldn't it be nice if we could, right? It would be very, very nice. Right, okay. Oh, Chris, you've got your hand up.
That's okay, David. See, the thing is, we've got like 3 months, haven't we? before Wimbledon, correct?
Wimbledon is in June, isn't it?
July, I think, isn't it?
Is it? I never remember. So
Third,
it probably is
the
July.
16th of July.
No. So it's 1 month before the Olympics.
Yeah. So what's the 3rd to the 16th of July? Is that right?
I don't know. I'm just assuming that you looked at the date.
Well,
so I'm agreeing with you.
I've just Googled it, David. It says unless I'm Googling wrong.
Well, I won't argue with you then.
It's the 3rd to the 16th of July, right? So I think that's right, unless somebody wants to correct me. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's assume it's 3 months, shall we? 3 months. Now the thing is, David, right, is the dear people on the Wimbledon committee have absolutely no idea what's going on, do they? Here, they have absolutely no idea about MriyaReport. They have absolutely no idea about NAFO. So it's going to come out of left field, isn't it? That's absolutely sure, absolutely certain. It's going to be, and when it does come out, they're going to go, "What the hell has happened here?" Right? And all the people start turning up with, tennis whites with blood all over it and that outside Wimbledon and that. Oh man, they're going to seriously regret it if they carry on. Seriously regret it.
They will, but I'd suggest, and this is something I'm trying to get people to get, because I think one of the benefits, or one of the strengths of the MriyaReport is that we are very good at looking at something and breaking down the arguments into component parts and pointing out where those arguments fail, right? And I think we should be doing it for the IOC and Wimbledon in their arguments for saying we could be neutral, because we know you can't be neutral. But they'll have the Russians will have developed their own strategy. They have their own arguments. Their big argument is obviously in what they do in general is it's Russophobia. You're being discriminatory. In the press conference, it managed to get a reporter to say that, right? Which is it's ludicrous, isn't it? And there's decoding. Shame. Oh, sorry. Say, Bernie.
Yeah.
Go on.
I was going to say, I mean, what we're actually seeing here is a product, a successful outcome for potential Russia disinformation. And that is there's equalism. It's not that Russia is worse than Ukraine. There is an equalism here, which is spread out to compare one against the other. And we, as you said, through analysis and understanding and digging deep, obviously see there isn't this equalism. But in my view, there's been a very productive disinformation general drumbeat that they're as bad as us. And that portrays cycles of entities such as Wimbledon and others.
Yeah, so I put up. I'll put a tweet up again shortly with one of my tweets. Actually, I think to Wimbledon, or it might have been to the IOC, is about how disinformation works and the 5 key themes that they use, which is what they use in pretty much everything. And in actual fact, if you start analysing, which I have been doing now, when I'm looking at Russian tweets and the Russian arguments, is what are they using, right? So we know that. Russophobia is a general one, right? And then there's the how do they distort reality? They lie, gaslight, and all the other pieces that go into it, right? And what was very good is shame that decoding isn't here. Is one of my tweet to Wimbledon, he pointed out, because we, for some reason, in the West, we worry about discrimination, right? And there are things to worry about in discrimination. You can't discriminate someone because you happen to be female, and we don't want women who are in this job, or we don't want someone of this color. But it's okay to discriminate against some people for specific reasons, i.e., right? So Russia is I was going to say, created a crime. It's not creating. It is involved in genocide. It is a crime, right? It's okay to punish people for these crimes, right? The propaganda and using that propaganda is also part of that crime. It's okay to discriminate, and this is what frustrates me about the. I don't know whether it was the LTA chief executive. He didn't have these arguments. He didn't understand this, which meant, I mean, that they're a wealthy sports association. They'll have lawyers everywhere, right? So they've been so fucking lazy. They haven't even bothered to learn the argument, because the instant response should have been, yeah, we are discriminating. This is why we're discriminating against them. There we are, right? Are you on the side of genocide? Go back onto the attack. And this is what they don't do, because for some reason, we see it as, oh, but you can't discriminate. Yeah, absolutely, we can discriminate, right? Because guess what? They are killing people, murdering people, raping people, not so far away from here. We welcome them to join humanity, and when they've rejoined humanity, then they can come back to the world's preeminent tennis event, right? If any Russian is so keen to compete, then I suggest you renounce your citizenship and find citizenships elsewhere, right? And at that point, when you've made your statement renouncing Russia and Putin, then we can talk about it. LR, I see you had your hand up.
Yeah, David, thank you. First of all, I want to commend you on the clarity of your tweet, because you started off on a very, what I consider to be the real key issue. This is about money. It's not about this argument of equality and all of this kind of stuff. That's just a smokescreen to basically justify the fact that these people are making a calculus that's based on dollars and what is the impact to their brand and the revenue that they may see this year. And they can use all these other arguments, but if we spend a lot of time trying to debunk those other arguments, we're wasting our time. We need to be specific and clear. This is about money. It should be about fans who have any kind of moral conscience, basically banding together to send a signal to Wimbledon and all the other tennis tournaments out there that, trying to have business as usual, trying to have a tennis tournament and make money and everything while genocide is going on in the world is not okay. It's just not okay. And we can't ignore it. So the best we can do is at least exclude these people and make them feel a little of the pain that they are inflicting on the Ukrainian and the Ukrainian population and the world by attacking the rule of law and the free and open society that most of us enjoy, in the West. And but these organizations, whether they're the ATP or the WTA or whatever it is, they're responding to what they're calculating is going to be in their best business interest. It's as simple as that. And their athletes, of course, don't want to have, and the athletes, they have money at stake too. If they're not getting points playing in a tournament and their standings are affected, that affects their payday. So all of these people are motivated by money, but the money comes from us, the people who are actually the fans. We either show up and watch and allow advertisers to, potentially get us to buy something, or we don't. If we don't, well, these tournaments are really not worth anything. And the other thing I loved about what you were saying is instead of it just being a stick, meaning, hey, if you go ahead and do this, we may end up trying to boycott, this tournament or, try to get people to turn away. The other side is to say, what I love what you said was reinforcing the brand, taking a moral stand, doing the right thing is potentially very rewarding downstream. And it's just a question of Well, how long are you going to have to suffer in order to get to that point? And this, unfortunately, is cynically in line with Putin's calculation that the West will not outlast this war, right? So if Wimbledon thought that the war was going to be over in a year, and they were going to have to only take a hit for a year, it might be easier for them to think, we could do the right thing and come out on the other side and really make hay out of it and take that moral high ground, which I love, which I wish they would do with my whole heart. But on the other hand, if this war is going to drag on for 10 years, God forbid, and being banned from being a Grand Slam event, which I think is a joke, because I don't think there would be a Grand Slam if there wasn't a Wimbledon in the mix. You know, if they could see that calculus clearly, that there is a positive, and they thought that this conflict had some reasonable end date, then I think they would be more motivated to step up and do the right thing. It's sad, but again, it all comes down to, where's the money? And I think we need to be doing both. I think we need to be advocating to the organizations, and trying to paint a positive picture about what they can do by doing the right thing, and how it would benefit them, as well as what could be the downside if they don't do the right thing. And I think we also need to be talking to ourselves instead of pointing the finger at the IOC or the WTA or the ATP or whatever. We need to search our own souls and say, are we going to even show up to watch this? Because if enough of us turn around and say, no, I'm not going to, I'm gonna just ignore it this year because it's a joke. Well, then they could see the financial impact of that, and long term that may change their behavior, but it's not going to change unless we change.
No, exactly right, and there's the power of people and the power of what we do, and also in the power of how we push our message to people, isn't it? Right, and as you rightly say, I mean, here's the thing though. So as an example, BP, they exited Russia. It cost them 15 billion. They've exited it, gone, there you are, done, dusted. And there's the problem when the other companies or other people think that they might be able to get some sort of let's call it a strategic advantage. And it's getting people to understand that morality counts. I mean, because let's face it, right? Would any one of us do business with the local rapist down the street? I wouldn't. Why therefore is it okay? And this is part of the problem with this is the German realpolitik that basically says it's okay to do these things, but that isn't how we deal with things in real life. It's not how we should be dealing with as a country either, right? And because our behaviours only perpetuate what's actually happening. Give me a second. I'm going to go silent for a moment because I've got some requests and I would like to get some people up. 1 second.
Yeah, I'd like to echo again what you're saying there, David. It does come down to a collective will on the part of us individuals, because we, in fact, do wield power. It may only be a small amount from our perspective, but collectively that can really change the equation and the calculus. And I think we need to remember that, both when we're dealing with situations like this in the sports world, as well as when we're dealing with political leaders that do not seem to be responding, quickly enough to what we all can see, those of us who have eyes and are paying attention, to the injustice that's being perpetrated on Ukraine.
Yes, exactly. You said something a little bit earlier about 10 years. Actually, if this did go for 10 years, I could see easily that it would that they would just be banned, right? Because then it's the it's no longer temporary, is it? And this is part of the disinformation thing. It'll be over soon, which is what they've managed to. And but Jamie, I'll come back to you in a moment, so keep your hand up. But they've pushed this thing of it'll be temporary, right? And we know that countries have fallen into this because that's what Schultzing was about. Just delay it, and it'll all be over, and we can forget about it, and we can move on. That was Macron and France, right? And we've all countries have been are guilty of this. Jamie.
Hey, there is a history of the U.S. tennis authority. I don't know what it is. They didn't let Novak Djokovic in because he wasn't vaccinated. But so if they can exclude people based on that, and you know, he's a real drawer of financial yeah, there's a lot of money to see him. So if they can do that, why can't Wimbledon? Why can't all of these people like stand up for something?
Well, it's a good question, isn't it? So let me explain, Jamie. So what happened is the Australian government involved themselves because obviously to get a visa, you need the Australian government to go to allow it, etc. And you have to remember, at the time, being vaccinated was a requirement in Australia. So what's happened in this instance is that the UK government could have helped Wimbledon out and just said no, we're not allowing these visas to go to Russian athletes because of the propaganda, etc. Right? They could have made that decision, and they didn't. What they've done, and they've done the let's be neutral component, which, as we've said now, is we know that there is no such thing as being neutral. If you're neutral with genocide, you are in actual fact supporting it. And interestingly, the culture secretary who's come out with this statement, this is in complete and in direct contrast with what our defense is saying, right? So there's the conundrum, and this is going to be a big problem from how do they square that circle. But you said this here, but it's also probably goes into the point that Rishi Sunak rode back on what I'm not a fan of Boris, but he was unequivocal about his support for Ukraine. Rishi Sunak, whatever it was, a month or 6 weeks ago, rode back on what he was trying to say, but he was going, but this will end up around a table, as opposed to a victory by Ukraine, which is his way of saying this is what we're looking for. And I thought that was despicable as well. Chris.
Yeah, I shall come back to Rishi Sunak another time, but what I can tell you is that obviously from my meeting this week with Michael Fabricant is that there's a lot of support there with him and Ben Wallace, and obviously Boris is still there in the background. But I think one of the things to say here, David, is that people sitting on the Wimbledon committee and the other committees have absolutely no idea about the power of social media, right? They have no idea about the power of MriyaReport and of NAFO. Absolutely none, right? When you think back to it, Free the Leopards came from Axel, talking about letting the leopards roam free across the Ukrainian steppes, and then it getting honed into a simple hashtag, and then it being picked up by millions and millions of people. And the same is going to happen here. The same is going to happen with this, and it's got 3 months to happen. and they're just, I mean, they have no idea. And you probably, if they were sat in front of you, David, you couldn't explain it to them. You could not explain to them that there's a tsunami about to hit them. They just
keep talking, Chris. Sorry.
No. That was it. You couldn't explain to them there's a tsunami about to happen, right? Of which will start with the people here, the people in NAFO, and then spread out from here to millions and millions of people. I could show them how the hashtag Free the Leopards grew, from nothing to 20 million to 100 million, and that. But they probably still wouldn't understand it until the tsunami actually hit them.
No, they'll only understand it in terms of ticket sales, right? This hashtag helped me get ticket sales, but without understanding that hashtags can work in a different way, can't they? Yeah.
This tsunami, right, could mean empty seats in their courts. It could mean people walk into the courts past people in white covered in blood, which will generate all the pictures in the press. Like I say, they have absolutely no idea what is going to happen here if they let it go on.
Yeah, and there's the thing. And anything that we can do to get them to change their mind, right? But the problem, I suspect, is they're already damaged. They've already made the wrong decision. So, Peter, we're going to go to LR first, though. LR.
Thanks, David. Yeah, I hope you're right, Chris. I fear you may not be, but I hope you're right. That in fact people do step up and show the committee that this is a bad idea, because I think that's what it will take for them to change their mind. The other thing I wanted to mention is we should be putting pressure on the other Grand Slam tournaments. This should not be only about Wimbledon, although Wimbledon, unfortunately did the right thing last year and now is reversing itself. We should be advocating for the U.S. Open to take a stand on this. We should be advocating for the Australian Open, the French Open, all of them. So this isn't just Wimbledon. Imagine if all four of those tournaments decided to band together and basically tell the ATP and WTF, we're just not going along with this program. That's it. This year, we're not allowing any Russians to compete, and you can try to hold back points and stuff, but you're not going to be able to say you have a Grand Slam, and trying to reverse the thing on these player associations. I think that could have some power, but I think people have to do that. I mean, we as individuals need to let the U.S. Open and so forth know. And yeah, empty seats, that would be super powerful. But unfortunately, a lot of this revenue comes from TV. And it really does come down to people voicing the fact that they are going to just ignore tennis this year in order to basically and get the TV networks to realize, oh, this is going to be a disaster. And then that would, come back and allow these tournament directors and the players associations to reevaluate the stand that they're trying to take. This whole thing assumes that we have the attention span of a goldfish, right? It's like, oh yeah, the war's going on, but we're still living our lives in our comfortable existence, and players can go, very entitled players can go around and make money at these tournaments, and the fans will show up, and and everything will just business as usual. But as Ambassador Carpenter said last week, no, the world has changed, and we can't go back. And that's the message that we should be sending loud and clear.
Yes, it should be. And you touched on something that I meant to say a little bit earlier. Part of this that astonishes me is that the lack of understanding of where Wimbledon is or Grand Slam events are, right? Because they're worried, and this is classic behavior of someone who doesn't understand their organization and what they do and all the other things, right? Because they're worried that the Grand Slam status will be taken from Wimbledon, right? If someone said that to me, my instant response would be, no, no, no. So you're going to deny your world's elite tennis players the opportunity of saying they won a Wimbledon championship this year? How do you think that's going to go? Right. And part of the problem is people, they always worry about their own fears. Right. In any argument, there's a counter argument. And you should always look at what's someone else's weakness, because they've said, oh, we'll deny you this. Okay, for sure. If you want to deny your tennis players the opportunity of being the 2023 Wimbledon champion, then you go for it. And it's a complete misunderstanding of their organization, and it irritates me because it's just plainly stupid. It'd be a bit like Axel not understanding his business, and we all know that isn't going to happen, right?
You are absolutely right. Not about the Axel part, but but you are absolutely right. Wimbledon is part of tennis history, right? I mean, you cannot take it away from tennis. It is impossible. So, like I said early on, I don't think without Wimbledon, you don't really have a Grand Slam. You could try to put another tournament in its place, but it would never be the same. And so you're absolutely right. They don't realize the power and the leverage they have. And where's Roger Federer on this issue? I mean, how many times has he won that tournament? Does he want to see Wimbledon basically taken away from Grand Slam status over the fact that they took a stand that makes sense to essentially oppose the genocide of a free, peaceful nation by an aggressive, pariah on the world? I mean, no, of course he wouldn't. But where is he? Where's his voice? So I mean, we need to call on everyone out there who can basically speak to truth to power. But we got to stay in focus. We can't be talking about their narrative, the narrative they're trying to make it sound like, oh, we're just trying to be fair. No, we need to say it like it is. This is all about money. You know it, we know it. But if you don't do the right thing, well, you're going to suffer the consequences. And if you do the right thing, you will be rewarded.
Yeah, look, and there's the thing always in call it a sale or whatever, because we're selling the right decision, aren't we? Is understanding the counter arguments and then having been quickly able to refute those. So no, you're talking utter nonsense. This isn't what you're doing. This is what you're doing. Let's move on. Let's focus on the area. And look, you weren't. I don't think you were here last night. And when I started my rants, because here's the thing, LR, right? If the question had been about Russia being an apartheid country, I mean, it is, but if that was what it was, you'd have every athlete in the world would be out there, because we said, where's Roger Federer? Where are all the other past champions talking about this? Where are the Williams sisters? I guarantee you, every single one of them, if this was a question about an apartheid country competing, they would be all over it saying this is not right. But for some reason, they don't think that genocide and war is something to take a stance about. This is something that very much concerns me.
Well, it comes down to that sort of notion that this group of people is just a small group of people somewhere over there, as opposed to it's us. It's in our own midst. where the injustice is, is being felt. And that's sad. That's truly sad, but it kind of goes to the typical human response of the other, as being sort of different and not as important as your tribe. It's sad, and I totally don't get it. But I think I agree. You're probably right. It probably would have been something that would have um, engendered more public outrage. But I think we need to be calling on our tennis stars, the ones that are not part of Russia. Our past tennis stars are even better because those people, they don't have any skin. They don't have as much skin in the game financially right now to basically prevent them from doing the right thing. So why isn't Roger Federer standing up and saying, hey, I'm as an ambassador for tennis, I don't think this is a great idea. Come on, Roger, get with it.
No, exactly, right. And all the other ones, because if you can parade them out talking about the value of Wimbledon to tennis, right, and say how it's appalling that there is this support of genocide, then it's going to have a big influence. And why aren't they? And there's the question: why aren't they? So, this I can't remember who the current Djokovic is. Who are the other male players at the moment? We'll go through the women's players in a moment as well. Who are the current top elites? Can anyone name them?
Well, I'm a big tennis fan, but I haven't been watching lately.
Well, Rafael Nadal,
because a lot of them are Russian.
Okay, so there's the thing, isn't it? So here's the bit, right? So Rafael, how many Wimbledons has he won? It's getting toward the end of his career, isn't he? He's won quite a few.
He's got 6 maybe.
He has a fewer than Roger, but he has a crazy number. Yeah, he would be an old boy. He's going to be in the college, right?
And so this is the stupidity, right? So of Wimbledon's timidity on this. They said so. Rafa, he's on his he's getting to the end of his career, but he's obviously has a real chance in Wimbledon. You want to deny him his opportunity, right? It's just, it irritates me so much. Are we going to go to Shaggy and then we'll go to you, David?
Yeah, I was going to talk about the similarities with golf. I mean, golf did split a little bit with the Live Tour, and people in the Live Tour couldn't play in the majors and stuff like that. I think that's changing this year, though, and they're going to be invited to people on this. So the Live Tour is the Saudi Arabian tour, so there's obviously human rights issues there. Obviously, not as much as a bloody genocidal war, but there are some kind of similarities with that. So yeah, I mean, top players should come out and say, yeah, we're not going to play. I mean, I don't think Djokovic will. Anyway, that's a whole different story. And that's it. I'll hand over to
Chris. David. What am I saying?
Yeah.
Yes, David.
I'll allow Chris. Yeah, go on, Chris.
You can go, David. No problem, mate.
All right. Well, I hear you might be enjoying a bit of food. Well, go on then, masticate, and I'll get to the point quickly. LR, you're exactly right. It's about money, nothing but money. The former players all will usually take contracts with professional TV, sports, radio, broadcast, and they might write a little column here and there with a journalist helping them because they have agents, and agents need to make money, and so do former retired sports fans. And that brings me to the point of television broadcast. Those are the golden eggs, right? That is where the money is. I know a couple of years back I had read something that the Champions League can't be staged without 5 major television markets, and they went through Germany, the major soccer markets in Europe, football if you're at home, Italy, Spain, Germany, Holland, France. You can't have a tournament unless those TV companies are bought in and there's advertisers and viewers from those nations. That was the thesis of football. I think I was reading at the time. So what does that mean for Wimbledon? Well, I guess they've got themselves similar corporate broadcast and rebroadcast and rights distribution deals. And those deals will be done with not always corporate bodies, not only solely commercial bodies. Some will be done with national broadcasters in Italy and France and Germany and Holland. And those national broadcasters can be got at via the political oversight they have. So that means If you're used to watching Wimbledon on a free-to-air broadcast or on one of your sports broadcasters, and you're used to hearing former players, those could be two pressure points with which we could apply direct pressure, and it is focusing on their probably largest revenue aside from sponsorship is the televising and the rebroadcast of the rights. So that's just something that came to mind as I was listening. Please retweet, share the space. You're listening to MriyaReport. Visit MriyaAid.org, separate organisation, but my own preferred charity. And retweet and share. Follow MriyaReport profile. Thanks, David and Prince and everybody for the
No,
conversation.
thank you very much, David, and brilliant for you doing my job and telling everyone to retweet, reshare, etc. For anyone who's just arrived, then there is a tweet in the nest that I put in. I think it's the second one across. It's a tweet out to Wimbledon. It would be very, very good of you if you could read it and retweet it and like it, please. Let's share it out. We need to get that message across to Wimbledon. Sabra, I'll be the first time I've heard your voice. I think.
Hey, how you doing?
Very good, thank you.
So as far as I feel if we follow the money comes from the sponsors. So I feel like the sponsors are the ones that we need to be going after. We need to be writing letters to them. They need to know that, their sponsorship is.
It's a large wedge of money, but what I say is sponsorships.
Sabra, if you could,
one
second, David. Sabra, if you could make sure when someone else is talking, you mute your mic, then we won't get all this feedback. Thank you very much. David, carry on.
Go ahead, David.
Oh, I think he's probably clapped out. Keep talking then, Sabra, please. It's an interesting topic.
Yeah, so Adidas is a big sponsor. So if Adidas knew that there were 10,000 people writing them letters telling them that it's wrong for them to be involved in this, then they might get the message. They might become aware, which then they would pass it on to, whoever else is in charge. That's just kind of how I feel about it. Go after the sponsors.
I would agree. David, listen, you finished what you were saying.
I beg your pardon.
David.
Sorry, I was cutting across. I beg your pardon. What I mean to say is the advertisers put money on the table on the understanding that their money will return a marketing benefit so that eyeballs will see their sponsorship. Otherwise, they wouldn't bother sponsoring. And so the vehicle by which Adidas look to get return for their money is the broadcast and the rebroadcast of the rights of the televising and the audio of the commentary. And both the televising and the audio commentary are usually done by former pros or injured pros. And so those as individual entities, so the broadcasting companies that are needed to throw in to make Wimbledon run, and the tennis pros, former pros and trainers who would call the games and give commentary are the points at which I think we could exert maximum pressure in the court of public opinion. I don't think targeting Rolex and whoever the car sponsor is and whoever the other sponsors are gives enough concentration of force at a singular or 2 points. I think we're going to be too spread trying to influence all those other diverse things. What we should try and hit is where they're going to put their ads, which is on television. That's their shop window. So yeah, just shooting ideas here. Looking forward to hearing other people as well. Please retweet and share the space.
Back to you, LR.
Yeah, I agree that the sponsors are a point of leverage, and I think David's point about the broadcasting, the sort of coziness of the broadcasters and the past tennis players, it's another point of leverage. But again, even the sponsors are all responsive to whether or not they're going to be able to, like as David put it, get a return on their investment for marketing dollars. And what does that come down to? That comes down to eyeballs, individuals showing up to watch the broadcast and then possibly buy products. If people are threatening to boycott, participating or watching because they're outraged at the moral injustice, that is the message that the sponsors and everybody up the food chain or down the food chain will respond to. So I think it really comes down to us expressing ourselves and saying, you know what, if you're going to do this, I'm not watching anymore. I am not going to this venue. I am going to check out. So you can hold your events and whatever, but you're not going to get my shekels. I think that's ultimately what we have to do. We have to express our own agency, our ability to make a choice and stand with Ukraine.
Yeah, I'm 100% there, isn't it? This is, I mean, the space is all about how we support Ukraine in what they're doing, you know, etc. And how do we point out to people that they're making a very big mistake? Chris, you still got your hand up.
Yes, David. So I've got a new instruction for other David and anybody else who would like to participate. Right. So David, the instruction is that you go to the search box in Twitter and you type in hashtag Wimbleban, right? Wimbleban, and you then look through all of the results that come up in that search, right? And you will see the very many tweets that have already been done with that hashtag Wimbleban, right? And there are some images there which you won't want to see. You won't want to see, David, right? But they are going to have impact on people. Now, if everybody in the space happened to go to hashtag Wimbleban and then went down and retweeted all of the tweets there, right? That's going to have a massive effect, right? So let me just explain to you that as somebody has been involved in many hashtag campaigns, including hashtag Free the Leopards, I can tell you that Wimbleban is going to take off big time because I can see it on my tracker. It's like a rocket. When it takes off initially, it starts off looking slow, right? But then it speeds up, and it speeds up because it grows exponentially. Right? So just give it a try, see what's there already, and there's much more to come, right? Because we have many content creators in this network, in the NAFO network. I don't know whether the leopard ladies will start wearing white with bloody clothes, but they might. And then we'll have actors, actresses, influencers, and all the rest of it. Before we know, it'll be 100 million tweets of hashtag Wimbleban. On you go, folks.
David, are you there?
Yeah. Oh, yes. I double tapped. I get so used to doing that. Right. The hit it twice. Yes, I was saying because a lesson in social media here. It's important, right? So a lot of people just like things. It's important you like and retweet. Like and retweet. It's very important, especially for important messages, because you're just furthering the reach, right? Just simply liking stuff doesn't have quite the same net effects. So I would always suggest you get on and do. I always do both, right? So if I think that something is important enough for me to like it, it's important enough for me to retweet it as well. So we have Kumar, you've come up, but you haven't put your hand up. I'm guessing you maybe not been before. So the thing to do in this space is we put our hand up if we want to speak. At the right, you'll see a heart sign. And if you tap that heart sign, you can see there's a little hand that's sticking up, just like Angry Ant's hand is sticking up at the moment. So if you want to speak, that's what you need to do. And you request because you want to speak. So I suggest that you get on and do that. Angry Ants, that's over to you.
Yeah, I was going to give a couple pointers for strategic pressure campaigns using digital media. A few things to think about is you're exactly right with a retweet's always better, but what's nice is when you have a group that can kind of focus one's effort and just get a few things moving, that's when you can be a little more strategic. So by having the base of MriyaReport, you can easily get something moving. So for instance, the tweet that's in the nest, if everybody could quote retweet that, mention the organization, ask them why are they being part of this, and maybe then mention a couple of the sponsors. I'm not sure what the top 5 sponsors of Wimbledon are, but just get those names and make sure you at them in the call them out in the tweet. Don't just write their name out, but make sure you get their actual Twitter handle with that hashtag in each one of your tweets. It's important. Also is with a large group of folks, it's good to target influencers. So if you can look to see who's Ukrainian tweets doing better than who gets a lot of retweets and a lot of action, target those folks. Be like, hey, look, this is something we're trying to do. It's don't have any shame about DMing someone about trying to get them to share a positive quote for something that they care about too. So just a few things, trying to find influencers, trying to try and target and get one tweet moving pretty well with a small group, that can really get things moving faster.
Wonderful. Very, very good advice, Angry. So yes, I would suggest everyone takes that advice. So it's Prasoon. How do you say your name? Is it Prasoon?
Yes.
Well, welcome. I've not seen you before, so welcome to the space.
Thank you. I'm struggling with my throat, but I think, can I speak right now, David?
I can hear you.
Okay. If I'm audible and if I'm understandable, few things here. And this is something that I'm not able to understand. Why we are mixing up the sports with the politics. I mean, my point of view was, I understand there's something going wrong. I completely understand. But then people were talking about different sports personalities, fraternities, everything is all okay. Why we are mixing?
Okay, listen, I get what you're saying, right? So listen, the thing to understand, we're not mixing them up. They are involved, right? Russia uses sport to propaganda as propaganda for everything they do.
Example,
Everything they do.
Example, David, not to confront you, but just trying to understand what
I'm trying to explain. So if you let me explain, I'll tell you, right? So
sorry.
No, that's okay. So Russia uses sport as propaganda in everything they do, everything, right? You will see it in the Z campaign that they had at the start. They had their Olympic athletes wearing the letter Z. They're using this as propaganda to push their agenda, and their agenda's genocide, right? So here's the problem, right? So in normal aspects, you probably go, look, if this is a Brexit argument, you would go, no, let's keep sports out of it. But you cannot keep genocide out of these arguments. And the point is, Russia uses sport as propaganda, and therefore it's involved. They're involving it.
And most of the athletes that participate from Russia are militaries.
And support the war. And this is very important, right? Not only are they military officers, and many of them are, right? They support the war, right? So if this was World War II soon, right? Would you be okay with the Japanese competing at an Olympics if they were military officers, right? I suspect probably not. They weren't very nice in India. Anyway, but what else do you want to say?
Thank you. My thing is that I don't
think this is done by only one country. Number one. If you will go in the history, please, David, if you can just give me.
Of course, keep going. Keep going.
Okay. Just look into the history. I don't think this is for the first time that this kind of propaganda is being done by one country. I think we have a historical evidences where it has been propagated by many countries.
No, it has. Okay, so I understand your argument,
No,
right?
David,
Give me a
if you,
but
okay,
let me.
go ahead.
I understand your argument, right? So the problem is you're going down the whataboutism route, right? And this is a dangerous pathway to go down. Right? Whataboutism is very dangerous, right?
David, I am going in the fat finger tasting stuffs that has been there.
No, I mean, see, but you can't, and there's the problem, right? And then you go, well, and it's a bit like saying, so as an example, someone committed a crime next door, so it's okay to carry on letting people commit crimes.
No.
But that's the argument you're pushing, though, right? So what we're trying to do is clarify to you why, and I can see there's loads of hands up here. So I will get to them in a moment, but we're trying to clarify the error in how you're thinking, right? So we'll go to David. Maybe he can help, and then we'll go to Michelle. David.
Okay, I'm just going on mute.
Yeah, of course. Then just mute yourself. David will put his point over, then Michelle, and then we could discuss it.
Thanks, Mr. Brookfield. And everybody listening, please retweet the space and share. Let people know you're listening to MriyaReport. I'd like to welcome our friend, Mr. Prasoon. It's great to have you here. I hope I can be heard. It's very windy. Don't know if you can pick up what I'm saying. David?
Oh, loud and clear, David.
Great, thank you. I was just going to point out that one can examine historical records if that is what time allows. But I have had direct experience of speaking to Ukrainians who've had to run for their lives. And to me, it crystallizes it that I see army officers of the fascist imperial army of Russia, decked out in their army uniforms, wearing medals for slaughtering women and children, beside the generals and politicians. And then they tug out and they're running or jumping or doping their way to medals in the Olympics. And to me, or in the case of the most recent conversation, Wimbledon. And to me, that is a hypocrisy which I can't avoid. And I'm happy to discuss and debate, but I think it's more interesting to take it from people who are at the moment under the gun or under the threat of a would-be emperor. And I can tell you from my own distinct cultural background, we do not respond well to violence. We do not respond well to attempted subjugation. And I think that Ukrainians would share a similarly proud and vicious tradition. And I would then go further to say that it's not the first empire that's picked a fight that it's going to lose, not the last, but it's certainly the current. And it's in those stark terms to me anyway. So very glad you're here. You're very welcome. And we'll just please retweet and share the space.
Thank you very much, David. We're going to go to Michelle. Michelle.
Hey, David, thank you. I think just like David Farrell, I'm somewhere windy as well, so hopefully you guys can hear me okay. I think it's really interesting because Pursuit brings up a really good point in the sense of, I think we hear this a lot where people will say, well, why can't we keep sports out of politics and politics out of sports and so on? And so it is a very, very common topic. So I'm glad in a way he brought this up. The thing is that for a very long time, sports has been political and politics involves sports. So I think it's really hard for any of us to be able to separate it out, unfortunately. And we've seen it not just with the IOC. We've seen it in so many figure skating. We've seen it in so many different areas. And it's kind of interesting because I think Mr. M was alluding to this a bit earlier, and I remembered reading about this as well. It was actually from the King's Independent, maybe last week or the week before. And they talked about the number of Russian medals that were at the Tokyo Olympics. And Russia ended up winning 71 medals. 45 of them were won by athletes who were also members of the Central Sports Club of the Russian Army. So as much as we say that we should try and keep it separate, a lot of the athletes that that compete for a lot of countries like Russia, they do come from the army. And you look at what the members of the army is doing now, where they're killing, raping, looting, they're the crimes that they're committing are just horrendous. And to think that these are the same athletes that are competing in the Olympics and in other sports. And you look at the number of Ukrainian athletes that were killed, and as of March 21st, there's 362. And unfortunately, like it's tragic because these athletes are never going to be able to compete for Ukraine ever again. So I think as much as it's easy for people to say, okay, let's try and keep it separate. It's not separate. Unfortunately, this war, even prior to this war, it's now it's so intertwined that I don't think we can separate it out. And you even look at how many in this article as well, it talks about how many sports facilities were damaged in Ukraine, and that was 343. So I don't know. I'm just we talk about this a lot, and this is like sports is a passion of mine, and I even think about with hockey and other areas as well. Like it's gotten so it's just we cannot separate it. So anyways, that's my point. So thanks so much, David.
Wonderful points, Michelle. And this is really important, Prasoon. You can't separate it, right? And here's the thing, right? He continually propagandizes. We have. I don't think there's been one example of a Russian Olympic athlete coming out and I'm lost the word now. Coming out against the war, coming out against genocide, and as a result, right, he's just using it to push his own aims, and therefore we can't possibly go, let's separate this, because I don't want sport and I don't want politics in sport. But you know the best way of not having politics in sport? Don't propagandize it. Leave Ukraine, stop fighting, stop killing people, stop raping people, stop committing genocide, and then let's get back to a normal games. And here's the thing, Prasoon, right? Very important. And I think this will be a salient point to you. In 1963, the IOC banned South Africa for apartheid. Do you think that was wrong?
If you have addressed me, very frankly, I don't know about that episode, 1963.
No, but I'll tell you. Let me tell you. So between 1963 and 19, no, but let me tell you. But no, but so I could. Because it's important. Because it's a part of the lesson we're trying to give to you, right? Because we're trying to say. So here's the thing. I'm assuming you think apartheid is wrong. Yes.
Of course, that is
right.
wrong.
Yes, of course, right. So in 1963, the IOC, people in charge of the Olympics, banned South Africa for apartheid, right? You know, so Mahatma Gandhi left South Africa. That's where he was, right? Dreadful situation. And but let me just let me finish.
I'm being muted every second.
I'm not muting you. I'm not muting you. It's not me. So don't worry, right? So I'm just trying to explain to you. So between 1963 and it wasn't until 1992, the Barcelona Olympic Games, that South Africa was able to compete again. It had an extraordinary effect on South Africa. South Africa likes its sport, right? I knew several South African athletes, and who were to say they were relieved that they could get back to sport was amazing. And you just can't separate it, because guess what? Evil regimes use sport to push their propaganda, right? So if you were agreeing with me that I'm assuming you agree that South Africa should have been banned, and therefore why shouldn't Russia be banned for genocide? Over to you.
I'm just trying to speak, and very frankly, I really don't understand why I'm being muted every second.
But you're not being muted. I'm not muting you. I'm the
No,
co-host.
David.
I'm the co-host. I'm not muting you.
No,
And you're talking now, right? You are talking now.
No, David. Give me at least 120 seconds. Can I go?
Yeah, but say your piece, right? I mean, everyone here is interested to see what your argument is.
Of course. So now I can go. Very frankly, I will really many of the points that you guys have. There can be other side of the story as well, and which is what is I'm trying to project.
Shame upon you. There's no two sides. Shame on you. Shame on you. I'm not a co-host. I'm just sick of listening to your shit. Shame on you. Two sides in genocide. You've been given a chance here on your.
Okay. Can I speak?
No, you're not welcome. Shame. Get out of here. Shame on you. Two sides in genocide. Fake Indian. Call yourself a Republican and all. You're a shameful man. Disrespectful. Coming in here spouting that shite. You're lucky to be allowed here. You should either recant or get the hell out of here. Listen to that bullshit. How dare you?
Go ahead.
Shame on you. Get out of here. You're not wanted.
No, I'm hearing you.
Shame on you. Shame.
But
how many did you just lose to imperialism to the British, and you're here defending the same thing from Russia? Shame on you. Fake Indian.
Okay.
Okay, nothing. Get the fuck out of here. You're not wanted. Shame.
Anyway, presumes he's no longer
Shame
here.
on him.
And you're correct, right? All of the things that India has fought against, and he's suggesting it's okay from somewhere else. But we know, here's the thing, and this is an important fact: there are people around the world who have these different ideas, and they can't. And here's the thing: how do you square that circle, right? So South Africa banned for apartheid in 1963, didn't compete again until 1992. That was okay. That was apartheid, right? But we're not prepared to take the same decisions for genocide. And there are people who just don't see it as being as so valid. We can't remove the propaganda from Russian sport, and therefore they should be removed. Right, we've still got loads of hands. I didn't see who.
Chris has his hand up all the time.
Oh no, I'm just laughing, David. I couldn't believe you were so quiet, so quiet and measured the first time, mate. I thought, bloody hell, what's David doing? Yeah, I'm amazed. I'm just amazed that you held your temper for that long, really. So yeah, brilliant. Yeah, no, I was just going to say to him, my next day, I thought if we're going to carry on with this, treat with kid gloves approach and that, I was going to, ask him how many times Russia has invaded another country over the last 100 years. And also point out that, of course, Russia does not only use sport, but also uses religion as we've seen recently with the priests that refused to go. So yeah, there you are. David's done it. He's sorted them.
But I would one thing I should do is apologise to David. Listen, apologise because I know how hurt this makes you when you hear these arguments. So if you are listening, I'm very sorry. But let's go on to Ovind and let's see what Ovind's got to say.
Hello, good evening. I liked what you said about South Africa. It was a very good example. Can you hear me?
Oh, loud and clear, loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm from Norway. We are very we are famous for Winter Olympics, and I would say if you go back a little bit in time, there was a rough campaign against Norway for whale hunting, if you can remember. But there were nobody told us to go out of the Olympics. But if that had come up as a case and say, okay, Norway will be boycotted from Olympic because of whale hunting, I would say the next day we would have stopped whale hunting, because sports, especially winter sports, is so important for the nation that any threat to not compete would be countered. So we would have stopped whatever we were doing wrong to the nations or to the society of the world. We would have stopped that the next day.
Yeah, but you are civilized Vikings.
Yes, very true.
Yeah, we are
civilized.
civilized, but still we do things that others don't like.
As I said, you are civilized Vikings.
What do you mean with civilized Vikings? We are a democracy, but
that's what I'm saying. You are civilized Vikings. You have taken the best of your traditions. You stopped invading other countries and doing your Viking, shall we say, shock therapy and raids. You became part of what can only be considered to be a very civilized, respectful, integrative part of civil society. You defended civil society in your own against the German fascism and the Nazis. You have spent lots and lots of money rehabilitating the country after the war, supporting your neighbors, and supporting missions under the United Nations mandates. Norwegians have become model citizens in this world. That is what I'm trying to say. Civilized Vikings. Vikings working for good. Now take this as an example, as you just did with whale hunting. There is no such thing as a possibility to civilize a nation which, by means of its own culture, decides that every other culture is irrelevant and every other culture is just there to serve them or to be eaten. Its resources to be consumed. The fascist, totalitarian governments and that culture fit well together. They like to consume other cultures. They have genocide more than 230 people and nations since inception of their regime because they learned it. The Duchy of Muscovy had learned it as a vassal state from the Mongols as to what to do to others they subjugate. And they consumed them. And they've done so. They have never waged a war of defense in any sensible fashion. They've always waged war of conquest, of suppression, of annihilation. Ask the Kalmyk, ask the Komi, ask the Sami, ask any population, if you can, if they're still there. The Circassians do not exist anymore. The Ingush nearly do not exist anymore. The Chechens are the most recent acquisition of theirs. Don't forget, They've tried to eradicate them. They've divided the clans. They have killed them. They've obliterated Grozny twice. This is what they do. So compare that to the civilizing effect of what Norwegians have done to their society over hundreds of years. There is no comparison. That's the whole point. But you still, and you're right with this, if there were a signal of the international society that everybody would feel that you should be ostracized for doing something bad, Norwegians today would respect that sign. They would actually anticipate it. They would integrate it, because that's what civilized democracies do. That is the difference. They are not. They are not civilized.
Where do you get it from? Your speak is it's just amusing. You are the historian, philosopher, king in MriyaReport. I'm impressed.
I would want to say one thing, though. Of course, anyone who lives in York, right, they will have a very different outlook on the Norsemen, right? I mean, and it was only a snippet a couple of years since. So.
Yeah, right, David. How many centuries do you want to go back?
Well, I think we went back quite a few, but I mean, how far do we have to go back?
I think the last Viking raids were prior to the establishment of the Duchy of Muscovy.
I think they were right, but
yes,
I'm pretty certain we can blame them, though.
Yeah,
the number I've heard is 1066.
That is
Yes,
absolutely correct. That's correct.
And those Normans were in actual fact Vikings, right?
Yeah, the Normans. They were Vikings, because another Viking, a few generations before him, before Wilhelm, they settled there, and then they mingled. But that's different, because you're coming in and ride, and then you trade, and then you have some raiding and trading, and then you stay there, and then you get married, and then you get children, and then you mingle with the locals, and then you take their language and abandon your own language. Then are you an invader? Are you still an invader, or have you assimilated and become part of their culture, or make a new culture which was a mixture of the raiders and the people who were living there? Because Rollo, if you know about him, when he came up and fight against the Charles of the Franks, he made peace with them, and he got some land from them, and then he mingled, and then a few generations later, they invaded England.
And here's the thing: the Vikings are literally the Borg, aren't they? They've assimilated everyone.
Alexander the Great tried to do the same when he invaded Persia, the Persian Reich, and he tried to and actually there was a bit of struggle between him and his other generals from Macedonia, because they didn't want to go in the same clothes as the Persians, but Alexander wanted. Unfortunately, he died. And then there was no peace between the others.
And we still have to go back. We have to go back to 1066 and the centuries before to end up on that level of discussion. Now think about it. We are a good millennium beyond that. And the Duchy of Muscovy and its descendants have not even grown out of that. That's the whole point I'm making.
And it's the point we make all the time. They've failed to evolve, haven't they? Right? That you look at it. I mean, you see the videos. I mean, there was the video the other. Videos of just how they behave in school, how they, systematically beat up kids in school. beat up women, etc., etc. They just have not evolved in any way. And if there was a reason to discriminate against anyone, I'm happy to discriminate against someone for that. But loads of hands up. But Subhadar, you've had your hand up for a while.
Yeah, and I want to make a couple of comments regarding the gentleman from India that was on a few minutes ago. So I think the thing to
talk away.
The thing to say to somebody like that is, instead of looking out for the rights of the sporting rights of Russian athletes, you really should be looking out for the rights of the people who are dying and going through other kinds of torture and really horrible conditions. That's really, it's just amazing that people are looking out for the rights of Russian athletes right now. And then let's go to the example of South Africa. Both India and South Africa are cricketing nations. For the longest time, until apartheid was over and those bans were over, India did not play any of the South African cricketing teams. And I remember and back then there were some good cricketing teams in South Africa, very good players, but India did not play them once for this same principle. And then more recently, and we know there's been conflict between India and Pakistan. On many occasions, India has refused to play Pakistan, and for good reasons many times, to make this point. And it's not bringing sports, mixing sports and politics. It's making a point that whatever behavior that is being pointed out is not acceptable. So I think any person who is trying to claim that sports and politics should not be mixed up, it's just a completely false premise. And that's all I want to say.
Listen, it's a wonderful point you've made, right? And I didn't bring up. I was going to bring up the fact that India hasn't played Pakistan for a very long time, and it's only just, I think was it last year or maybe the year before when they started doing playing in India, and yeah, there's a reason why societies take a stand about something. You can't go, oh, but this bit over here doesn't count, right? That's not how we work things through, isn't it? And that part of the problem is at the moment we have a lot of people who attempt to say the rights of the individual are greater than the rights of the many, and that's just wrong, right? This is why we have rules, but unfortunately, there's this argument is put across. Thank you very much for finishing the argument there. I very much appreciate it. Chris, back to you.
I'll drop down.
Thank you, David. So people, I just want to let you know how we're doing. So when I say to you, just go and do this, just go and search hashtag Wimbleban and then like and retweet, or if I just said retweet, I did it for a reason, right? And that was to keep it simple, right? And just so you know, I've been doing this on social media for 19 years. So I know what I'm doing, right? And just to let you know that we've increased the number of Wimbleban hashtags by 10,000 in the last hour. There you go. Well
there
done.
you are. The magic of Chris's explanation. Wonderful. Top man. But I always knew that you knew what you were talking about, Chris. That isn't what Axel said to me earlier, but I defended you.
It's okay. Don't worry about it, David. I'm used to it. But I try to do small steps and simple steps for people, not complicated steps.
Yeah, it's always good. It's always a good way to go forward, isn't it? We do. We have G-Man. You've got your hand up. Wonderful.
Yeah, it's getting sore actually. Thanks for calling me. Arm was getting sore there, so it was. The Muscovy Principality, it's questionable whether they have any connection to the Vikings or not. They have this thing where they try and appropriate the history of the Kievan Rus. And well, it's difficult because I wasn't there, but I'm going to say they've got more connection with the Mongol hordes than they have with the Vikings. The Vikings came to Ireland. They settled. The Vikings went to Kiev. They settled. They did a wee bit of war and rape and pillage probably in the early days, but it was just to get people's attention. And that's a long time ago. And like the point has been made, Muscovy, they're still doing it. So they're waging war in the way that if you read about the Mongol hordes, that's the way they did it. And that's how Muscovy's doing it.
Yep, no change, as we're saying, right? And if you read any of the hidden history of the Mongol horde and the rest of it, it's pretty much how they did everything, right? Everything was a fight, right? But you could get that if you lived on the steppe and everyone around you was enemy unless you family, right? But
Yeah.
the world has moved on.
Yeah. So I mean, Timothy Snyder in his lectures on the making of modern Ukraine had a way of saying it where the Mongols came and they sacked the city as a prelude to opening trade negotiations. Right, on terms that were obviously preferential to them. So they waged war in order to be able to trade with them afterwards. It seems to be a bit strange, so a little bit backward, but it's over 1,000 years ago. So yeah, okay, that's me.
Yep, we've moved on.
Well, some of us, yeah. Oh, and kudos to David for his stand.
Oh, well, it was a lovely rant, rant.
It was perfectly good. Yeah.
Well, David, here we find ourselves. Things have calmed down a little bit. How are you?
Good. I'm doing well, except for my mind has gone blank. So you're gonna have to help me out for a moment whilst I try and I'm gonna have to switch it on and switch it on, and then try and switch it back on. So we'll see if a reboot does something to my mind.
Oh, does something to your mind? You're gonna reboot your mind. I'm trying to figure out how you're going to do that.
Yeah, it's a good question. Go and think of nothing for a moment, and then hopefully that'll empty out the cache. In joke there for anyone who understands IT.
Well, I just yeah, clearing the cache is a good thing. I actually just came upon a tweet from Andre Yermak. Met with the president of the International Gymnastics Federation. Now, I know that we have been talking about sports a lot, and of course, in this meeting, he called on Maroni Watanabe to support the initiative to prevent the Russian and Belarusian athletes to participate in the 2024 Olympics. And really, if you think about it, gymnastics is such a huge part of the Olympics that if gymnastics started making a stink about it, I think that may have some impact. Mockers, go ahead.
Can we have a little bit of a laugh about this Pasha Mercedes bloke?
I'm loving the laugh about the Pasha Mercedes joke stuff.
Sorry, what's this? What's this? I've missed out on what this is.
This is the head of the Russian Orthodox Church. He's the guy who wears a big white headdress thing and thinks he's special. He also has something like a £36,000 watch or something like that. Ridiculous, anyway. So this guy has officially had his lease cancelled at the something Lavra. I'm so sorry. It's a holy place and everything. I don't know its name. I'm so sorry. But he's been holed up there with his FSB buddies, fellow priests, for some time. And so the lease was cancelled, and obviously the rest of the Orthodox Church said, please get out of our holy place. And they wouldn't go. In fact, they were very determined not to, and they got some supporters along to come and block the entrances. And it didn't take long for them to be quite vastly outnumbered by the people that wanted them to leave. So for 2 days, they hold out against the police asking them to leave. And eventually they realized that they didn't have enough backup to create a riot. So they decided to leave. He had to accept and sign some papers from the police telling him that he had to turn up to court. And he left in a beautiful, beautiful black Mercedes, I believe. Hence why it's called Passion Mercedes. However, on the way out, one of his helpers was supposed to be putting all this booze in the back of the car and dropped the bag. And that was funny in itself for a start. That was absolutely hilarious. But then,
yeah, it is.
So they lost all their free booze as well. That was a shame. And then they went and searched his house. Oh my God, right? Apart from the fact that he has no taste, everything in his house is pretty much gold plated. Ridiculous. Yeah, so one of those kind of guys. And then they took him to court today, in which he feigned a medical incident partway through, so they had to postpone for a while he was checked out. It appears he was okay, and he was checked out just fine. So they carried on, and they accused him of spreading disinformation and inciting, his followers to violence and denying the genocide that's taking place. Oh, and having a direct line to some FSB buddy back in Moscow, of which they intercepted a number of calls where he was giving them information. And this is one of the best bits, right? He was giving them information that in the west of Ukraine, there were no Ukrainians. There were just Polish and Hungarians, and they would accept Russia taking over the rest of Ukraine. No problem. Now, this is one of the guys who's supposed to be giving them insider information. And that's the sort of drivel that he's feeding them. No wonder their intel was absolutely useless.
That's extraordinary.
There's more, though. There's
That's
more.
extraordinary. Keep going, keep going.
Oh, there's more. It's funny, right? So, anyway, before he left court, they tagged him. They ankle tagged him like a little scallywag, which I think is amazing. He wasn't very pleased, and now he's complaining that he's been put under house arrest, I think for about 60 days while they decide what the heck they're going to do with him. And he's not allowed to use the internet. He's not allowed to talk to any of his priest buddies, and he's not allowed a phone. And rumours are he's very upset. He said the house is not good enough. It's one of his houses, but he said, no, I sold it because it was too small and useless. Well, sorry, mate, but you're stuck in it. So he's moaning now that the bed's not good enough and this isn't right and there's nowhere to sit. And just, anyway, there he is in his little regular sized house with a big sulk on his face and a tag round his ankle. And honestly, beautiful. Chef's kiss.
I do.
Feel free to ridicule him some more.
I do have to add here, mockers, the drama that ensued around putting on the ankle tag, putting on the ankle bracelet, as we call them here in the United States. He said that he had been on antibiotics for 7 months and medically he could not wear the ankle bracelet. And he called the doctors and everything. before they were finally able to put the ankle bracelet on him. So he has caused so much drama. And well, the other things that he said about the house, it's not actually that the bed isn't good enough. It's that he sold everything out of the house. It doesn't have electricity. It doesn't have gas. It doesn't have furnishings because he was in the process of selling his house. But it is the registered home that it's the home that is registered with the government that is supposed to be his home. So that's where he is going to spend his 60 days. This has been extremely entertaining in some ways, in a lot of ways. Okay. Today, but
Karma, Prince, divine karma.
it is karma. It is karma, and it is just it's beautiful. It's beautiful and hilarious, and trying to track the story has been quite the adventure. So thanks for that update. I don't know whose hand was first. David, do you have any idea?
No, not at all. But we've not heard from Nick for a long time, have we? Right. So I'm sorry, G-Man, your hand's going to have to get tired standing up for a little bit longer, maybe a little bit more than a little bit longer, because it's Nick. Nick.
G-Man was first. He can go first. I was second. I don't know who
But
was
I want you. I want you, Nick.
Oh, I mean, I need to learn to impersonate Doman, because when Mockers said that this man had a £36,000 wristwatch, I just had, Doman would have commented something about how that must make it extremely, extremely difficult to walk. Yeah, that's about it, really. That was the limit of the silliness. I had a couple of other silly things that came up during that item, but it happens
if you
a
want
lot.
to know, Nick, I can tell you what Doman and I discussed. The fact that the tunica this Orthodox priest was wearing evidently could not cover up that wonderful royal watch, because it was so heavy that it slid down his arm on the photo.
I mean, it's a common theme of terrible, terrible people that they deny anything remotely resembling human rights to anybody, and then as soon as they themselves are in the clutches of law enforcement, all of a sudden they turn into the most flaky, melty of snowflakes. There was a French, a well-known French defense lawyer in the 1990s, and he defended, I mean, everyone's entitled to defense, but he defended Nazi war criminals who'd been captured after many years. He defended industrialists who'd been defrauding people. He defended, a whole, and I don't know, the guy must have had really bad breath, because about 70% of his clients experienced some sort of non-specific illness in the courtroom that required immediate medical attention. It was quite astonishing. And then there was the famous case of Ernest Saunders, who was the chairman of Guinness PLC and was charged with insider trading and got off because he had Alzheimer's disease, from which he recovered.
Only person in history ever to recover.
To miraculously recover from Alzheimer's disease. So I think we can look forward to a great deal more of this. Charles Taylor, the Liberian dictator who is currently languishing, I believe, in a jail in the Netherlands, and the ICC isn't going to let him out anytime soon. And he complained that the food, isn't good enough for the African palate. And I thought, mate, you're, Dutch prison. I've been in worse holiday camps. So yes, I appreciate we don't do domestic politics on this space, but I do wonder what Donald J. Trump has up his sleeve in this department.
Sorry, Nick, does anybody know anything about it? Because in the past couple of hours, I missed all of this, and my spouse just highlighted that there's indications from Ukraine that Pavel, Pasha Mercedes actually, after having left the court, escaped. Is that true?
I will go check.
Is his last name actually like Mercedes, like the car?
Yes.
I mean, you know, it's like
How
Kim.com.
fitting, right? He bought a Mercedes 6.3 AMG to fit his name. Yes. No, but Pasha Mercedes. Quite literally.
Yeah. Yeah, you couldn't make it up. Well, it's like the president of Ecuador being called Lenin, isn't it? Oh, and there's an Indian politician. He's quite senior. He's like head of an entire region, and he's called J.V. Stalin, I think.
If ever there was a name that needed changing.
Somebody opened a Hitler cafe in India. And I don't think they were even Nazis. They just sort of, were a bit clueless and sort of were, thinking this, the name seems to be coming up a lot. It's obviously, it's obviously going to be popular. But there was, yes, a Hitler cafe.
There is an ISIS cafe in Barmouth. Chris, you know Barmouth very well. In all fairness, the ISIS cafe has been there for about 30 years, though.
I mean, the president of Egypt is Mohammed Sisi, and if that isn't an obvious, palindrome hiding in plain sight, wake up, sheeple.
And Axel, I'm not seeing anything about him having escaped. However, there's a delay sometimes in what I see here, and I don't know if Mockers has seen anything in any other places.
Yeah, we're going to go onto Ukrainian Telegram and finding out what's what.
Sounds good. I would, yeah. I'm gonna check a couple of places and see here, but yeah, I have not seen yet that he escaped. But it wouldn't surprise me. It would just make me, I don't know. And that's the whole thing I was thinking as I was watching the video of them putting the ankle bracelet on. It's like, how many times have we heard about people escaping their ankle bracelets? So anyway, shall we move on to G-Man and then I think Chris and then...
Before we go any further, Prince, I've got a question for you. How do you outrun your ankle bracelet?
You don't outrun it.
You take it off.
Yes.
I'm just saying, though, how do you escape it, though? I mean, that would be taking off. That's not escaping it, is it?
Well, it's a physical. Yes,
foley around it.
You're being pedantic here, David. You crack the fucker off. It's a mechanical device. It can be removed.
Never mind, Nick. I know you don't have a sense of humour. I would, if I have to explain the joke.
Precisely because I have a sense of humour that I'm commenting on your lame attempt at a joke.
There's nothing lame about it. It was probably the best dad joke ever. I won't have anyone say any differently.
I think this joke limped across the finish line.
When does a joke become a dad joke? When it becomes apparent.
Dude, you are not Yehuda. You cannot do that joke.
Apparently not.
There's the thing. So we got loads of hands up. There's people. There's someone. Anyway, actually, what am I talking? Prince, you're in charge. You choose.
G-Man and then Chris and then C and D.
Correct. It's G-Man and then Chris, and then I believe that is Canadian fella.
Oh, thank goodness. Seriously. Dead arm. Right. So
please leave that poor squeegee duck alone.
On one of my posts on Twitter, which was a bunch of Ukrainian guys in a van heading through heading to the front. It was a retweet of Euromaidan or one of those Anyway, so a whole lot of Vatniks come on to it, tankies, and say a lot of stuff. So some of it they've actually been thinking about it, so some decent conversations, but I got the usual one. I never see any clips of this war, so I've just set up, because I've got that blue tick thing, you can set up individual folders, and I've set up one called No Clips of the War, in which I'm putting all the clips of the war into. So I reckon next time somebody says that to me, they're going to get bombarded maybe every 10 minutes. That is all. Just thought I'd make that announcement. Oh yes, there was other thing. We were talking about Pasha. Is it Pasha Mercedes or whatever? He had this blingy watch, which seems to be par for the course, because I think I remember seeing when I was doing a little article on the KGB agent in Moscow, Kirill, that he had this like really $100,000 watch or something like that, and he was doing this interview one time, talking about how how churchmen should be modest or something like that, and frugal, all those things that sometimes churchmen say they are, but usually aren't, especially that type. And they realized they had this watch. Oops. So obviously they photoshopped the watch out off his arm, but they forgot that the table was really shiny and there was a reflection. So the watch was photoshopped off the arm, but actually was still in the reflection on the desk or table. So it must be a thing. And then the last thing was, obviously they put this ankle bracelet on. Clearly it wasn't blingy enough for the humble churchman of Kiev. Must be why he didn't want to wear it. Everybody's gone really quiet.
Sorry about that. I was receiving a message here. I was in the middle of that. But yeah, the other thing that was pointed out about him was he had on, I have no clue how much these things cost, but he also had on a Louis Vuitton scarf. So, yes.
Yeah.
$700.
Drafty. It's very drafty in these old buildings. They need to have something to keep his old neck warm.
Yes, and I've heard debate as to if that jar that dropped was what is the option? Oh, alcohol, some kind of alcohol, or jam. Because those are two things that you would take to court with you. Because that makes sense.
Could have been anointing oil or something like that.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
It's called it's called fortification.
Well, the funny thing is that the medical emergency was supposedly low blood sugar, and I guess if he would have had the jam, he could have just had a spoonful of that to help his low blood sugar. And that's typically being able to tell somebody you have low blood sugar means that your blood sugar isn't so low that you need emergency care. So yeah, we just won't go with that. Chris, go ahead.
Thank you, Prince. I hope you're well. Listen, there's a lot of misinformation going around at the minute. So the Irish have come up with a new website to help us. If you could all write this down, because we don't want to get misled, right? So YEFECKINGIOT.com. Right. So if there's anything that you're not understanding on Twitter or any other social media, go to that website address and check it. You'll be fine.
Okay, I miss writing that down.
That is the Irish equivalent of "let me Google that for you," right?
That's the one, Axel. It's going to be big. If you want to invest, get in now.
Sounds like a brilliant idea. Sounds like a completely brilliant idea. Canadian fella, how are you tonight?
Canadian fella.
Yeah, are you with us?
Yeah, sorry there. I just trying to work my phone here, and it didn't work so good. But I'm there. So first time caller, long time listener. I really appreciate it. I joined the group so because I want to listen to Chuck, and then I listened to Chuck a couple of weeks ago, and then I can't get off this this channel. So if you don't mind, I'd like to change gear. A little bit about, me, I'm a Canadian guy. A little bit about, me, I'm a Canadian guy. And I have a little advice I want to ask at the end about dealing with something in my area. But anyways, first, we were talking about sports and the basically how politics and propaganda and all that are intertwined. And then maybe you say, okay, so I was all for it. I went and hashtagged the boycott Wimbledon and all that. But it started to make me think. And it kind of, I had to talk to my wife, and I said to my wife, I don't think we're going to watch Wimbledon this year. And she's a hardcore tennis fan, so that didn't go over very well. She said, you don't watch Wimbledon. I don't care what you do. That's fine. But then she responded to me. She says, you're going to stop watching hockey.
No.
And right? So I said to myself, well, you know what, where I'm going? Like, I've thought about it. And I said, stop watching hockey. And she's like, yeah. And then I thought about it. Yeah, okay. So we have Ovechkin. And I think, well, these guys are they not Russians, like American Russians? Like most of them have moved to the United States. And let's use Ovechkin as an example, right? The guy is clearly for the war, gets to play with the Blackhawks, I think, and really doesn't suffer any repercussions from that. Kind of like when the teams refuse to wear pride colors or anything like that, right? It's kind of their choice. So I was kind of wondering where your thoughts are that if I'm gonna not watch tennis, then should I not watch hockey? Which would be a punishment for me.
Said like a true Canadian, not watching hockey is definitely.
But what else do you do Saturday nights?
But
yeah.
May I add something here, Prince?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I would suggest that no, it's not that you don't watch hockey. Don't watch any hockey with I can't remember his name, with him in it.
Don't watch the Blackhawks.
Right? Yeah, if he's in it, right? Because guess what? Yeah. What will happen is the people who are broadcasting will start to see that people are turning off from those matches, and that will directly impact the team. The team makes money from its advertising. If people aren't watching that match, because then that you're causing them a problem.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't watch every game, so I mean, I got no problem not watching. If they play my fabled Canadians, then maybe I'll just skip that game and look at the results. That's good advice.
And tell everyone that's what you're doing. Importantly, tell everyone that's what you're doing, and go, I advise you to do that. Right, here you are.
Yeah.
And then it impacts on the team, so the team then needs to make a decision, because that's what they need to do.
Okay. Second point, but I don't want to take too much time up there. But second point is, so I'm online, I'm bonking Vatniks, I'm having fun, right? I'm chasing them down, and that's all fine and dandy, right? Because I have the anonymity. I don't really am identified by. But what about the real Vatniks in my midst? What about the guy I work with, who is a pro-war guy, and I'm in a kind of his supervisor, right? We work I'm a heavy-duty industrial electrician, and I work like all kinds of stuff. And this guy is a genius. This guy's great. So we get along fine, which we're having a professional relationship where, we're helping each other out technically. But if we bring up anything about the war or anything about Russia or anything about, we get into these massive shouting matches in the middle of the shop, right? And all these technicians turn around and look at us and they think we're going to go to blows. So I said to myself, well, I'm going to stop. And I'm just going to kind of troll him. And then every time he's like, yeah, everything's going in great in Russia. Everything's fantastic. Russia's not on fire. War's going great. Leave me alone, right? But then I kind of feel like, you know what? What am I? I've just backed down for the sake of peace. Sure. What I did do one day is I really, really got into it with him. And I mean, I you guys, a lot of people I hear on this channel is very knowledgeable. I'm an amateur history buff and all that, but I can't go into too much detail about Russian history, right? As far as he's concerned, Russian history started with Stalin, right? So let's leave it at that. But anyways, and I basically told him, I said, well, tell me, where you come from? So he tells me, I'm actually from Uzbekistan, and I was in the Soviet army, and then when the wall fell, it was the basically the end of my life. I had to move somewhere else, so I moved to Israel, and then I went to Israel, and Israel didn't work out well for us. So then I came to Canada. And I said, well, why would you go from Israel to Canada? I said, I have lots of Jewish family. I have all this and that. I said, what's wrong with Israel? He goes, well, my wife was upset because the missile batteries and all of the strife over there, and we came to Canada. So I said, okay, so why Canada? And he looks at me and he goes, because it's safe. And I looked at him, and he must have seen in my eyes that I was, a pretty big dude. I can handle myself, and I took a stance there because I'm like, what do you mean by it's safe here? So you're coming over here, but then you're arguing to me about how you're safely from here, telling me, and he's like, well, this and that and this. And I said, well, first of all, you're not right, because he says, back in Russia this, and back in Russia that, and we used to do this, and you don't know what you're talking about. And I would respond and says, first of all, you're not from Russia. You're from Uzbekistan, which was an ex-Soviet state. So you're not even Russian. You've never had a Russian passport. You've never been part of the Russian Federation. What are you talking about? And I could just see his eyes, like he was tearing up because I didn't say quite like that. I let all my Canadian sensibilities aside, and I really plowed into this guy. And it's just, no matter what happens, no matter what he reminds me of a MAGA, no matter what I say, no matter how, so I just disengage, or do I keep antagonizing this guy?
Well, I would suggest you're not antagonizing him. You're telling him the truth, right? The thing to remember, firstly, so he's a Russian Uzbek, right?
Correct.
And the thing to do is to remember, right? So I call Russia is the cuckoo nation, right? That's what they do. They're just like cuckoos. Very, very violent cuckoos. They come in, they steal people's nests, push everyone out, right? So in Uzbekistan, right, the real Uzbeks, they're not happy with the Russians, right? Because guess what? They get pushed out. The Russians take over, and that's their modus operandi. So I would keep up telling him the truth, right? And go, here you are. And by the way, I love the fact that you went, but you're not even, right? You're not even. Just reminds him, because at the moment, there's a whole load of mixed signals in what he's saying. He wants to be safe, but he doesn't see other people should be safe. He thinks the war should be fine, and the rest of it, and everything changed because the wall came down, right? But the wall coming down, that allowed him to go to where he went, right? So what's all this gone? So my brain's gone dead. There is a hopefully Nick, hopefully you can help me here. The psychology theory about what you think you are and what the difference between what you are. Help me out. Cognitive dissonance. There you are. Cognitive dissonance.
Well, that's
Oh,
not
yeah, okay,
quite.
yeah,
That's not quite what cognitive dissonance says. I would say, C&D fella, I'm going to disagree with David here. You're dealing, and if I may use a piece of psychological jargon here, you're dealing with someone who we psychologists call an asshole, and there is very little you can do with an asshole. You know, you are not going to win any arguments with this guy. If he does a good job at work, you might want to, you know, it's up to you to decide whether you want to keep him on and keep him in your team if he does a good job. But what I would say is save your energy for the non-assholes. There are two very similar aphorisms that are useful here. So they're variants of each other, but one is never argue with an idiot. The best possible outcome is that you win an argument with an idiot. The other is do not wrestle with a pig. You both get dirty and the pig enjoys it. So mix and match between those two. For your own safe mental well-being, don't engage with this guy. He's an asshole. He doesn't matter. He doesn't matter unless he's actively spreading Russian propaganda. He's just somebody who sort of sits there and, you know, thinks that Russia is great. That's relatively harmless. Save your energy, keep your powder dry for the people who are wavering, because every person. I recommend on this. There's an American consultant called Peter Sandman, and he actually consults on safety issues and security issues and risk management. And he has consulted both for large companies and for groups that oppose those large companies. So he's consulted for, let's say, Exxon, but also for Greenpeace. And it's worth watching some of his videos. He doesn't have the liveliest of presentation styles, but he has some terrific insights. And one of the things he says is, you know, if you are so the mythical dangerous product that he's dealing with, and that the environmentalists or whoever are objecting to, he calls dimethyl meatloaf, which is an excellent fictional product. And he says, you know, you go along to a meeting, there will be the hardcore people who are convinced that dimethyl meatloaf is evil. And he said, there's no point arguing with them. You won't get anywhere and you'll just use up your energy. There are 2 or 3 outer circles of people who are wavering a bit and then a bit more. And your job and your most effective use of your time to help Ukraine, and also to make yourself feel that you made some progress today, is not to bang your head up against the hardcore people. It's to make sure that the people who might listen to this guy and overhear something he says, and maybe he's got a talking point about, you know, people speaking Russian in Donbass, or, you know, whatever it is.
Oh, yeah.
Work on those people, but let the asshole just trundle away in the background, because this is not the most effective use that you can make of your time.
Oh, yeah.
And
apologies for the technical jargon, but we do occasionally have to use it.
Anyway, and let me tell you why I think Nick is wrong, right? So you told me he started, or you said that he was starting to tear up. It means he knows you're right. So, and there's the other part, right? So, assuming that you don't think he's going to get violent and the rest of it, because if that was the case, then you would just go don't engage whatsoever. But he's starting to tear up. He knows you're right. So eventually you're chipping away, right? And you work with him, right? So it depends, right? If you think you're getting on okay, right? It's just a little bit. This is like the Brexit. This is like the Brexit argument. Some people, like Gunny, will never understand, right? And some people, they'll start understanding. And it sounds like, because if he's tearing up, he knows you're right. But either way, and it depends on how much joy you get out of trolling him, right? There's the other aspect. I get a lot of, and Nick gets a lot of joy out of trolling me as
Right.
well.
So I think there's some trolling, definitely some trolling. I started trolling him, and that after that conversation, and it was a very, very, very serious conversation, and we've never really touched it up again. And it's just a little comment here, a little comment there. But his workstation, his desk, his shop, his toolbox is basically a shrine to the Putin movement. Like this, his screensaver is a bear. He's got work hard, comrade on his wall. He's got. So what I've done is I have a mobile toolbox, and I just bought as many NAFO stickers and Ukraine stickers and Zelensky stickers, and I've just basically covered my toolbox with these stickers. And every time he sees my toolbox, he has this look of consternation. And every time I see his workstation, I have this look of consternation. So it's really turned into a form of Cold War, where basically we just agree to disagree. But whenever you're right, if I ever hear him start to spew his shit to other people who are, you can't expect everybody to know about history and world. Like most people I work with are technicians. They're roughnecks. They're grunts. They don't really care about all that politics and all that. But I have a few of them, which are like the F Trudeau crowd, and then the Vatniks. And then the other thing too is that we've just taken on about a dozen Ukrainian refugees to come in, because these guys are amazing workers. Just incredible. Like, just blew me away. That their skill is incredible. And I mean, name it, mechanics, electronics, it's just very, very capable people. And I'm wondering, how is that, like, we're just training them now, and when these guys hit the floor, I'm thinking, well, there's maybe my cohort. Maybe that's where it's going to change, where he can actually interact with actual Ukrainians who just came from the front, or from the war, and that might change his opinions. But based on what I'm hearing from both, and kind of what I think, it might be a lost cause. It might be like my wife tells me, she says, you don't understand. He grew up in the Eastern Bloc. You grew up in Canada. Yes, you traveled all over the world, and you think you're Mr. Tough Guy and all that. But this guy grew up in the Soviet Union. You can't know how that feels. You can't know what he went through, and then how his formation happened, right? And I'm like, yeah, you're right. And when I'm very compassionate, I always try to have some opinion, but there reaches a point, I think, that you're right, where you just got to put your foot down and say, hey, buddy, you're wrong, and what you're saying is detrimental. Is actually, in my mind, is actually almost hate speech, right? And if it gets to that point, let's put it this way. All the guys at my team agree with me, because I've explained to them the situation and showed them the history and the Duchy of Muscovy and all that, and said, he's wrong. He's wrong. It's the Ukraine came first. Like, what is he? And then they're like, oh, well, we didn't know that, and we know this. So that's good. I'm doing that. But yeah, I appreciate the advice and everything. It really helps to talk about it, because I've come home some days and I am just wound up tight. And one guy that knows exactly what I'm talking about, which is British, interesting. He works with us, and he came to me and he says, maybe your boy there is part of Division S, right? Like, Division S, what are you talking about? So he's talked about this like the Americans, like the show The Americans. There's these I guess embedded sleeper Russian agents that integrate society. And I said, well, if he was Division S, I don't think he'd be spewing like this and putting Zeds on all his stuff. And so yeah, I appreciate the advice and everything. This is a great forum, by the way. Awesome forum. I've recommended it to many people. Like, you guys are doing an amazing job. You're informing me a lot, and you're helping me kind of deal with this kind of crap. So I appreciate it.
Well, wonderful, and thank you very much. Maybe you should just should suggest to him that maybe he should come on here and put his arguments forward here, and maybe we could help him.
Well, the other day,
tell him to do that.
Just as a finishing, something does funny. Sometimes I do get the upper hand, because of this guy. I've started watching a lot of Russian propaganda, the Solians and all that, Russian TV, and kind of just the snippets. And the other day I was there and talking to somebody. He interjects the conversation because we're talking about Russia. And he must have heard Russia, and I'm coming over. And he goes, yeah, what you talking about? What, and I'm like, okay, well, I was talking about Russia. And he goes, I go, well, did you know that the Brits are eating squirrels because it's so bad in Britain? They're eating squirrels in Britain, right? And he's like, yes, they are. You're right. They're eating squirrels. And Buddy's like looking at me and he's like, this is a joke, right? And I'm like, I kind of look at him. He saw my, yeah, this is a joke. But I just let this guy go. And now he's telling everybody how Brits are have nothing to eat. They're serving squirrels and living on beans and squirrels and spam. And this,
yeah, but the beans bit is true. The beans bit is true. You know, the beans bit is true. I would say, I mean, it sounds to me like your half dozen new Ukrainians, once they hit the shop floor, you know, I think your problem might kind of fix itself. And you know, who knows? Maybe he'll find his office stapler in a bowl of jelly one morning, or some equivalent jape will be done to him. So, as I say, seriously, I would say you're not. I remember seeing a thing once. I think it was Shimon Peres. And he was talking about getting into talks with the Palestinians on various issues. And he said, we just always banged our heads about Jerusalem. And in the end, we just decided to, when we realized we'd never agree on Jerusalem, we decided to treat it. And he said, we decided to just treat it as part of the job, as part of the background of the problem, rather than an aspect of the problem to be solved. And by which I mean, don't talk, not in terms of talking to the Russian guy, but I would say, or the Uzbek guy, but I would say in terms of your mission, and you know, we all support you in your mission to improve and to make, to help Ukraine. And your chosen way to help Ukraine is to make sure that Canadians are on board in the largest possible number. Treat that guy as an immovable part of the problem and not something that can be fixed. And it's a shame. And if you are, those of us who work hard and are perfectionists don't like walking away from a corner of a problem and leaving it looking like crap. But I'm sure you'll have in your professional life. Are you an engineer, or are you working kind of engineering in industry?
I'm an industrial electrician. Yeah.
Okay, so you'll come across situations that you just can't fix. And you just have to say, look, that bit in that corner, we're going to have to walk away from. We can do a fantastic job on the rest. We can do a better job than we did last year on this and this and this. But that bit in the corner, and treat it as one of those. Treat the guy as one of those. And something that I found in my life, I'm 62 years old, is these situations have a habit of fixing themselves. The only disadvantage is it takes longer than you would like. But if you can change your perception or change your response to how long it's taking, and just say, okay, this is going to take longer than I would like, and accept that you can't do much about it, which again, for
Did we just lose Nick?
I think we did. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So look, two ways to do it. You could do it my way. You could do it his way. I would suggest depends on how much fun you're going to get. Of course, there is the serious question of how upset your Russian colleague may be with the Ukrainians, and that would be something you might want to put some thought to. But with that, I think we're going to go to, you know what? I think we're going to go to Beardy, Richie, and then Chris. Beardy.
Thank you. There is another way, because there's always the third path. Death by 1,000 cuts. We talk about knowing your enemy, and we talk about choosing your battles. So why not press to test on his assumptions? Say, okay, let me take your line then. Russia are dominant, Russia are victorious. Now what? What have they won? And you push his assumptions further forward on a timeline, and what you'll see is all his current arguments will begin to crumble, because they're only thinking about the here and now and being cosplay with their Z symbols and whatever. But get them to seriously state what they think good looks like. You know your enemy, and from there you can just keep whipping away with your Ukrainian friends or colleagues or yourself, and just keep dropping the bombs, and it's a death by 1,000 cuts. If you want to be Machiavellian.
Yeah, that's good.
Which is pretty much what I was suggesting, right? But yeah, many ways of dealing with this, right? It all depends on how much patience you have. Richie.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for running a great space. I'll keep it brief. Great conversation there. Had me in fits of laughter talking about arseholes. But yeah, that was. I've had a bit of a day like that myself today with engaging with actually on the Facebook media platform. I've been engaging with the Stop the War Coalition in inverted commas. There's a big group of what I might describe as probably Mick Wallace lovers. I would probably put it in that context. And some of the stuff they were spewing today, I just had to engage. You know, when you get those moments, I have to engage in this because this is nonsense. And so, you know, being the fantastic brain damage cartoon dog that I am a part of and involved in, I went in straight in with the why are you calling this a proxy war? It's nothing but a conspiracy theory against NATO and against the US. And the reason for that is because 48.7 million Ukrainian people can think for themselves. They have been fighting this for the last 500 years and some. And so how can you call it a proxy war involving the US or any other nation? Because there's probably about 151 countries supporting Ukraine in its fight for democracy and freedom against the tyranny that's been set on them this year. And honestly, what I've noticed about these, what I call tanky Mick Wallace types, fatnicks, whatever you want to call them, is that as soon as they realise there's a stumbling block, they start then using, shall we say, lower forms of vocabulary. So, you know, like just trying to call me a retard and stuff, or trying to demean me in some way. Some guy even turned around and said something about my wife and stuff. And I'm just like, this is the kind of low level crap that these people are involved in and use as a premise for trying to win an argument. That is what I've found. You just need to use a little bit of intelligence with these individuals, and they start to question actually what they're saying. So that was one thing that I've been engaged in today. And the other thing, slightly different, but going back to what you were talking about in terms of sponsorship of Wimbledon, I have been looking at all of the sponsors, the long-term sponsors and the sponsors that are new. And we and some of us through our NAFO organization are going after individual sponsors. So tomorrow I shall be picking up the phone and talking to Evian, who are long-time sponsors of the Lawn Tennis Association at Wimbledon. And I shall be saying, what is your point of view on sponsoring Wimbledon this year, considering you are actually objectively supporting genocide of Ukrainian civilians? And we'll see what comes back from that. So yeah, interesting times, but I'll let somebody else talk because people who have been waiting forever.
Well, thank you. You can ask them whether they would like to color their bottles red in future.
Absolutely, I totally agree with that, Axel. In fact, I've just posted a meme on my page with the such likes.
Oh, wonderful. Actually, but whilst you mentioned something, which would be important for me to highlight, so attack the person, not the argument, is a tactic of these things, and this is what they've done. So they know they can't win the argument, so they attack you. It happens. You see it in politics, etc. You see, especially, I mean, it happens in law when they start. You know, so women who've been accused of rape are then their social life is then taken to pieces, etc., etc. But you slept with someone on Thursday, right? So attack the person. It's not attacking the argument, right? And it's another one of their tactics. It's something that everyone should know, that be aware of, that happens. Chris.
Well, I mean, I just want to say, first of all, absolutely fantastic advice here from Nick and yourself, David, and other people, and Richie Rich as well. You know, and CND fella, let me just say this before we move on. Please do keep us posted, right? Because I'm absolutely dying to know what happens with your man when the Ukrainians, as you say, Ukrainians get onto the shop floor. Please come back. Let us know how it goes and that, right? So, I mean, I have to say, like, there's twice I've been banned on LinkedIn. Once was during the election that Trump falsely won, and once was recently, you know, and so I cut my teeth in the Trump years when I quickly realized that there was absolutely no point me talking to idiots. And again, who was it that said that? I think it was Nick, or was it David? You know, that explained the thing about
Not me. I like talking to idiots. I like pointing out the idiocy of their argument. Nick would be the person who would refrain from that, but I would see it as an opportunity. Okay. Well, maybe it was Nick. I can't remember, but you know, I always say, you know, there's no point talking to a rock, is there? Really, you know, that was my simple thing. But there was a much more comprehensive, you know, explanation of it all and that, right? So I can't be asked basically talking to rocks. Neither can I be asked bonking vatniks either, to be honest with you, and that. But I admire anybody that does, right? I would say that we've had, I can't remember his name now, but we had a Republican on here. I haven't seen him for a while, who was a lawyer. If anybody remembers that chap, I think he was. I think he lived in Austria or somewhere like that, or Poland. But he was absolutely fantastic at coming up with arguments to convert Republicans. Absolutely amazing, right? And the only way I can describe that is that he would like get onto a bit of solid ground with them, and then establish like a relationship, and then move next to the next bit of solid ground in the murky swamp, you know. And by the end of it, he'd convinced them that Republicans should, of course, support Ukraine. Obviously. And of course they should, because guess what, right? It's the only thing to do.
David, I'm just going to jump in here and say, when your conversation is finished, if you check the message that I've sent you, there's something else that you might find amusing there.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I shall do that now. Nick, over to you. Oh, sorry. Did I say Nick? Did that sound like Prince started to say something?
I wonder where my stuff is. She only sends it to amusing stuff to you. I'm just kidding. I'm just giving a hard
I'm special.
Yeah. Anyway, go ahead, David. I'm sorry.
He's old enough to recognize it. That's what it is, Prince.
Okay.
But anyway, Nick, over to you.
Yeah, I was on a roll. I was going when my app crashed. I was going to say that parable I was saying ends with, of course, and grant me the ingenuity to bury the bodies of all the people who pissed me off today. David said something Chris said something that I was going to respond to, and I have now forgotten. So there you go. What were you talking about, Chris? About the Nope, need to take notes.
I said, Nick, I couldn't remember exactly what you said, but you said something about pigs rolling in muck, right? And you said something about something before that. I think you did anyway, right? Where
never argue with an idiot, because the best possible outcome is that you win an argument with an idiot. But no, it was something else you said that I was going to come back on, but I mean in a supportive way. But
I didn't write it down, and there you go. My brain has forgotten it.
It'll come back to us, Nick. You know, we're getting old and all that.
I have a friend who says if you can't remember something you were going to say, it's because it was a lie. Which I don't think is the case. I'm a terrible liar because I'm terrible at remembering what I've already told people, and therefore, if I was lying, you know, I'm very boring because I tell people the same thing 4 times, but at least I tend to tell them the same thing 4 times.
Don't worry about it, Nick. Thank you.
All right, David, shall we continue with hands? I believe it was G-Man next.
Yeah, just to say, the previous gentleman, one of the previous speakers, was scrambling for the Republican guy who lives in Poland, this Randy Mott, and yes, he's got some good threads on his Twitter profile for if you need to counter some of the U.S. Republican or MAGA sort of ethnic lines.
Yes, Randy actually is really good. I enjoy listening to Randy, which all things considered is somewhat surprising at times, but Randy is very, very good at talking about these things. All righty, fellow Bonks, I believe is your name. What do you have for us this afternoon?
Well, I just got beat to the punch. I was, and I sent Chris a message a few minutes ago. The gentleman whose name he was searching for was Randy Mott, and he is absolutely excellent. And I keep an eye on his Twitter page and try to help because that is important before that kind of nonsense is allowed to spread terribly far in the GOP, but beyond just the maggots and the kind of the tinfoil hat crowd. It needs to get nipped in the butt, and it's not terribly hard. You know, as a conservative myself, you know, these things kind of make sense to me. And there is, at least in U.S. politics on the right, there is almost a genetic memory of Russia as the enemy, and quite frankly, for very good reason. And they just kind of underscore it just about every day.
Yes, that happens every day, just about every day anyway. All righty, Peter S., go ahead.
Yeah, hi, good evening, everybody. Yeah, I was going to make a comment on the Olympics, which I was just about to be called up, and then I had to leave abruptly. So just coming back to make that comment, if that's okay. I think it's vital that Russia is not allowed to play in these tournaments. One of the reasons for that is that Putin obviously wants this war to continue because he wants, you know, there's mass inflation in Europe. There's governments which are being blamed for that inflation, that it's their handling of economies, and not that it's the, you know, this invasion in Ukraine which has helped cause it. But I think one vital thing is that Putin wants the West to get fed up with it all. And by allowing Russians to play, it is normalizing their behavior and feeding that very thing that Putin wants. And really, it must not be allowed. I mean, you know, when you think about it, there's a certain tennis player who was banned from playing in Australia because he didn't want to take some jabs for COVID. And it was the example he would. There are Australians there who that they didn't want him to come into the country and play. The fact that we're allowing Russians to play is frankly disgusting. And I think that message really needs to be put across really strongly to countries, to players, and they should boycott it. They should say, no, if there's a Russian playing, we ain't playing. End of story. And they'll soon change, because this would be a big goal for Putin, because he wants to divide and conquer. And he wants to divide people, he wants to divide nations, so that he hopes that the support for Ukraine starts to falter and starts to die out, and people say, oh, it's okay, we can have Russians in, and, you know, carry on, you can play with us, etc. It is the example which is totally incorrect. Especially now that Russia is doing so much damage to economies, they're doing so much damage to themselves, to the world. They threaten the world, and they must be told no, and that's it. Anyway, thank you. That was all I was just going to say earlier on.
Yeah, we're all, I think, in agreement that Russia just needs to be told no, and the Olympic Committee needs to stand up and do what is right, and make sure that that doesn't happen. But you know, we'll see. It's we've still got some time before the Olympics, and let's hope that things change, because Russia and Belarus don't deserve to be involved. And it is good to see that there are those some organizations. I believe I read recently about a fencing organization that is not going to allow Russia to compete, which is a good thing. So anyway, I never did. Well, I found one thing that Axel sent me, saying that the priest, Pasha Mercedes, had actually escaped the courthouse, but he was brought back in to the courthouse and had his ankle bracelet applied.
Exactly. But
Yeah,
he tried to escape, and he managed to escape first and foremost. Isn't this funky?
this whole thing, I'm trying to write out a timeline that makes sense, but it's so funky and so funny and so weird that it's like, yeah. And it happening on April Fool's Day is not is not helping. It's making me laugh even harder. Welcome up to co-hosting there, Nick. It's good to see you. I hope you had a good time on your little few days off there. Let's go and see what Chris has to say.
Oh, I almost forgot what I had to say then, Chris, right? But I've just remembered it. No, what I was going to say actually, right, was another like thing I learned on this space, which I just never realized, you know, was, and this started with, was her name Salome, Prince, if you heard of Salome from Georgia, I think it started with, right? Who I haven't seen for ages. Yeah. But was you know, that I never really, I didn't know anything about the fact that, you know, like priests were like KGB agents. I'd never heard that before. And then I remember her talking about it in regard to Georgia, and now all this stuff is coming out, Prince, and I'm like this, you know, these like so-called priests are just like awful. I don't even know why I'm so shocked, but I am. I'm really shocked about it. So I don't know whether I don't know whether this is his name is just a hashtag, surely, right? That's not his real name, is it? But it's just honestly, it's just so bizarre. Which is why I said earlier, not only are the Russians, trying to influence us through sport and that, but they're also influencing us, and have been for centuries through bloody religion. I can't, I don't know. I'm a bit flabbergasted with that.
Yeah, it's the whole thing is just a comedy. Yeah. And the thing that keeps on going through my mind is the aggressive fashion that he was throwing holy water on people yesterday in the video that I saw, and I was just like, I don't think it needs to be quite so aggressive, man. He was like trying to purify people whether they wanted it or not, it seemed to me. I don't
Oh,
come
Prince, that was him as well. I wasn't sure whether that was him as well. And then there's another video that I've seen on Twitter of a priest like kicking an old woman and that. And I didn't know whether that's him as well or it's just another one and that, but they're all the pits, I mean, I've been saying, like, get rid of a lot of them as soon as possible.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the same woman or same priest or not, but yeah, the kick. It's just there's a scene from a movie that I enjoy, and I haven't watched it in quite a while, where the one of the characters takes a Bible and freaking throws it at at somebody as they're quoting scripture, and the response from the person that the Bible is thrown at is like, this is not a weapon. And I think that sometimes gets confusing for people at times.
Yeah, but it can't be confusing if you look at the sheer facts. And sometimes the audience in the United States likes to, because it has been educated to do so for a long, long time, likes to obviate facts. Fact one: Stalin, Mr. Djugashvili, the maniac, genocidal, totalitarian. Stalin, who had Beria run his country for him. Beria, who liked little boys, and his other pedophiles. Stalin was the one who refounded and reincorporated the Russian Orthodox Church because he needed to re-invoke the depth of support from the countryside after having suppressed religion in the country through Bolshevism and totalitarianism in the 1920s and 30s. He needed them to fend off the massive forces he was facing from the Nazis of Germany coming with their armies and their allies. He needed that faith. He needed that support. And he knew, utilitarian as he was, and completely disbelieving in anything, that this was the way to go forward. He followed the same playbook as Trotsky and Lenin because he knew it would work. He was a con man, and the Russian Orthodox Church, refounded and then subsumed under the respective directorate of the NKWD and then the KGB, is nothing else than that. A suppression and intelligence organization. It is the prima facie inverse of what any kind of transcendence should ever be, but it fits so neatly with all the other totalitarian tools the Russian Tsars have been using since they occupied the territory of the real church, the only church, as they called it. Yoo-hoo. Welcome, America. Good afternoon. Nice that you're waking up.
And Axel always has a nice little truth bomb to to throw at us, because I feel like in a lot of ways, we as Americans who just got the general education of high school didn't really get the true facts of life. And at this point, having lived through the last year and learning so much, I really wish that I had learned more about many different things. Let's go to Jana and see what she, or is it Yana or Jana? Go ahead.
Hi, it's Jana. It's yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Axel. As well, your uh, I wanted to actually talk about something very similar in reaction to Chris and the religion, and you put another piece of the puzzle together for me, because I wanted to say that, and I'm trying to formulate my thinking about this, because I I believe that Russians or previously Soviet Union, it really, well, it's obviously not about religion, but they really take any chance to hijack um, any tool that can give them control or power. And what I wanted to talk about was about the religion in my country, because I was born and raised in Czechoslovakia, in the Slovak part, and Slovakia has traditionally been quite religious. It's next to Poland, and it has been like the Roman Catholic Church was very strong there, and still is. Unlike Czechia, because the Czech Republic is more like a really very humanistic and not very religious. But during the communism, and when we were under the influence of Russia and Soviet Union, the religion was forbidden. And because it was so strong, like people still would go to church, but it was forbidden, and people would even get arrested or they were persecuted. Or even I remember that children at school were persecuted when they went to the class. We had like these extracurricular, sometimes like religious classes. So they would really, the Communist Party and all the I don't know, apparatchik would persecute people for this. And the long story short, what I also wanted to say, they also started to, we had our own branch of KGB, and they even started to infiltrate religion then, and using like false priests that were part of this KGB of ours, to report on people, or they would even like make reports who goes to church and stuff like that. And like for me, seeing this Russian Orthodox Church and spewing the kind of propaganda using the church and the Bible and everything, it's just another way, because they saw that this can give them power and control over people. And this is another way. They saw it's useful, so they just turned around and started to use religion. I hope I'm clear, but that's what I wanted to say. And thanks a lot for the information about Stalin.
Thank you, Yana. And I have very fond memories of your country from before it was two countries, but it was in Bratislava. A very entertaining night in 1989 when I managed to get locked out of our hotel because I was up past curfew. So yes, I have very good memories of that area. Axel, did you want to say anything in response?
No, other than ďakujem.
All right, thank you very much. That was great. Arrow, how are
I'm doing well. How are you doing today, Prince?
I'm doing okay, hanging in there. Got some chores done and doing a little hosting and doing a little research and giggling a bit at what's happening with this priest.
I just want to add on to this topic a little bit too. Russia using Russia using Nazi-style propaganda to always accuse the other side of the thing that you're doing. And they're, you know, all the tankies and vatniks and Russians want to say, oh, look at this form of religious suppression that's happening in Ukraine, which is, you know, obviously really not what is going on at all. But what we don't hear that often about is, well, what's happening in occupied Ukraine. Well, what's happening in occupied Ukraine is that Russia is suppressing every single form of religion other than the Russian Orthodox Church. And they have killed members of the clergy and tortured and imprisoned or put them under house arrest too. So it's, you know, that's just another thing that happens where, you know, they copy something that's going, or they copied, you know, Nazi propaganda to accuse the other side of the thing that you're doing, and then that becomes a distraction, and then we don't even really hear what's going on in reality and what Russia is really doing in occupied territory. So I just want to add that.
Very, very good points. I think that those are all things that we see happen on a regular basis. Chris.
Yeah, thanks to you know, Jana for coming up as well. I'm a bit sort of distracted at the minute, Axel, because on LinkedIn there's a post that Orban has is transferring to Ukraine 12 Saab Gripen fighter jets to. So, and I'm like, okay, that's going to be another April Fool, I'm sure. But I think the thing about the priest, the Orthodox priest, and by the way, I have absolutely no faith in, for example, Catholic priests in the UK and in Ireland. But yeah, the thing about the Orthodox priests and that being KGB is just that I knew nothing about it, which I suppose isn't a total surprise, but it's sort of embarrassing. So, I mean, I'm not surprised Axel did know.
Nothing surprises me. Axel seems to have encyclopedic knowledge, surpassed only by Wikipedia. So yes, that's just the way it goes. Current resident, you came up and
yeah, just a quick point. Hey everybody, I hope everybody's doing well today. But didn't want to defend Nazis, but Bolshevik propaganda and Lenin and Trotsky and all of that propaganda, the both sidism, and accuse the other side of what you are doing precedes even the Nazis.
Yeah, but it's not mutually exclusive.
No,
you're completely correct.
Not saying that.
I agree
I'm
with
just
you.
saying that
it precedes it. Yeah.
Yeah,
True.
I'm just.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah. Not preclusive. Just somebody gave. Yeah. Soviets.
You're 100% correct.
Yeah.
You're 100% correct. Trotsky starts his campaigns with his pamphlets and the projection of evils onto other parts of society at a very early stage. He does this in the run-up to 1905 and the 1907 revolutionary attempts, and the Bolsheviks continued. You're completely correct. But then again, Bolshevism and fascism have so much more in common than people believe.
Absolutely true. You are absolutely true, Axel, on that. And the whole Marx's opium is, religion is opium for the people. The Soviets also adopted it as a means of controlling it. So you have to replace religion with your own cult of Soviet leadership and Bolshevik leadership in order to control the masses, instead of having the church control the masses.
And when they failed, what did they do? When they failed to be able to do so, they reinvented the church.
Absolutely. So any means, if you can substitute it, then allow only certain forms of it where you can control it. And Yana was absolutely right in terms of the allowed churches, only Russian Orthodox in Ukraine, at least in Lviv. There were some services that were allowed, and yes, teachers had to go on weekends to patrol, sort of like present in churches, so they can detect the students, their students, who would be attending with their grandmas and parents, and report them to the authorities.
All right. Let's go to Chris, I believe, was next.
Yes, Prince. I was going to say. I think I'm going to forget what I was going to say this time. But I was going to say. I hope that they clear all of those priests out of Ukraine, along with all of the other traitors, and that get rid of them as soon as possible. Oh, I know what I was going to say as well. Is people just go and check and do another search on hashtag #WimbleBan, right? Because the content and the graphics that is being created is unbelievable. There are obviously some artists at work, right? Unbelievable. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yana, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, well, current resident actually made that point because I realized that I think when I was rambling, I forgot to make the point that I think that the Russians saw that the religion has a big influence, and that is why they try to ban it in our countries or suppress it, and then they just try to hijack it. So that's what I wanted to say. And yeah, thank you about that. And Prince Heather, I do pity you. If you've been in my country in the 80s, it wasn't, I think it's better now, but maybe you were part of our Velvet Revolution. So it's nice. And I'm out now. Thank you.
No, I tell you what, I came as part of an orchestra, and we were told that we were the first orchestra to play in well, then Czechoslovakia, but Bratislava since 1968. Now I have not verified that fact, but and I was, that was a long time ago. It was in 1989. But it was a definitely unique experience. It was a very unique experience. Even in 1989, just going from Bratislava to Hungary, which is where we went next, to Budapest, and that's such a vast, vast difference. And I've always said that the one place that I would like to go again from that tour, that we took to like 5 or 6 countries, would be to Bratislava, to see how it's changed. But I did have a really good time. I ran into some Hungarian folk dancers. There was wine involved. There was folk dancing involved. It was a lot of fun, and I got locked out of my hotel. So yeah, it was great. Go ahead, Nick.
Chris, I think it was, I remembered the thing I was going to say when you were last up, which was it you saying you're going to be calling Evian and asking them about their sponsorship?
No, mate, that wasn't me. I don't know who that was. It wasn't me.
There was somebody. Anyway, Evian is a Danone brand, so there isn't a whole lot of point in calling Evian, because they're certainly not going to be making any decision on this without the full approval of corporate marketing. And given that it took Danone about 8 months to come up with a deal to exit Russia without losing themselves too much money last year, I suspect that they probably don't worry too much about the reputational cost of being associated with something like this. But anyway, to whoever said that, if you're listening, good luck with it. But I suspect if you called Evian, the good people who work for Evian will probably quite legitimately say, we'll pass your message up the chain. But I very much doubt if the UK or indeed worldwide marketing manager for Evian is even remotely in a position to take this kind of decision. And I mean, the decision probably won't be taken anyway. But it's these things are always complicated with these chains of ownership. I mean, I have very little time for professional sports because I regard most of them as just a vehicle for TV advertising. So it wouldn't worry me in the slightest if there was no more professional tennis or professional ice hockey or indeed the Olympic Games ever again anywhere. But I appreciate this probably puts me in a minority. I think they're.
Nick, sorry, I was just going to say, I agree with you, right? At the same time, I think it's quite interesting, Nick, right? When, people do a simple thing like pick up the phone to Evian, right? And equally, I can't remember what her name was now, Nick, right? But somebody was mentioning what the MP that is. She's basically she's something for DCMS. So she's the minister that's responsible for DCMS. And so she's involved in this decision because
is she?
Do you know? Are you with me?
I'm wondering how the UK government. I mean, this whole thing about the Wimbledon thing. It seems to me that we shouldn't necessarily be petitioning the UK government to do something about put pressure on Wimbledon. I think there are two things we should be petitioning. We should be petitioning Wimbledon themselves to disinvite the Russians and Belarusians, and then we should be petitioning the UK government to not give these people visas. But those are two, as far as I'm concerned, completely separate actions, which would both serve the same purpose. These people need visas to enter the UK. Why are they being given visas? So I would say it's not even really DCMS. I would say it's the Department for Culture, Media and Sport for other listeners. I think this is a matter for the UK Home Office. These people should be declared persona non grata and they should not be given visas. That seems very easy to do. I really don't understand why that's so difficult. On the basis that they're Russians and Belarusians and coming to work. Apart from anything else, I learned on this space a couple of weeks ago that because I mean these people are coming to, they're professionals, they're coming to do something to make money. Generally speaking, for that sort of thing, you need a visa. Now, apparently the world has a kind of visa bypass system for professional sports people, which again, I think is very strange that it has that when it doesn't have that for almost every other profession. Well, how about we say that visa bypass system is no longer available to Russians and Belarusians? So the UK government could do that in a heartbeat. And there's no need for the sports minister to get involved. This ought to be down to the Home Office. You want to come into this country and do something for money? No, you're Russian. Go away. So I think that's I don't see why that can't be done. That seems to be the more direct approach. Don't let them physically into the country. That would seem to preclude them taking part. And I don't see any reason why the UK can't do that. But there you go.
Yeah, but Nick, again, I agree with you to a large extent, right? And your ability, to work out who is the right person to target, is admirable, right? And I appreciate it, right? And I am normally somebody that would say, focus on something and hit it like a sniper, right? However, I think there is also advantage in, if you like, the shotgun approach as well. I just think it's interesting, right? So the lady whose name I can't remember, Lucy Fraser, I think that's her, Lucy Fraser, MP. So she is the minister for DCMS, which okay, leave aside for a minute, Nick, with me, if whether she is the right person or not to target, right? Leave that aside for a minute, right? And whether DCMS is the right organisation to target, leave that aside as well, right? What was interesting, for me anyway, was that I wrote to her because she's got an email address on her social media. So I fired off an email to her yesterday. I got an immediate response from her secretary, right? Basically saying to me, you are writing to Lucy in a parliamentary office. You need to write to her at DCMS. Right? Okay. So fine, right? So I then I just forwarded the email to DCMS then, right, for her attention, right? My point is that the shotgun effect, right, is that her secretary now understands, right, that there's a reaction about to happen, and he understands it because I bloody told him that there was. I basically said, stand by, because it's all going to kick off, mate. Right?
Yeah.
So,
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I understand, Nick. Right? I understand. It's about hitting the right people and that, and I'm not arguing against that, right? But I just think, as I say, that the shotgun effect, does have some effect as well. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, sending emails is cheap. All they know is that people are upset about something. They won't be paying a great deal of attention to it. In terms of, as I say, the main thing is if you're going to contact the sponsors, then contact Danone, but Danone don't care. They really don't care. This can be stopped. This can be stopped in a heartbeat by. I mean, Wimbledon stopped it last year. This year they've given in because of money. We all have to earn a living. I don't. I feel slightly bad for people who earn a living and then find that they're at the crossroads of some international conflict. But sometimes we are called to something higher than ourselves. But the UK government can do this by banning the visas, and at that instantly also takes the problem out of Wimbledon's hands. Wimbledon doesn't even have to make a stand. They can issue a statement saying, we're glad the UK government did this, but then Wimbledon doesn't have to get into conflict with the LTA or the professional tennis players or whoever. They simply go, I'm terribly sorry, the UK government has taken this out of our hands. And all the UK government has to do is deny these people visas. And I find it absolutely incomprehensible why they won't. The UK government is otherwise, talking the right talk, and indeed walking the right walk on Ukraine. So why they're not capable of denying Ukrainian sports people visas, absolutely beyond me. Absolutely beyond me. Who's going to write an angry letter to Rishi Sunak if I mean, what's he called? Boris Doublefoltovich or something doesn't get a visa. Who's going to get upset with that? Who's going to change their vote at the next general election because of that? Absolute rubbish.
Well, I am going to thank Michael Fabricant for his time when I met him, and I'm also going to tell him about this as well, right? And say this is not acceptable. Thanks for all your help.
Make it about the visas. Make it about the visas. But I mean, Fabricant, I don't have a great deal of time for him, but he's a senior backbencher. He knows a lot of people. Make this about the visas, and I'm sure the Home Office can manage to find some way to convert this into a culture war issue, and then it will all go through on the nod. But this is, it's absurd that we're having to go through all these hoops, and the Wimbledon people are doing all this stuff, and blah blah blah. And yes, everybody's, all sorts of borderline cases, and the UK government, it's not even a Schengen question. The UK government can unilaterally say, Russians and Belarusians, you want to come to our country and earn money? No. It's a 5-minute job, and that's fine. Let's also get at the sponsors and the club and whatever. But let's be clear what's actually, what would actually work. And it would take, I am utterly amazed. What if we got hold of the relative minister? I don't know if it's the Home Secretary or the sort of, the visa minister or whatever, and said, why you continue to give these people visas? Well, what kind of waffle could they come up with? It's it's completely nuts. It's completely nuts, and the UK is otherwise fully on board. Why can't they do this? There are things that we reproach countries like Germany and France for, and quite rightly, because they're doing A but they're not doing B. This is a very simple B for the UK to do. This is trivial.
Well, that's what I shall do, Nick. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Was it Oyvind or Peter next? I'm going to go with Peter. I think your hand up was first. Your hand was up first, Peter.
Yeah, I was just going to say I think we need to get it into the newspapers in the UK. I mean, I know the Telegraph have been a big supporter of Ukraine, and they just need to fire a warning shot in one of their headlines that, what the hell is going on with Russia being considered to play at Wimbledon? This is totally impossible, and would be a very bad thing to do. And that would be the end of it, because it does sit, I think, in the UK in particular. Our newspapers seem to have a big influence on what the government do. They think something's going to be bad, and they react. So I think that might be worth doing.
You've just reminded me, Peter, that I am a Twitter pal of someone at the Daily Mail who's a big tennis fan. So that's a message I will be sending in the next few minutes.
Yeah,
Thank you very much for that.
Headline. Get them to put the headline.
Yeah,
and,
yeah. Suella, why are you letting these people in?
React straight away.
Yeah. No, I mean, absolutely. Wow. Okay, it would be amazing if I wrote to him and anything actually happened. But yeah, no, you're quite right. I wouldn't. By the way, you said sort of Russia appearing at Wimbledon. Obviously, it's not a team sport, and in fact, my understanding is that the conditions under which they're going to be allowed to play is they have to sign a statement, which basically, in the words of Mr. Mackay from South Park, sort of war is bad. Okay. But they're individuals, but they don't even have to say they're opposed to the war. They just have to say they're neutral. I mean,
yeah, but if they win,
yeah,
Russia will take them.
Of course,
look
of course.
At us, we're
No,
I'm UK, and our guys just won into the semi-finals or what. It's political. You can't get around that.
I'm old enough to remember back to the Soviet time. I'm a chess player and a follower of chess, and when Anatoly Karpov, world champion, defended his title against Viktor Korchnoi, who was a defector from Russia, and at the time he was stateless. He later became Swiss, but he was stateless at the time. And the Russian chess press referred to the match as Karpov versus NN. And it was quite interesting because the chess analysis was absolutely objective. If Korchnoi played a good move, they'd give it 2 exclamation marks, and they would say, "Excellent move by opponent." And he'd been made into this sort of non-person. Whereas, when Karpov won, it was all, party member and whatever, Anatoly Karpov, who interestingly is still is today a member of the State Duma, which I only found out when he apparently was taken ill, leaving work one day. So yes, they will make something of it. I don't think it's quite like in the Soviet time. I just think it's the obscenity is these people themselves jetting around the world doing this without the kind of renunciation of the invasion, which some Russians have done. Some Russians have done and put themselves, in the line of, let's say, extreme unpopularity in the Kremlin. They haven't done this, and a neutrality statement is just bullshit. But I will get on to my Twitter pal at the Daily Mail. And thank you for putting that idea in my head. Excellent.
Okay.
All right.
Cheers.
Oyvind.
Yeah. If there is any Russian journalists in USA, FBI should pick out the most prominent or the one who have closest connection to Putin, lock him or her up, and get an exchange for Wall Street journalist Ivan Gershkovich. It's time to take off the gloves. That's the only thing the narcissists understand.
Yeah, we in the West Do not arbitrarily arrest people who have not committed a crime, Ivan. I sympathize greatly, but we're not in the business of hostage taking. And I think that would be an absolutely terrible idea. If they have an unpaid parking ticket, then great. But let's not go down the line of behaving in this criminal way that the Russians do. Apart from anything else, there's plenty of Russians to lock up for perfectly regular crimes. But I would be deeply unhappy about the idea that we are taking counter hostages.
There must be somebody you can find something on.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't exercise a great deal of diligence, but let's ensure that these are charges that will stand up in a proper court of law, because when we lower ourselves to the level of these people, we abdicate a great deal of our legitimacy. Steve.
Yeah, just on that note, I think U.S. has to start with banning Russian tourist visas, because I met a Russian that just arrived in Chicago 8 days ago and on a tourist visa, and he was only 25, so obviously he had some money and some backings from somewhere, but that's a first step we need to take, definitely, that we have not.
That sounds like a good plan as far as the United States is concerned.
I am completely amazed that anyone is giving Russians tourist visas. The Schengen area or the EU countries are sort of doing it, but I know Finland is still allowing Russians who own holiday homes there to go to them. I don't know why that is. It seems to be an absolute slam dunk. If the Russians want to come over and claim political asylum, they can get themselves to a border. They can walk up to the passport control and say, "I do not have a visa, but I am being persecuted by the Russian regime, and I hereby lodge a claim for asylum." They will be taken away and processed. That's easy to do. I find it quite amazing this far in that countries are still doing that. I know that some countries are basically not doing it. I know that some countries, their embassy in Moscow is working very, very slowly. But the idea that Russians are landing in the United States or the United Kingdom on tourist visas issued by those countries, as a minimum, I think requires a great deal of explanation.
I agree with that. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, Prince, I don't even know what to say to that. I mean, supposedly it's so hard to get a visa to go to America or the UK. I'll bring them into the same picture as well. But however, apparently they're being handed out like, candy. It's just mad. I'm not going to go into it, but I've just helped some Ukrainians get into the UK. Honestly, unbelievable how difficult it was, but there you go.
Yeah, I don't know. We've seen some places cancel visas. We've seen some places who haven't, and those who haven't really should. They should get rid of them all. Nick, I have a question for you.
Yes, yes.
To be the guy who is rather bright.
You're breaking up, for me anyway.
Yeah, well, because you got your mic hot. If you turn your mic off, you might be able to hear better. Sorry. Since you are the guy who is very interested and very educated regarding the UN, can you talk to us a little bit about the dangers of Russia holding the presidency of the UN Security Council, and what additional responsibilities and authorities and power that gives them over the next month?
I think it gives them the ability to run the agenda. The Security Council meets several times a week to discuss all kinds of ongoing issues. I presume most of those are relatively anodyne, and I think they'll continue. Remember that Russia was president of the Security Council in February 2022. So if they manage to do anything worse than they did then, I'll be quite surprised. Also remember that the United States and the United Kingdom and France all have vetoes. So I think it's just another meaningless, but I mean symbolically moderately ironic, but just another meaningless month in the useless procession of the useless UN Security Council. So I'm not particularly worried about it. It's just, yeah, it's just a moment of irony. But we didn't notice. I don't remember if anyone noticed that they were president in February last year when they launched the full-scale invasion. So no, I don't think it makes any difference whatsoever, because I don't think the Security Council makes any difference whatsoever. It didn't make much difference in 1956. It didn't make much difference in 1968. It didn't make much difference in Afghanistan in 1979. So I am more concerned about the adjustment on my toaster than I am about the UN Security Council.
Well, that didn't last long as far as the conversation is concerned. But yeah, it's interesting to me. I know they're planning on holding a meeting in soon. It was worded as imminently, about the real thing that's going on with the children who have been moved to Russia. So basically, it will be a meeting full of lies from Russia about why they have moved these children to Russia, and on and on and on. Just after reading a story today about two girls from occupied Kherson who were moved to Crimea for what was only supposed to be a short camp, but ended up in months of Russian propaganda and education and brainwashing. They have been returned now to Ukraine, but you hear the stories of the reality from the lips of the people that went through it. But we're going to hear an entire different story about what they are trying to portray as the reality when it's nothing but lies. But that's what we expect from Russia. It's just it's a very interesting thing. And from what I've heard and understand is, in the past when they've held the presidency, they've done a good job of manipulating the rules in their favor to make themselves look good and doing some underhanded things. So we'll see what happens. We'll see.
But I believe the American abbreviation is SSDD. If you're familiar with that.
I am.
So, I mean, the Security Council, who's on the Security Council, apart from the permanent members? Albania, Japan, Switzerland, Malta. So there are at least 4 countries who solidly support Ukraine out of the 15. So, about half the time the presidency is held by a pro-Ukraine country. But probably the hardest thing I think for people to come to terms with is the idea that the UN Security Council is utterly irrelevant. And I didn't used to think it was irrelevant, but I've come to the conclusion that there's just don't pay any attention to it. It's not like something that actually gets a whole lot of news coverage anyway. I mean, I didn't realize until recently quite how many things they talk about, and they have a monthly agenda, and they have discussions most days on something or other. And perhaps some of that is useful. I don't know, but maybe if Russia isn't obstructing it. But in terms of actually, when the 5 permanent members have a veto, and you'd be pretty sure that the Security Council is not going to do anything that upsets any of the 5 members that have a veto, and that was the way that Roosevelt and Churchill and Stalin and de Gaulle designed it. Yeah, that's just the way it is. But so again, to the extent that this presidency is perhaps a good thing, to the extent, in my opinion, to the extent that it helps people realize the uselessness of the entire structure. But does it pose any great incremental danger? As I say, no more than February 2022. So they can't do much worse than that, I think. Steve.
We hear plenty of arguments of everyone wanting to kick Russia out of the Security Council, out of the UN, all that. How would you compare that to what happened with the League of Nations and today's events? I mean, even if Russia started a war with NATO and it was World War III, whatever, would we have to dissolve the UN to kick them out? Like, what? I'm not exactly.
You can't. I mean, you can't dissolve the UN. The UN is every country in the world, and you couldn't invite 192 out of 193 countries to start, or 191 to start a new UN that doesn't include Belarus or Russia, because then you'd have to address all the other not terribly good countries that are in there. The UN is a polite talking shop where everyone pretends that the world is not the way that it actually is. We already went through the process of starting a United Nations without Russia in it, because that's basically how NATO was started. The promise of the UN, starting with the International Court of Justice, was that there would be no more wars, and that nation states would henceforth solve their problems by litigation in court at the International Court of Justice. And then round about 1949, the Western allies kind of realized that actually, on the one hand, we've got this fabulous structure and there's no more war. On the other hand, Stalin, et cetera, and that was where NATO came from. So NATO is already, if you like, the UN without Russia in it. You could. What would even be the qualifications for joining this kind of new UN2? What would be the complete list of criteria for joining it? Would Israel be allowed in by some of the other countries? Which of the countries would vote for which of the other countries to be in it? And I think you would end up with NATO, basically. The Western liberal democracies. Maybe we could make Australia and New Zealand honorary members of NATO, and Chile or something. But there really isn't. There's no great scope for that. Frankly, the closest model to that, and it's with all of its imperfections, and God knows there's a million of them, is the British Commonwealth, which, not all of whose member states are fully functioning democracies, but by and large, they're not bad places to be. And yet, of course, that is the legacy of an empire, although countries that were never colonized by the British have joined the British Commonwealth. So I think we just have to stop imagining that we can have an organization that has all the countries in the world in it and nothing bad ever happens, which is something that I think we were all kind of taught at primary school, and I'm afraid it just isn't true. And part of being a kind of realistic and somewhat skeptical adult is accepting that. And I used to believe in the idea of the United Nations, partly because I didn't like the people, I didn't like the American politicians who told me that it wasn't a very good idea, and I now realize that they were probably right, even if I didn't like the rest of their politics. No, there isn't going to do. Just forget about the United Nations helping you out here. It just isn't going to, and we have to let that go. And I think that's emotionally difficult for pretty well anyone who grew up in the last 40, 50 years, because we were told all these things about the UN, and the people who work there. The people who work there are good people. My son's girlfriend works in some of the non-political, less political bits of the UN, the International Organization for Migration, for example, which does great work. But the UN as a sort of world political body to solve problems at this kind of level, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And And we're not going to set up an alternative, because the alternative is going to require. Why can't the UN do anything about Ukraine? Because the UN doesn't have F-16s and nuclear weapons. Who does have F-16s and nuclear weapons? Well, NATO. So that's to me, that's the difference. Unfortunately, you need the big stick, and I don't think you can have the UN wants to be a kind of kumbaya organization, and you can't be both NATO and have kumbaya. I'm afraid. I mean, I like kumbaya and I like NATO, but you can't combine the two.
Thank you for an excellent response. And I'll drop down.
Thanks, Nick. The last question I have about this, and I think it's just a show pony kind of thing, but there has been reporting that Lavrov will come and be the representative for Russia during part of the month or all of the month. And to see Lavrov come and do that, is that an unusual thing? Do you think that will mean anything other than just a show?
Does it involve a lot of travel to New York?
Well, I would assume that he would have to be in New York to be able to do that.
Maybe there'll be some back channel discussions going on, so maybe it'll be useful from that point of view. But I spoke to the Russian, someone who knows Russia, who told me that until Putin came along, Lavrov was a well-regarded diplomat, and he just kind of took the shilling from Putin. But Lavrov is not as incompetent or crazy as most of the rest of the regime. He's not like Medvedev. I suspect he has his own internal conflicts. Maybe while he's in New York, he will negotiate the conditions of his surrender. Who knows? As far as I know, he hasn't been indicted by anybody. Maybe he will make a Rudolf Hess type deal. Who knows?
Well, and that just made me think another question. Is it possible? I mean, we were notified of the 2 arrest warrants for Putin and Lavova Bova. I have to write her name down so that I can see it. Anyway, we know of those 2 arrest warrants. Is it possible that there are other arrest warrants that are being held but have not been made public yet?
I think it's fairly unlikely. And it's unclear enough already whether an ICC warrant is enforceable in the United States. I think a secret ICC warrant would be even less enforceable. Lavrov will be traveling on a diplomatic passport. So if the ICC
has no concept, has no concept of a sealed indictment.
That was what I thought. But what happened was when I thought that was the case also, Axel. When the discussion was held about Putin and this other woman, people were saying, "Oh yes, but maybe there are secret ones." That doesn't strike me as the ICC style. So I don't think Lavrov is going to be arrested if he sets foot in at JFK on his diplomatic passport with even if there is a warrant from the ICC, which it isn't even clear how enforceable that is in the United States. So
it is not.
Yeah, so they would take him in front of the arraigning judge, and the arraigning judge said, "What have you arrested him on?" And they'll say, "A warrant from the International Criminal Court," and the American judge would say, "The international what? We're not signed up to that." So I don't think this is a non-starter. Arresting Lavrov for various reasons is a non-starter, and as I say, maybe he's part of the key. I wonder what. I mean, all of the people around Putin are going to be thinking what their end game is and what their post-war strategy is for not either being arrested or, frankly, being stuck in Russia for the rest of their lives. Because they would all quite like to go and enjoy their Italian villas and their yachts. And It would not surprise me if some of them who have contacts, and I'm sure Lavrov has good contacts, are not perhaps discussing in extremely hypothetical terms what what's available in return for cooperation. So we'll see. But yeah, what do you reckon, Axel?
I think they would be. It's very difficult to discuss anything in any form other than physical communication if you're a Russian citizen or Russian diplomat, because your communication is not private. And therefore the danger of you therefore having or that person having a rather short flight from a window or other surprising events leading to the reintegration into the food chain are highly likely. More importantly, I think that Mr. Lavrov, having been, as you said, paid his shilling since at least 23 years, is probably not necessarily the key. Interestingly enough, Mr. Peskov, who is a billionaire in his own right, sorry, his family is, should probably, how should I put this? I find it wondersome that so much of his investment is in France. If only France had something like the private eye.
All right, let me welcome Primus, who has just been beamed down by Mr. Scott to the co-host pod in an undisclosed location. And I will be beaming myself up shortly to replace my Nafo Devo. So Steve, go ahead, and I'll probably be around tomorrow.
Before you disappear,
yeah.
One question. Does a diplomatic passport protect someone from the International Criminal Court? I understand they have to be issued by the country they're traveling to, but let's say Putin's plane had problems, and just theoretically here, if he's a diplomat,
He's the head of state. He's the head of state. He doesn't have a diplomatic passport.
My understanding is that a diplomatic passport would normally grant you sort of normal diplomatic immunity, but I think the ICC warrant overrides that. The problem is that the ICC warrant has to be valid in the country where you want to serve it. So should Lavrov's plane, it would be interesting actually, it would be amusing if the plane had to make a sort of emergency landing at St. John's and was sitting on the tarmac, but he didn't get out of it. I doubt whether I wonder whether the RCMP would storm the plane to remove him from it. I rather suspect not, because I suspect that in any case they won't have been given a passenger manifest. But it probably would mean that he would have to, he would not be able to go and take advantage of a drink in the terminal bar and until they'd refueled the plane and it had taken off. So I believe the principle of the ICC is that it overrides diplomatic immunity, because otherwise, most of the people, a lot of the people they go after are very senior people who probably have diplomatic passports.
We could always pull that trick that Belarus did.
Of diverting the plane. Again, that was international air piracy and a fairly major crime against international law. And so, a bit like what Oyvind said, I think we probably oughtn't to do that. And again, we don't necessarily know what plane he's on. So I think we'll probably avoid that kind of thing. But yes, I mean, just give you an idea what kind of criminal gang runs Belarus. Just sort of hijacking a plane from Ryanair, which whatever its deficiencies as an airline, certainly has never constituted a threat to any country other than perhaps with the contents of their ham and cheese paninis. And with that, I will drop down, and Nefo Devo will be with you very shortly.
All right. Well, thank you, Nick. I appreciate it. So, Salve, folks. Hope everyone's having a good evening tonight. So, it is currently, let's see here, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 2 a.m. in Kiev. And yeah, so just here with you tonight. So, we have a couple speakers here. Let's see here. Prince, how are you tonight? Go ahead.
I'm doing okay. I actually just wanted to say goodbye as I just sort of disappeared while I was co-hosting so that we could make the switcheroo. So I just wanted to thank everybody for hanging out and having good conversation, and you guys will continue to do so with Primus and Nefo Devo when he gets up here. So I hope everybody has a good evening. I will be around. I'll probably come up and say something at some point later today. But I wanted to say goodbye for now and thank you for the opportunity to take care of you and host you all and spend some time with you. Slava Ukraine.
You're Slava. So just got here, but we were talking about the ICC warrant and so on, and what would happen if there's a flight diversion or something like that. That's an interesting question. I don't think we've really had that kind of situation come up before, so it'll be interesting. I think they'll, for a large part, I think Putin and a large part of his leadership are probably going to avoid going to a lot of different states, but as it's been said before, the ICC, well, the United States is not a signatory of the ICC, so if they came to New York, then they wouldn't be arrested. So as much as that kind of burns a little bit, there is something to be said for having an international forum, but it's not like they're going to be able to go visit their villas in Lake Como and so on. As was it Solevev or whatever his name is, that Russian propagandist, just seems incredibly bitter about. I know they recently found a couple more villas owned by his family or shell companies or something like that. So yeah, it couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Julia Davis, she does a wonderful job. Russian Media Monitor, she translates a lot of Russian state TV and watches all that nonsense, so we don't have to. But occasionally there's some real gems of delusion of grandeur and just wacky, general Russian wackiness on there. So it's one of my favorite things to listen to. So, all right. Well, hey, Nefo Dave, you're up. How are you doing tonight, sir? You working it again?
I'm doing okay. It's not quite night here. It's afternoon. So this is a different time of day for me to be up here. Usually I'm up here late night, but figured I'd come and hang out with the daytime crowd, at least daytime for the Western United States.
Indeed, it's weird to be hosting when I can still see daylight out. So usually I'm on the MriyaReport after dark.
Yeah, so we're both new times here, but that's okay. I've had a few minutes to read through some things, but if you have any topics you want to start off on, unfortunately, I was not able to be listening earlier, so I don't know what the discussion has been for the past while.
Well, neither do I. So it's a good opportunity to reset the table. I would like to, special shout out to whoever our designated listener is tonight from Russian Troll Farms. Get bent. And let's see. Looks like the weather in Kiev is still rainy. Looks like that's going to be on and off for the rest of the week. So, mud season continues. So that is what it is, whatever that means. So, what have you found out in the news and the things of interest today?
Well, the one I just finished reading a article here in the Kyiv Post. Sorry, I need to. My cat is insisting on being part of the this whole thing, so I need to get her in a place where she won't hit the keyboard, so I can use it. Okay. You don't have? Do you have a cat, Primus?
Oh yeah, I got a couple of them. You know, they I got them locked out for the moment, but they don't seem too happy about it. So,
Well, yeah, I'm too soft-hearted to lock her out. It seems like a large percentage of the channel hosts have cats, so it's just an interesting observation. So, what I was the article in the Kyiv Post that I saw, they interviewed a soldier of the Carpathian Sich Battalion. He's in Kreminna, named Volodymyr Hapun or Hapun. I don't know if how to pronounce the A's yet in Ukrainian. But he's been on the front. He started in the defense of Kyiv, and then they got moved out to Kreminna in a defensive position. And he's talks about the different strategies that Russia has used over the months that he's been there, and how they started out with the what we usually hear of just throwing a human wave at whatever's in front of them, and waiting, keep throwing humans at it until somebody breaks through. And he said that they have actually, in his area, have learned that does not work. Um, Eventually, I think it's maybe because Wagner isn't there, and so the regular Russian military is more prone to learning from their mistakes, even though they're quite slow at it. So he says now is what they're doing much more artillery, and that they'll just do a complete barrage of artillery in one specific area to try to drive them out. And of course, if they do drive them out, then the Russians can run up there and dig into their old trenches. But since it appears they only have enough artillery for the initial barrage and clearing out, because afterwards the Russians are kind of stuck out there to dry. And so he says they can just come back in and retake it. And that's what they've been doing the last few months, is just going back and forth over the same ground over and over with. And he says that they are one of the things I was not happy about is he said that they have a continual shortage of ammunition, and that if they only had more artillery ammunition, they would be able to go on the offensive. But they have barely enough ammunition, artillery wise, to keep the Russians back, which is different from other parts of the front line. I've read reports that the Russians are also short of their ammunition, but in Kreminna it appears that they are well stocked, at least according to this soldier. Have you heard about different areas of the front line being stocked versus others not being stocked well?
yeah, I have heard that. I mean, it usually the areas that are being are stocked well are the ones that aren't having a lot of high expenditures, so they're able to hoard onto it. But places like Bakhmut, I'm sure there's constantly shell hugger, as they call it. That they need ammunition, and so do the Russians. They're running into a problem. I mean, not just with the ammunition. I mean, they have a stupid amount of ammunition, but the problem is, the logistics of moving all of that nonsense up. The trains to trucks to depots to trucks to get it up to the front line, and a lot of that chain is vulnerable on there. But not only that, but I mean, they're shooting so many shells, and so many of these things are relatively inaccurate relative to like what a M777 or a Caesar or a Panzer Howitzer 2000 will do. I mean, they're burning through barrels, and a substantial portion of their artillery are just back behind the lines in a park, just waiting for new barrels to come up. And manufacturing artillery barrels, I mean, that's not something you can just crank out in a day or two. I mean, it can take weeks to basically take an ingot and then, go ahead and basically, core it out and, make sure it's properly tempered and that kind of thing. And that's not a quick process. And usually changing a barrel has to be done, it's definitely not a field repair, is my understanding. I mean, that's, something, professional maintainers usually have to do at MriyaReport. So they keep, shooting all these shells and burning out their barrels. And, now they're getting fewer and fewer artillery pieces. I would imagine for just about every piece of artillery that gets destroyed, there's probably several more of it just, either is starting to shoot like wildly inaccurate because the barrels are wearing out or the barrels are actually blowing. There's been a lot of pictures of that happening for the Russians, and I'm sure it's happened to the Ukrainians to an extent. Yes, they're still shooting a lot of ammunition. I mean, both sides are really shooting more than I think they ever really anticipated. So let's see.
Yeah, I saw a picture earlier today of a Russian gun that the barrel had been blown out and was peeled back at the end, and it mushroomed out. So, but it, and Russia always has had this quantity over quality approach of just crank out tons of low quality barrels, and they may not be as accurate, but we'll make up for it by just having a whole bunch of them and saturate an area, which I really hope that sanctions are able to slow down their ability to produce ammunition so that they can't rely on that, because I think that if they couldn't rely on that strategy, I don't think they have any backup for that. They don't have anything really targeted that they could use. Otherwise, they'd be using it. So he goes on further in this. And it talks about how that they've had this back and forth, but that he estimates they've lost. Well, he says that they've lost around 70 of their soldiers, and they've killed at least several hundred of the Russians at the same time, maybe even up to 1,000. It's hard for them to know because they're killing so many of them. But there's one situation that he recounts that I love here. So they were holding down this was in Kharkiv when they were there. He said they were holding down a sector and they were supposed to have around 300 soldiers there. But because of sickness, there was a lot of people were sick, and there were people that ended up getting transferred there that were supposed to. There's some logistics issues, and so they end up with 49. They have 49 men there where they're supposed to have 300. And they were holding on to this section, and they were so close to the Russians, they could hear the Russians talking into the radios. And they could hear that the Russians were complaining that they couldn't they couldn't break through this defense because there were 3,000 Nazis there. So we have 49 men are doing a really good job. If the Russians think that they're of course, he said that was huge. Of course, he said that was huge that they were able to hold back the Russians with so few men. I think that I love those kind of stories. It's very encouraging. And we have a. I'm guessing a lot of the people that come up to speak, I'm not going to be familiar with, Primus, because I'm not usually in this time slot. But there's we have a Dr. Abeldanimine. I don't know how to pronounce that name. I'm sorry. Abdul Dayam. Anyway, you're up. You have your hand up. Go ahead. Tell me how do you pronounce your name first.
I am from Nubia, South Egypt. I support Ukraine. I support peace. I love all Ukrainian people. I say this war is a big mistake, and I see we must go to peace. I see world destroyed, and this a big mistake. We still at war. It is a beautiful for all and a good for all to go to peace. I love Ukrainian people and support. And it's very sad when I see people killed. This is not a good thing. This is I am sad. I am from Nubia and see all things is Ukraine destroyed now. I am so sorry.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I think we're all very sad to see that war happened. It's unnecessary and unfortunate, but hopefully the Russians will be evicted very soon. So we shall see how.
There's a lot of feedback. Somebody's hot micing here. Okay.
Right, go ahead.
Oh, we have another Egyptian here to talk. We're having the Egyptian hour here. Go ahead, Em.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. Thank you, Abduldaim. Any other thing that you would like to add?
Yes, we must stop war in Syria on all country. We must go to peace. We must love others. Love is good for all. I don't hate people who different against me. Is Christian, is Jewish, is Bozi. I love all, and we must be one hand. Stop war at all world. The world destroyed now for all people go to war, and that is not good thing. We must stop war at all country. We must go to peace.
Sure, we will. Thank you so much for that. And please mute your mic when you're not speaking.
Yes, we would remind everybody that if you're not actively speaking, you're mute. I'm having a hard time talking here. Mute your mic so that you don't cause feedback and other noise to interfere with other people talking. Do you have anything else to add, Em?
No, all good. Please carry on.
Okay. I actually had a question for you about if the if Russians, do you know if Russian shipping, if they use the Suez Canal much?
I do not know, but I mean, I would expect that they would. Does anyone else know about that?
according to maritime law, Suez Canal is a neutral international waterway. So if Russian owned or Russian flagged vessels request to go through the canal, they will be allowed access.
Okay, so there's really nothing that can be done with that.
According to the treaty that governs traffic within Suez Canal, there's nothing to be done right now, unless the vessels themselves are sanctioned. It's a completely different story. Political pressure can be applied on GOE to add certain vessels to a no-go list, but that has never happened, and it will be very difficult to materialize.
Okay, thank you. This is why we have people like you, so that people like me can, I don't know a whole lot about these things. If it's not cancer related, I'm kind of in the dark. So thank you. So, Primus, you have any stories you would like to bring up? Topics?
Well, I mean, one thing, since you're a researcher on here, there's been a lot of talk about depleted uranium, and I was wondering what your thoughts were on that. Is that something that's a really dangerous, horrible material if it's going to cause all kinds of problems, or is that not a thing, or what are your thoughts on that?
Well, so I may have a unique perspective on this because since I do cancer research, and that's one of the risks of uranium. If you have a very, very prolonged exposure, it can cause cancer. But so the thing to have to understand about the depleted uranium is that so when uranium is not depleted, it produces alpha particles and beta particles. Beta, so alpha, if you can think of an alpha particle as like this huge, like well, kind of like a water balloon, a big water balloon that you can't, when you throw a water balloon and it hits something that's stiff or hard, like a wall or, thing, it breaks. The alpha particle doesn't break, but it doesn't penetrate. Whereas beta particles are more like arrows, where they move very fast and they can go through a lot of things, like shielding and also alpha particles don't go very far. They're very limited. So basically, if you get some depleted uranium on your skin, the skin is going to block these alpha particles. And but it won't block the beta, which is, but there's no, that's what depleted uranium is. All of the beta emitters, all the beta energy has been depleted out of it. That's what's used in the nuclear reactors, and that's what can cause cancer. So depleted uranium is not really it's not a environment. It's not a hazard unless you ingest it. If you ingest it and if it gets incorporated into your body, then it can cause some toxicity or cancer, but it can take decades for that to show up, if at all. So for most soldiers, unless they're going around chewing on the depleted uranium, it's not gonna cause any issues. You know, I suppose if they got shot with it, it could leave some residue behind. But if you get shot with the depleted uranium round, that's probably the least of your worries. Environmentally, it's still up in the air as to what, because it lasts so long. Uranium hangs around, at least depleted uranium. It hangs around for so long. We don't have studies that have gone long enough to really know exactly what is going to happen, but so far it does not appear that it's you know, an issue as long as you keep it from being ingested. And that is where the environmental problem, I think, is going to come up, maybe in a few decades after the depleted uranium gets more into the food chain. That could cause some issues. But I personally, I think the downside of that is worth the upside of using it to end the war quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I mean, there's a lot of toxic stuff out on any battlefield, especially when you start getting into an urban environment from asbestos in buildings or chemicals or who knows what's out there. But I mean, depleted uranium is important because it's pretty much the densest material we can really use in ammunition. So there's that, but it also has pyrophoric capability. So when it hits something, it gets much hotter on there. So it's almost like hitting an object like a thermal torch. So it'll puncture through there, and it's almost just like a flamethrower on the inside in a sense on there. And then the fragments will probably go out the other side of the tank. It's quite devastating if it can land a hit on it. That's something that the British Challengers, which are going to be showing up, that they use for armor piercing capabilities, although they also have strange fascination with hollow charges. And then you have the M1 Abrams, which are becoming, they use depleted uranium. The Leopards, generally speaking, don't. Like the Germans don't like to use depleted uranium because they have concerns from the Green parties and that kind of thing. But it's still a 44 caliber, 120 millimeter cannon, so you can pretty much use the same ammunition an M1 tank uses, which would include the depleted uranium. Now the Leopard 2 A4s can do that. I don't know about the A6s because they actually have a 54 caliber barrel, which is much longer, because they needed that because since they weren't using depleted uranium, they needed basically a faster shot using tungsten to have a similar effect. At least that's my understanding of it. We have SHH up here. His hand raised. Go ahead.
I imagine he's going to be very Canadian sounding.
You think, eh? Interesting. We're talking about depleted uranium, or as it was known in days of old, like back in Constantine's day, because we all know he's like 8,000 years old. Pig's lead. And rightfully so, because Dave, you touched on something earlier. It's not so much does it still release particles? Yes, it's not completely depleted. However, it's highly toxic. And it's soluble too. So as soon as it's in the environment, it'd be no different than introducing a large amount of lead into the environment. It's not good for the flora and fauna, and it concentrates the higher or towards the center of the food web as you go. It's almost like mercury. The apex predators tend to concentrate it in their vital organs.
Well, that's not good news. I don't. I'm not a toxicologist, so I only know about the radiation side of uranium. I'm not. Don't know too much about just the flat out toxicity. Though it makes a lot of sense that it's a heavy metal, a very heavy metal, and those tend to not get along with your cells very well.
Well, definitely not in the concentrations that we're talking about, right? Because ultimately we're all star stuff. There's a little bit of everything in you. Everybody born after the 1990, there's a little bit of Chernobyl in you. Everybody that's going to be born in the 2000s or the 2020s, there's going to be a little bit of Fukushima Daiichi in you. It's the toxicity or the elemental matters will disperse throughout the environment, till it's like base levels. But everybody's going to have a little bit of this in them over time. And we do harbinge most of the periodic table within us.
Well, ultimately, aren't we all carbon, really? I mean,
can we just say the DU is not a risk which is relevant to our existence while soldiers and winning?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I just wanted to kind of bring it up as a subject, considering what NAFO Dave knows about, and address it, because I think some people are worried about it, but it's not something to be worried about, especially in the context of stopping the Russian horde from invading. On
Good point. I say shh, and I know that the toxicity of any Russian invader for a Ukrainian woman, child, or elderly unarmed is definitely more lethal.
But the most toxic element in Ukraine is Russia. The sooner we can get that out of Ukraine, the better.
Well, I think I just been dressed down by Axel, but I still, you totally did. However, I still stand with on my position with depleted uranium. It is useful. However, the Ukrainians, unlike their Russian counterparts, not that they use depleted uranium, but they use a lot of other nasty stuff. They will know where they're using it. And like the Americans, when they deploy, they will mark the areas that it's been used and do remedial action after it's done. After we have the tank turret tossing contests, and the medals have been given out, and the after parties have been had. The cleanup of Ukraine will commence. And I hope if everybody's going to Crimea for this big beach party, I hope you stick around and join us for the cleanup and rebuild efforts, because we're going to be there for years.
Yeah, we should.
NAFO Dave, can I just say to the passive-aggressive stance of my dearly beloved friend, shh, I would never dress you down. I came specifically up because I saw you and I was so happy that you were there.
Yeah, I hear Shashir is a good fella, so.
Yes, and so I think with what needs to put out there, that if you're going to this Crimea beach party, which every NAFO fella should be signed up for that. I think it's kind of a requirement of being in NAFO is that you have to show up for the beach party. Is to bring a metal detector for the mines, and then bring a Geiger counter for the depleted uranium. That is one of the bonuses of depleted uranium, is it's much easier to find than other contaminants. So while it's a pain to clean up, it's easier to clean up in relation to the other things that this war, other toxins that this war is unleashing on the ground.
Yeah. So the moral of the story is, don't eat depleted uranium and you should be fine. Just like you shouldn't eat a lot of the chemicals which go into armor or gunpowder, any sort of industry or that kind of thing. So, just yeah.
You've always had that one guy in the unit that was putting CLP on his sandwich and licking the side of the trucks.
What was that you?
I was just about to say, stop licking the tank.
I believe the Air Force used to call it, don't eat the paint chips off the aircraft.
That is good life advice. All right, we have the Duke. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, folks. Interesting topic. We mentioned it a little before, but it's all used in commercial air flights, in especially cargo the first 500 for the Boeing 747, for instance. And it's no more radioactive. That's a dispute all along, because it's not really radioactive, and it's the normal range you would get from if you found it in the soil. And it's so much, it's not in the charge, so you don't get it splattered all over the battlefield. And it's more used for getting the metal hardened than it is for its nuclear power. So the risk is, according to a lot of people, very, very slim. So I don't think it's a reason for a soldier. If he fires, then it's no reason to be afraid. And if it hits you, well, you better head duck or say a prayer, because it's gonna hit you. And I don't think it's a danger for the environment. I think if you want to talk about the environment, I think the exhaustion pipe of a tank will do more damage. So perhaps the next time we can have electric tanks, for instance.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're hit by depleted uranium, you're not worrying about long-term health effects at that point. But I mean, it's used for other things. I mean, like counterbalances on high-end forklifts or keels on sailboats. Apparently, sometimes like medical equipment or even an aircraft, or balancing things out or whatever. So I mean, there's a lot of other uses for it. It's just, ooh, uranium, scary. Well, be an adult.
If you get hit by a 105 round made of wood, you're going to have a bad day.
Well, yeah, I mean, it maybe would, but it's 105 millimeters. So if I'm shooting vampires, that's definitely the round I'll use, though. So good call there.
Yeah, I think if you got hit with anything that large at that high a velocity, it would be an issue. But it's to
milk cartons.
Milk cartons.
Yeah, milk cartons. If they're traveling at 100 or 1100 meters per second, they give you a bad day.
Yeah, and anything fired fast enough can cause a problem. I mean, my dad actually, he used to own a cannon, and what he'd load it with, because he didn't have the money for cannonballs, is they'd take a orange juice bottle of a particular brand and they'd fill it with cement, and then they'd use some old biscuits for wadding and some gunpowder. They'd actually shoot that, and they could, I wouldn't say put a hole through an engine block, but they definitely knock it around a bit. So anything with enough gunpowder behind it can be dangerous. So,
well, anything with enough velocity, right? And it doesn't even have to have a lot of mass. I had a chance of going to a seminar with Colonel Chris Hadfield was there, and he was saying that the ISS gets hit all the time, and you'll be doing your work and you'll hear the ping, because it's metal, of some micrometeor hitting the side of the ISS, and then everybody quiets up and waits for the shh, as they have to go looking for this hole that's now venting.
that is terrifying. But yeah, just let's all get quiet, listen to see where all the life-giving oxygen is going. We should probably get on that. That seems important.
Well, can you imagine being out on an EVA? Because these specs are traveling around on average between 17,000 and 28,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, there was a movie about that, like some satellites crashed into each other and then that cascaded and then just basically wiped out the entire orbit and so on, which not for nothing, I think it's called, was it Kepler syndrome or something like that, where if you have enough fragments in the orbit, then it'll hit the other satellites and other things, and then just the whole orbit will be clouded with debris, and then you won't have access to it anymore, which is probably one of the main reasons why space-based warfare is absolutely terrifying, because you shoot down a couple satellites that cascades, and then no one can use space for a while. There's certainly a concern of NASA. There's so many fragments running around. A lot of them by the owner of Twitter, which would be Elon Musk, and SpaceX, I think, because they figure like a quarter to half of the collisions that they have to deal with, or at least avoid and track, have to do with something SpaceX related. So, yeah, Elon is a litter bug.
So are the Russians, because they actually took out one of their own satellites with an anti-satellite missile, and there's an entire orbit denied because of that.
Yeah, it was S-500, and they just wanted to just test it out and see if they can hit a satellite. I think the Chinese did something like that. And, it wasn't quite as bad, but yeah, I mean, that's, you start shooting satellites down, just a few of them, and you deny the entire orbit. There's only so many of those to go around, and just something the size of, I don't know, a piece of cereal, could probably have enough kinetic energy to take out something like the space station, or at least put a substantial hole in it. Because Isaac Newton is a bad man. The velocity of something like that, may not have much mass, but a lot of velocity can cause a lot of damage. So,
when I was working for NORAD,
that gravity thing is really bad. Don't you think that this gravity thing is very insidious?
Oh, absolutely. I used to be afraid of heights, and then I realized actually I'm just afraid of gravity. That was really what my fear was. I talked to a therapist about that. So, is the gravity hero of this now? It's like, yes, it is.
The problem is the smaller pieces tend to stay. They keep their momentum longer. And when I was working for NORAD, we actually have people that track. They're still tracking bolts and wrenches from the 1960s.
That they can track something that small is incredible. Just how powerful some of these radars are. Watching these things. Hopefully, they find the asteroid that'll head our way. Although sometimes I think we deserve it. You're looking at a 2024 election.
Willis
I
is
might be
not in
voting
form
for
anymore. You know this, right?
What's that, Axel?
I said Bruce Willis is not in good form at the moment, so that asteroid has to come quickly.
Yes. Only Bruce Willis can save us with that. So, hopefully that doesn't come up, because that would be bad. But Bruce is no longer with us. Not completely. That was
Did
such
we
a
just
corny
lose
movie. It was
Primus?
a lot of fun. Go ahead,
I think
Nick.
you muted yourself. I think you
Are you
muted
sure
yourself.
you didn't mute me?
Nope, I don't do that. I'm not one of these covert muters. But so I think that, well, at least one of the movies that has taken this topic on is Gravity. That's one of my favorite Sandra Bullock movies, by the way. But this brings up the one I read an article a few days ago, because I was looking at this and trying to, there was the article last week about why it appears Russia can't use a lot of their their satellites to locate Ukrainian stuff, because it seems like they're always a few days behind. It's not like they can, and so the article was going into, well, they have these satellites up and they tried to put up some new satellites, but they didn't work, and so you've got all these non-functional satellites floating around. And there was another article looking at that was discussing different ways that you can use EMF or other approaches to disable a satellite without destroying it. So keep it intact. So basically, you don't want all the junk floating around. But if you keep the satellite intact and can just disable it, then that's much safer for everybody.
That would be one hell of an EMF burst, because most satellites are EM hardened already. So that's electromagnetic spectrum for those for the listeners out there. Satellites have to be hardened for, I think, up to a class 3 solar storm. You know, if we get a class 4 and we're talking like the 1902 or 1912 event that shut down what little power we had in the world for several days, you know, we're screwed, because it's going to shut down terrestrial power, and we won't even have to worry about the satellites. So it's they are hardened. The biggest problem with Russian satellites is they don't have any more Delta V. They have long since run out of propellant. They can no longer be retasked, so they're prisoners of the orbits that they're in. And the Russians love using this what is it called, the Moldovan orbit, or the Moldova orbit. And what it is, it swings way out there, then it comes in and slowly loiters over the area they want to the perigee comes like pretty close to the Earth and over the area they want to observe, and then out it goes again really fast, and then comes in really slow again. So that's their preferred orbit. And what I was told is they weren't really good at orbital mechanics, and when you launch a rocket, okay, we're going to get into orbital mechanics. When you launch a rocket, you're going to notice that when the shuttle or a Falcon 9 goes up, it suddenly turns, and that's called a gravity turn. So it goes up, to a certain altitude, and it starts curving. It starts curving to be somewhat parallel with the Earth, and because velocity is more important than altitude when it comes to achieving orbit. So once you get up there, you're in a kind of an oblong type of orbit, and at points you're going to be skimming the atmosphere. Right. So at some point of your orbit, you're going to do a normalization burn. So you're going to normalize, you're going to circular your orbit. So they do a burn that makes the orbit circular. So now your orbit is stable, and you can stay up there for years. You can, if you got a lot of Delta V, you can go up into what's called a geostationary orbit, and those orbits are way up there. They're around 30,000 kilometers from Earth, and they're the ones that it's a sweet spot. So they're traveling at the same speed the Earth is rotating. So it appears that these satellites are hovering over one point over the Earth, but they're actually traveling. They're giving her, but they're moving at the same speed the Earth is rotating. So there's that, and there's gravitational anomalies out there that we call the Lagrange points. They're way the hell out there. And you heard about the James Webb satellite. So the James Webb satellite is at one of these points. It's at Lagrange point 2. So it out there, it's just an area where the orbital mechanics just works. It's stable, and it can stay out there for a very long time without a lot of correction burns. Right. So hopefully we establish, you need some kind of propellant, or what they call in the business Delta V, to be useful. Like the satellite, they will decay. Their orbit will decay over time. It's a function of orbital mechanics. It's not a complete vacuum at 300 kilometers. The gravity will affect it over time, drag will affect it over time, and the orbit will decay. and they will come down. So you need delta V to be able to boost yourself, and you need a lot of delta V to change your orbital trajectory.
So, yeah, you're making me wish I took calculus in college instead of political science, which I contend is still real science, but many will disagree. But one thing I had heard is that Baikonur Cosmodrome or whatever they call it in Kazakhstan, apparently the Russians weren't paying the rent on that, but also they haven't done a very good job putting up new satellites to observe Ukraine. So I think they were looking at a lot of other areas. And even if they do put something in a geostationary orbit to always look there, I don't think they have the cameras to really, read the license plate, from space kind of technology. It's not all that different than what they had in the 80s.
And not to mention, Primus, Russia has lost the lease to Baikonur.
Yeah, I mean that's what I heard, and I was like really enthusiastic about that, but I was like, I don't know, that can't possibly be true. But it sounds like it is. I don't know how they're going to support the International Space Station without being able to pay that. Also, why weren't they able to pay that? That's absurd. Is it really that bad?
It was reported by aviation.com, and usually their reporting is pretty solid in the hood. So like when that first came out, I sent it to Axel, and we're like, oh my. And it wasn't so much the lease ran out. The Kazakhstanis seized the facility and all the rockets that were completed there, anybody's satellite that the Russians had on a contract, everything was seized.
So can you explain to us, and I know a little bit about this, but you're really tuned into this, using words like Delta V and stuff. How relevant is Baikonur? I mean, do they have the ability to launch satellites from elsewhere? I mean, what happens to the Russian space program from here on out?
That's it. The Russians have one major launch facility, and that's at Baikonur. And the reason it's at Baikonur is because Baikonur is closer to the equator, and you kind of want your launch facilities to be as close to the equator. That's why NASA is headquartered in Florida. The French launched their Ariane, or the EU launched their Ariane rockets down in where is it, Axel?
Guyana.
Somewhere in South America.
Guyana.
Yeah, I thought it was. I was pretty sure it was Guyana, but I wasn't certain because it's close to the equator. It's close to the equator, and you can almost use like a Corellius boost as the Earth is turning. You launch against the turn, and it's easier for you to get in orbit, or you're using less delta V, right? So to get in orbit. So if I wanted to launch something from let's say Edmonton, Alberta, I would need an enormous rocket. I imagine I can launch it into a polar orbit, but still I'd be using colossal amounts of delta V to achieve orbit. And the thing would be like Saturn V size. That's why, launch facilities in Canada, in most of the Nordic countries, it's not practical. And for that, Australia, New Zealand, I think New Zealand is a little bit better, but it's very impractical for them to be launching to orbit or interplanetary missions because the cost of delta V would just be way too high.
Yeah, and delta V, that's basically your ability to change velocity on there, right? That's basically, it's like, how much fuel do I have? Is that kind of what it means?
Yeah, absolutely. So delta, change in V velocity, right? And in space, if you're in space with no gravity acting against you, your Newtonian physics comes into play. So everything in motion tends to stay in motion till exerted upon by an outside force. That's why when a rocket has been accelerating and you come to some place, the Enterprise Enterprise comes to Deep Space Nine. What they don't show is the Enterprise is going to have to spin around and fire up those engines and slow itself down. You got a hot mic there, Duke.
Oh.
Yeah. So, and if you want a really good analogy for this, it's not perfect, but like most people in the biz are all in agreement that the series The Expanse has hit the physics pretty much bang on. It's lauded in the circles as having really good physics, especially with the ships. It has reaction. Most of the ships have reaction thrusters. Their fusion torches or their Epstein drives. When they want to slow down, they got to spin the ship around in the direction of travel and apply delta V to change of velocity. So they want to accelerate in the opposite direction because they're in physics. There's no such thing as deceleration. You're only accelerating. So you're accelerating in the other direction. So to cancel out your forward momentum, right? Without getting into the math, because I have a massive headache right now, and I don't feel like doing orbital mechanics.
Well, to apply a little delta V to the subject there, to bring it back to Ukraine, one thing, well, I always say that. That's kind of my catchphrase. There was a Ukrainian Orthodox priest, was it Pavel Mercedes is what they called him, and looks like they've arrested him. And I just saw an interesting video of him getting the ankle bracelet on there, one of his latest accessories outside of his $10,000 necklace and his watches and that kind of thing. So
is that the Louis Vuitton scarf, dude?
What's that?
Is that the Louis Vuitton scarf, dude?
Exactly. That's Pasha Mercedes.
Yeah, that guy, that freaking guy. It's interesting. I mean, it's Ukrainian Orthodox Church, but really it's subservient to the Russian Orthodox Church, and the head of the Russian Orthodox Church was basically a former FSB agent. So, I mean, a lot of these guys are, by a different name. It's not really religious thing. I mean, in order to be a Orthodox priest, back during Soviet times, early Russian eras on there, you basically needed to be, have government connections on there. So it's a state organ. And I know they've been making a lot of hay out of like, they're repressing the religions and so on. It's like that's not it at all. It's a security risk. They've caught some of these guys, trying to put out beacons to help navigation, like helicopters or whatever, or calling in data. And they've been arrested and that kind of thing. So it's definitely a security risk. I'm surprised it's taken so long. The building that they were even evicting him from, the church, there isn't really even owned by the quote unquote Ukrainian Orthodox Church, but by the Ukrainian government. They just lease it there. So Russia's been losing a lot of leases lately, by the sounds of it. So, but anyone have any else? Axel maybe has some context on the Orthodox Church and what it really is, or anyone have any thoughts on that?
I always refer back to the founder of the Russian Orthodox Church of today. His name is Jugashvili.
I'm not familiar with him.
Josip Stalin. He founded the current version of the Russian Orthodox Church because he needed to generate more support amongst the peasantry after having exhausted his capacity to kill off those officers who he didn't quite like because they were so reticent following his grandiose designs. And after having subverted many populations and many tribes amongst those subjugated by the Bolsheviks, after having instigated and conducted the Holodomor, and after all these wonderful acts, the next best fascist who came around with an army of 3.4 million nearly got him down to his knees, so he really needed help. He got the land lease, and he didn't pray, but he worked the magic of the peasantry following the Orthodox Church revival. Therefore, he founded it in a purely nihilistic utilitarian fashion. And the Russian Orthodox Church was founded and manned by people of the then Directorate of the NKWD, which is just a continuation of the Oprichnina under another name, and lived on as the KGB, which we today have in its split version of FSB and SVR. So, same shit, another day. Mr. Djugashvili, the bank robber, murderer, totalitarian, genocidal maniac. Oh, what's new?
Yeah, what's new indeed. Stalin was a Georgian, not even a Russian. I always thought that a little absurd. It's my understanding there.
Like so many, he went to the center to grab more power.
Well, yeah, it's always about power with these people. They just can't bear the concept of anyone else not following them. In communism, the state was God, and then the state created God and had people worship it. It's just obscene. And I believe like the actual Orthodox Church, the actual patriarch based in Greece, I believe they've applied a lot of sanctions to the quote unquote Russian Orthodox Church because of a lot of these shenanigans. It's not fully part of the fellowship there, is my understanding.
You kind of hit the nail on the head there, because in the Soviet state, the Soviets were officially atheists. They did not follow, or like the Soviet doctrine, they did not follow any faith, and faith as a rule was tolerated, but it definitely was not. So when you see something like the Russian Orthodox Church flourishing under Soviet rule, I dare say there's puppet strings in the background.
Yeah, and my understanding is Ukraine, it's a fairly religious area to an extent, but there's different versions of orthodoxy, so it's not an attack on the church because it's not really a church. It's a political organization for tax purposes. They call it a church. Is how I would look at it is from a U.S. perspective on there. So I think Zelensky and so on, they're doing the right thing with that. But they didn't just come out on day one and do it. They monitored it. They tried to slow play it so it wouldn't be just more propaganda that the Russians could use on there, because they'll try to make something out of anything on there. Let's see, Duke, go ahead quickly.
Well, guys, what I can remember is that the Communist Party called religion the opium for the people. So it's, as a fact, strange that they embrace any kind of religion. So I'm wondering what came of that. And I've worked for the Dutch broadcast company, and I edited some old movies from the communist area from the USSR at the time. And it looked on film all taken care of, and the buildings look good, the streets look good, but yeah, it was of course a dreadful society. But yeah, I can think of them that image is needed as a sentimental picture out of the past. But yeah, that's what I had to add.
Well, there was the whole Russian concept of the Potemkin village, where if you came in like from the outside, say, "Oh, we'll show you the best of Russia," and so on, or they even like put up facades supposedly on the East German side. So if you're looking over from the West, like everything looked okay. And then, if you get just past that, it was almost like a Hollywood stage. You get past that, there's nothing but, sad cinder block buildings and, people afraid their neighbor or their children or, the taxi driver going to snitch on them to the whatever they call the Stasi, and that kind of thing. And I don't think there's a full appreciation at this point for a lot of generations just how brutally oppressive the East German regime was on there. I mean, I've talked to a couple people about it. They're still kind of paranoid about just like talking to people about any sort of inner feelings or criticism, or just because it's just so ingrained. So yeah, basically that. But the Orthodox Church, and really anything else that has to do with like Russian culture, may even come out and admit it. Even if you go to visit like the Hermitage in St. Petersburg, it's all about spreading the the Ruski Mir, the concept of the Russian world, the concept of Russian exceptionalism. Like forget all of the all the poverty and how half the population doesn't have a flush toilet. Look at the palaces, look at the onion domes of the Kremlin. Look at look at all these great things like our the big thing is like the Olympics for them. See how exceptional our athletes are. I mean, they may be pumped full of steroids, but look how beautifully they ice skate or run or whatever you do in the Olympics on there. And every single piece of it, it's just basically it's lipstick on a pig. It's you can dress it up, but it's still the same thing. And hopefully Dr. Nick Ford isn't listening here because I like pigs. But it's kind of the analogy there. It's all fake. It's all propaganda. Where in the West, in the United States, democracy and freedom and being able to vote and pick your leadership or whatever. I mean, it's not perfect, but I mean, at least we have a say. At least I can choose a better life, and that's what the Maidan 2014 the color revolution there was all about. Is people just wanted a better life, and a future with Europe. So they wanted to have a living wage, having the freedom to choose someone that's not controlled by the Russians, and just fall back into that sphere, and just grow as an economy and people and just be independent, and escape that near abroad, because that whole concept of the near abroad is something I remember, in the 90s and 2000s, talking about in college, and just the assumption that, well, they used to be former Soviet states, it's the near abroad, so I mean, of course, they the Russians, that's their sphere of influence, they have a right to influence and control that to a certain extent, and we should just leave that alone because we don't want to upset the Russians or whatever, and even back then, it forgets the agency, the sovereignty of these actual independent countries that don't want to be part of Russia, that they want the freedom for that, the ability to make choose who their allies are, if they want to join NATO or if they want to join a trade organization or that kind of thing, and not have their policies controlled by Moscow. And that's what a lot of this is about. Is Ukraine is kind of in the middle between choosing freedom and being pulled back into the darkness, and the control of Russians, because for some reason Ukraine is responsible for Russia's historical anxiety. That they don't feel safe unless they control all of their neighbors, because they've been invaded so many times and so on. And to a certain extent, I understand that, but this is the 21st century, and if they just aren't pricks, that's not something they need to worry about. I mean, at one point, they were even invited into NATO. It's not like the hand wasn't, like no one reached out to them. We all tried. And they just rejected that and just wanted this revanchist policy of the 17th and 18th century. This colonial approach to everyone that used to be part of the Soviet Union. So, anyways, off on a rant there. Duke, you got to follow up on us. Dave, you have something to add there, Axel?
Yeah, but I was thinking that in Iran, all the brave young people are protesting with risk of losing their life over there. And today I saw a lot of videos about women taking off their headscarf. And I'm wondering, why isn't that happening in Russia? Because they both countries are influenced by the dictatorial regimes. But yeah, some way, somehow, they don't seem to care much or less. I don't know. Is it the way of how people are, or is it something else? I'm just puzzled by it. Perhaps one of you has an answer.
Well, from what it seems to be, you can see this, we had this discussion a couple of nights ago, but you can kind of see the difference also in Ukraine versus Russia, in that in Ukraine you had the same kind of oppression that Russia was trying to make Ukraine into a banana republic, basically, of Russia, a vassal of it, and but yet the Ukrainians, they rose up and had the revolution of dignity, and quite a few of them were killed, but they still kept at it. Much like in Iran, where people have been killed, but they still are keeping up with it. You don't see that in Russia, I think, because at least from my observation, I think it's just the level of apathy is so incredibly high in the Russian population, because they have been lied to constantly for so many years, so many generations, not just years, that they don't know. I mean, I think it's somebody else can come up and talk to me about this, but apathy in the Russian population is what I see this as, that there's well, we could rise, we could revolt, but it's not going to change anything, and just somebody else is just as bad as going to get in trouble, in power. So let's just keep going what we're doing, and not worry about it. Even in, so you would think that, like, families that that they've lost sons or husbands or dads that have gone off to war in Ukraine and been killed, you would think that these families would say something, would know what was going on. But I'm just reading an article here in Radio Free Europe, about how the the families of Russian soldiers that get killed are supposed to be paid. They're supposed to be paid like 2 to 3 30. Well, I'm looking for the exact number, but it's quite a bit higher than the normal Russians would get. It's like almost $2,000 a month. That's not happening, and yet the Russian families that they interviewed for this article are just like, yeah, let's I understand the Russia can't pay me, and I'm willing to suffer for the fatherland or motherland, and we just need to take over Ukraine faster so that we don't have to sit here in poverty. It's amazing the amount of disconnect they have, that these families that have lost members are still behind Putin. They're still behind the war, and they think that the war is necessary. It boggles the mind.
Well, I think I understand it a little bit, for on a couple levels. And that if they just lost their son in this war, just the need to feel like, he died for something. He died heroically for a good cause, because it's a lot easier to process that grief than, he died, in a stupid, unnecessary war of conquest. sometimes the lie is easier than the truth, which is pretty much the whole, the Russian political system, there in a lot of ways. And I'll get to that in a moment, but I'll get you armed. So just raise your hand and we'll be in a second. So even with things like, when the Moscow was lost, there are a lot of those guys on there are still considered missing in action, and they've classified a lot of guys as missing in action because if they're technically speaking considered missing, then they don't need to pay out the funeral expenses and so on. And also, I mean, probably the commanders can still collect their payroll and just put it in their own pockets instead of someone else's. But on a broader level, I mean, I think Russian culture kind of exists, as kind of explained by Dr. Nick and some other people. It's almost like a social contract, to let the Civilaki, the oligarchs and so on, do their thing, and so long as it doesn't, really impact the actual people in Russia, then it's okay. Let them do what they're going to do, so long as it doesn't bother us. And now this war has came along, and now it's definitely bothering a lot of people, which is why a lot of some of the best and brightest, relatively speaking, Russians decided, rather than be drafted and serve their country, they ran for the border, and because they saw that there was no future, and seriously, that social contract had been violated. But that's my observations on that. And go ahead.
Good evening, or good morning, depending where you are.
Yeah, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, depending on your time zone.
As we are international and we have people from everywhere, from Hawaii to New Zealand and Australia. Yeah, we kind of cover everything. I liked someone who entered the space and always said, just hello to everyone. So it's appropriate, but I keep missing that, and I keep bringing back the time zone. So yeah, sorry. Actually, you brought me up with a discussion earlier about the church. It's something that will raise me from the dead. And church's influence in Russia, but also in Ukraine. And I wanted to say something that I think it's relevant to the discussion. A replica that someone had 1 year ago near Easter, when actually they bombed some cities. Odessa was bombed, I think, during the Big Friday. I think it's called in English, or something similar. You can correct me on that one. Anyway, it was Friday before Easter when they bombed Odessa, and some people died. And there were some interviews from the people in and around Odessa, right? And one thing someone said, it was on Saturday before Easter, it was that Russia is not going to take Easter from them. So people still went along and prepared everything for Easter. And I thought that's really telling on how ingrained, I don't know how to put this. It has to be in your fiber to be willing to not give up something that others will consider just a custom, for you, for me, for others, can be an expression of faith that you don't want to give up, something that it will change, it will not be you giving that up. And this was something said by Ukrainians. So sometimes I think we forget or don't realize how profound faith is for some, and how much they are willing to, how should I put this? It's late and I'm philosophical when it's late. It's 3 a.m. here. Ukraine, my point is the following. Ukraine is fighting for its freedom, for its land. But basically, it's not the land per se. It's not a patch of dirt. It's their ancestors, it's their freedom, their ability to say what they want. It's their traditions and their faith, which make their fiber. I get some laugh from people. I really appreciate them for that, for this stance, for this willingness to fight for what they have. So I wanted to say this.
Thank you, and we always appreciate you when you're in your, well, anytime, but I particularly like your philosophical moods. So thank you for that. It's a, you know, it's very, it seems to be a very fundamental attribute of different cultures as to whether they value freedom or they don't. Ukraine has made that choice very, very apparent, that they're choosing freedom. Whereas Russia, you can see that I think that they're just so apathetic they don't even want to make a choice. Also, it seems a part of the Russian culture that I've learned about. I'm not a Russian expert, but they seem to really lionize suffering. That it's like, the Russian people can suffer more than anybody else. We're just going to out suffer you. It seems to be part of their psyche that suffering is good, and that if their government's making them suffer, then that's good because they can suffer. That's just my some more thoughts on that.
Actually, if I'm allowed to say this, but I have to say this about suffering. That's actually not an orthodox concept. That's a how should I put this? So in Theravada, which is a Buddhist take. Buddhists are not all the same. They like Christianity. They have different ways of looking at the same thing. And in Theravada, they have this theory that you should. So suffering has two roles. One of them is cleansing, and the other one is you want to get rid of it, right? Uh, so it's actually funny, and you're totally right about the suffering, about the fact that they just take it, right? They don't fight against the regime. They are like just they are like you're a scientist, right? So scientists look at facts. And there were some scientists who studied some monkeys and monkey behavior, and what they found out is that monkeys learn from one another, learn behavior from one another. So even if the current monkeys didn't experience something, if their ancestors did, they will uphold the same principles. And it was a study for that. And I feel like Russia is not far from that. Like they don't fight against the regime. They don't push back against the regime. They didn't learn. They never learned how to be free. What freedom was, because before communism, they were in as basically a form of slavery, which was called serfs. And after communism, they gained some sort of freedoms, but they lost others. So they were never free, truly able to do what they want. And they kind of, I think they don't understand the concept too much. I'm sorry, we let Arndt Dilo fella a lot with his hand up, and that's not polite. So maybe he has something to add, and I'm talking too much.
Hey guys, thank you for letting me jump in here. I'm in Texas. You guys might guess that from the armadillo faced NAFO guy. So I was interestingly I was working for a Swiss multinational at the time that the invasion started, and I had some connections with a few Russian people, and I tell you, this one lady who was she was either in Moscow or St. Petersburg. It's a little foggy now because I've lost touch with her, but she, before the invasion happened, she was certain it wouldn't happen, right? And then after it happened, I mean, over a period of a few days and things, she very quickly got to where she seemed afraid to communicate at all. And I think certainly after, some of the large protests were shut down, I mean, I think there was tremendous amount of fear by those who were sort of in the middle, right? So she told me she just didn't really want to say anything at all on the whole topic. So that's sort of how I the Russian people who I knew when the invasion started, the ones there were there were those in fear, right, who didn't want to say anything. But I had a question as well. If I don't know if you guys want a question kind of more from a military perspective, I might be. I'll ask the question, I guess, unless you guys really want to stay on the topic of culture and psyche and things like that. Is that all right? Or
Sure, hit me. Go ahead.
So a few days ago, I had seen, I believe it was Dr. Nick had shared some video. I thought it was video from Ukrainian squad that showed a large number of various types of mechanized vehicles, sort of, like they were in the starting blocks, so to speak, like they were ready to go. And I don't know if that was from a training exercise or if that was, yeah, I guess where I'm going with all this, are we in another period of sort of operational silence from the, or operational secrecy from the front lines right now? Because other than that, I haven't seen much. So maybe I'm not catching the information, or are we in a period of operational silence?
I believe we
or does
are.
anyone know? Do we know? Go ahead.
Well,
Sorry.
yeah, in a certain sense, hard to disprove a negative, but no, they have been asking for operational silence on some things, and be careful what is shared on here. I mean, I'm just basically aggregating stuff that does show up, trying to get an idea of things. But you have people that talk to folks like Chuck Fair or Nuno Felix or Language Learner, guys like that, or some of the OSINT accounts who may have some pretty deep resources. And Arm, can you mute your mic? They have some of those deep resources, and they have to be careful what can be shared. Because they don't want to give the Russians any sort of information, because I mean, just something really innocent like taking a picture of something on a street, someone who's really good at geolocating can figure out exactly what street that's on and what time of day it is and that kind of thing. You can tell a lot by a picture. I mean, I recall, like, one time they figured out where Bin Laden was staying roughly in the country, just because they brought in geologists to look at a video and figure out the stone formation. So he must be in Toribor or whatever it was in that particular area. So you can tell a lot by that. There was a Wagner incident with Wagner where they lost a bunch of important people, including one of the editors of Gray Zone.